Now, we should also be live on YouTube, so we'll say hi to YouTube. Hello, Kai World. LCHR. You can post that I'm live. And copy and paste this link. Here we go. It does say KOTD hosted by MTV. Should say that with an exclamation mark KOTD at the end. Need my mic over here. So welcome everyone. What sets are people casting today? Mem just said KOTD day 1. See, he's looking at... He's in front of his fireplace. Oh, I wish I had that type of fireplace behind me while casting. Like a real one though, not just a green screen one. I want to see Lewis. That's the thing. Well, like if Mem and Danny are both casting Lewis Lakes, I'll go cast the other set. We don't overlap with everyone. I don't know what they're casting though. Siscon's casting Lewis Lakes. Everyone's gonna be casting Lewis Lakes. I think we gotta. I'm tempted to say this is gonna be Antagonist versus you pudding. That's live now. What? Drafting. Put this here. Doubt versus Doomster should be good. When is that? When is that? Doubt Doomster. I don't see Doubt on the schedule. Is that scheduled yet? I see, the one set I am definitely casting is Thursday at 16 GMT. We'll have Gabby versus Tato. That I will cast. And it's coffee time. So cheers to everyone for some coffee. We have my wonderful Department of Math. Will the camera focus there? I don't think it will. Or maybe there. This is my Department of Mathematics coffee mug. Or a coffee cup, not a mug. Cup. We'll drink that during our first set. Probably our first game. And then we'll go get a second cup after this. My life. Games, what games today? I think we're starting with Antagonist you pudding. Good morning. I love baskets. Oh, you know what I love? I love baskets in the chat. I need to put my palm behind it. That's what all the makeup artist streamers use to show their bottles. Okay, if I ever need to stream my makeup bottles, now I know how to do it. I do have my Cobra car on my shelf behind me. Yes, we did build that on stream. That was amazing. The VOD's on my YouTube channel if you want to see the build process. But I was thinking about getting the Enterprise. This is an Enterprise D Lego set officially now. I think I don't really have a place to put it though. It's a bit too big. Yeah, the Cobra car we built on stream. What I really need is a chalkboard for this wall behind me so we can do some math on the wall. Now that's the best part about walls. I once had an apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows and I grabbed dry erase markers and I'd do math on the windows. That was fun. I had a friend whose apartment was a converted school building and he had a chalkboard in his apartment. Oh my gosh, I was so jealous. I'll show off the Cobra. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to see it there. If you look through the live stream VODs, you should be able to find it. Has there been a set? It has not been a set yet by Elo. No, it has not been a set yet. Okay, it looks like Memb is casting Lures versus Licks, so I think I will cast Antagonist versus You Pudding. Let me make the admin decision now. So this is Antagonist versus You Pudding. And I suppose, would y'all like to see the draft? Heck, oh gosh, I need to rearrange the draft. Is the draft different than the one they used for the show matches? Gabby versus Tati. I'm really looking forward to that. Hello, Sweezabulka? I have early yes. Okay. Chat, we might need to play the game where I have to swap my overlay around and fix my overlay. Because it looks like... Oh, I was hoping to be the same draft. Why is this ever so slightly different? Hold on. Okay, I fixed it. Fixed it. It needs to be moved over slightly. Okay, there we go. That's the draft. That fits. Right, that fits on the overlay. That's roughly centered. Let's go slightly there. Maybe that way. Okay, 69, nice. Can we see the map draft? We can see the map draft, yes. I want to see the map draft. Let me actually, just for safety. Let me actually sub to the King of the Desert 6 mod. Don't think I need KOTD 5. I'll unsub from that mod. And then I can restart the game just to make sure that I have the map, and the map doesn't go out of sync due to some transfer issue. Yeah, the Red Bull tickets were cheaper than I thought they'd be. Although I haven't seen what they are for the final days, but I will probably attend that. No one reached out to me about casting it, but I'll probably make a trip and attend to that. So maybe we'll need to do some type of stream fundraiser goal for travel funds. And if the internet holds up, I'll do some IRL streams from there. Alright, do we have a lobby here? We do have a lobby. So I'm just going to get an ad out of the way before they start. It's all Pacific Islands. I would love all closed maps again. we need another Stronghold Frenzy. So, we have two sets in parallel now. Antagonist You Pudding and Lewis Licks. Coming up later, we'll have Hera versus Miguel at the same time as Ganji versus Vinch. And I'll probably cast whichever of those that Memb doesn't cast. And then at 20 GMT, there'll be Lamo versus Viper. We'll see how I'm feeling then if I want to keep casting at that point. I don't think I'll be alive long enough to catch I Love Baskets versus Bloodless in the Clown Christmas Championship, but that is definitely the most important match of the day. What did I think about Thalasoxy and the upcoming water changes? In general, I thought the Hulk was a downgrade from the current water meta, and the nerfs to demos were a really bad change. I think that the Hulk basically replaces fire plus demo on smaller ponds, and essentially replaces fire plus demo on mixed maps. Like the edges of Nomad. I removed some of the variety you had from migration, where you might go for that transport ship early dock. It feels like on various water maps where you're not in the small pond, like Water Nomad or Islands, galleys still dominate in the feudal age, and maybe all 3 ships start to be useful in different combos in Castle or Imp. But that's also at the cost of no longer having a transition when you lose water, where you can get up and go fire ship and beat the galleys, because now there's a strong counter to that in the hulks. And the fishing ships garrisoning in docks makes it in some ways more snowbally, because once you lose the water, you don't have any option to counterattack and do damage because the ships just hop in the docks. So we need the bada boom, we do. That basket sky will stream it. Oh, nice. Nice. After seeing lots of thalassocracy, at the end of the day, I think I'm not really a fan. More than anything. Turs, hello Turs. How's your best of 21 going? Did you pull off a reverse sweep? Like there's more of a focus on water. The thing is, I think a lot of people don't like playing water maps. And when you put them in ranked, I think you run the risk of people just don't play ranked. Are they going to redo the rework? I have no idea. I hope so. I hope it has a pretty substantial rework. Wasn't a particularly fun event to watch. And that's the experience I had. Or that's the feedback I'd seen from players, that it wasn't particularly fun for them to play either. So hello, Underil and Diego. Alright, so welcome everyone. This will be a round of 64, King of the Desert 6, hosted by Memb, and with a $50,000 prize pool sponsored by World's Edge, one of the development studios behind AoE 2. So they sponsor tournaments. This is one of them. And we haven't had King of the Desert in a long time, Arabia. The bread and butter map of AoE 2. This is S tier, so Hera's streak is on the line. He broke his A tier losing streak. Maybe now his S tier winning streak will be broken. Because last time there was an Arabia tournament, it wasn't King of the Desert, but was the Sax Arabia tournament. And Sebastian ended up winning that. That wasn't considered A tier though for some reason. I mean, that wasn't considered S tier for some reason, even though it really should have been. But this one will be for all the marbles, and Antagonist You Pudding will be our opening round matchup here. The round is 64, so we'll have lots of sets throughout this week. And Georgians Portuguese will be the Civ matchup. Hera isn't losing this event. I don't know, I feel like an Arabia-only event is the type of thing that he's not going to get benefit from lots of practice on other maps. Because everyone's going to practice Arabia, and everyone will be familiar with Arabia. I think sometimes Hera can get an advantage from really being able to study and practice the maps. Whereas Arabia, I think Arabia's Arabia. I think everyone's going to be confident on this map. Bosphorus strats, the drush never stops. Best of 5. Best of 5, yes, best of 5. We have 5 dots there in capture age. And one day we'll have the dots more visible, but 5 of them there. And Vipus 30k, thank you for the follow. We're climbing towards 15k followers on Twitch, almost there. Don't think we'll hit it by the end of the year, but we are getting close. Oh, Arbase, how you doing? Yeah, I need to finish a couple of maps so I can upload in. Have you start testing maps for TTL. See how I'm feeling after casting today, if I can get a mod uploaded tonight. I'll have a lumber camp down here for Antagonist, who went for... Okay, so he's the Portuguese. Remember, the Portuguese have the bonus that they collect wood in addition to food at their forage bushes. And he went for the mill before the lumber camp build with the Portuguese. Can we have Baskets test maps? Baskets is a great tester. And Hackerman Lex, thank you very much for the sub. Arbase is a good mod, I can just upload him. I don't think TTL can play Arbase like he were a map. As much as that might save me time. And early drush here from you Pudding, going to get in on those berries. So early drush against the early berries. And I wonder if you Pudding, since he went for the super early barracks, and has shown no signs of clicking up to the feudal age yet, might try to go for a Drush FC build. He's already walling with houses by his wood line. And can bring the mule cart around. And you could go Drush FC churches. Phosphor is proving that to be fairly effective. Best tournament of the year? I've been looking forward to King of the Desert for a long time. I am kind of sad though, because I was going to cast at the LAN that got cancelled and replaced with King of the Desert. But I am nevertheless happy that King of the Desert is the event that replaced it. Our antagonist up to feudal. And Fuville's adding the stable, or building the stable still. As a house goes down, a poor house. But as that goes down, you Pudding is the one who's housed. I think Capture is just saying he's housed when he's not even training anything. So on the way to feudal, an extra militia added in. Oh, now he's housed. An extra 2 militias added in. So he'll be bringing all of the militias back. And if they turn to men-at-arms, the scouts won't be able to get too much early damage. Militia's turning to fight. Scout will see there's 4 of them now. Yeah. As I said, I'm probably going to go to Red Bull, even if I'm not casting it. So maybe we'll do some type of subathon in December to raise money for traveling. The Drush never stops. Well, it is feudal age, so the dark age part of the Drush might stop. Maybe it becomes men-at-arms, though. Yeah, tickets sale tomorrow. I need to make sure to pick them up. There's double bit axe and men-at-arms on the way. I think this tickets go on sale at like 8 AM for me, so I need to make sure I'm up. This week I have a variety of doctor's appointments I'm running to, so I'm taking care of my shoulder. I'll need to buy the tickets before running to the doctor. Who is the favorite? I actually don't know between these two, personally, who I'd say is the favorite. Antagonist was the higher seed. And he does have a higher elo by 10 points, so I think this is actually a fairly close matchup. Scouts, don't know if they can get in past the mule cart. Those villas look safe. And it does look like it'll be an extended feudal play then. For you Pudding. Not able to click up to the castle age, just going up more slowly. Adding in range and playing very defensive. As he's getting his 4 men-at-arms in on the berries and running the scout away from the spear. Antagonist has gone for a very compact wall by his wood line. but is giving up what's left of the berries, which, to be honest, isn't all that much. He did take the berries quite a bit because he moved out to them early. Dark Age stables and ranges happen. I don't know, did he tech arson? He did not. Just destroyed a house and a mill. Now he's gonna have to worry about skirm. So Antagonist is gonna make the best unit in the game, the skirmisher. Ooh, men at arms don't hit the scout. That could have been interesting if they did. Oh, the auto mod. I'll need to see if I can adjust auto mod settings a bit. I think it is a bit too overzealous. Scouts come in and hit the men at arms. Men at arms all go down. Only one scout lost. Good micro from Antagonist to spread the HP loss among the scouts. That's what the Georgian Vills say. And there'll be a defensive stable from you Pudding, but he's already down in scout numbers. Georgian scouts will heal, but it will be a while before he can take a fight. And if he wants to stay feudal, then he's going to be delaying the fortified churches and the boost they add to his economy. Auto everything, no more auto features, please. Turn the camera. Yeah, we do that quite a bit. Whenever I don't need to roll out of bed at 8 AM to cast. Scouts trying to break through the houses. Break through the palisades, the skirms. Won't want to deal with the scouts behind them. We'll have some archers out for you Pudding. He'll be going scouts, archers, and spears. Key for Antagonist will be to snipe the spears with the skirms, but maybe too many spears out for that. And Jen Chess, hello. The Dino Dance. The poor Arabian wolf going down. As I always point out, was there another wolf somewhere? Yeah, I love the graphics of this Arabian wolf. Oh my gosh, he looks so handsome. I love this wolf. This is, I think, my favorite animal in AoE 2 now, the Arabian wolf. Just look at him. He's amazing. Absolutely. He's a beast. Look at how muscular all those legs are. S-tier animal right there, the Arabian wolf. I'll need to make Arabian wolf nothing, just for the fun of it one day. You like the panda? The panda rock is nice. That's just like a scenery object, though. I don't count that as an animal. But that's true. Panda rock is S tier. Like, oh, I don't know if I'd say standard. You went for like a Drush feudal age. You don't really see that too much these days. I guess 5 years ago, I'd have said this was standard. Only Church Rush? I don't know. He's a ways away from the Castle Age still. And Drex, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you very much. I'll try to stream the map scripting I do for TTL if I can this month. So if y'all are interested in that, figure I might as well stream as long as I'm doing it. And the scouts here will mostly clean that up. Scout and skirm for Antagonist, winning the fight. However, you Pudding ahead in Vills. Had quite a bit, but that's due to wheelbarrow, so I guess that evens out. I feel like you Pudding might have been a bit over-aggressive there. As much as he did throw some army, he's going to lose an archer too. At least is keeping Antagonist a bit on the back foot. Took the fight before armor too. And Antagonist will be the one clicking up first. Armor and additional scouts definitely slow down your uptiming. And look at all these farms. Look at that, 21 farms. For Antagonist, he's farming Farming like a beast. Yeah, Skirm's OP. Alright, there's the first cup of coffee gone. I'm gonna need more. Once knights are out, this will be tough. We were talking earlier about how no one goes double stable knights anymore. Maybe we'll actually see that this game from Antagonist. Don't know if you want to do that too much against the Georgians. Those knights will be able to heal. But if you can do it to clean a feudal army, you might be feeling good about yourself. I think you do want to keep the aggression up against the Georgians. Which is a weird thing to say because of how good the fortified churches are at defending, but you don't want to let them get into a late game fortified church eco. He built the tower and has no market, so he's not going to be adding TCs right away. He'll need more stone for that. That's either building a market and buying stone, or long distance mining some stone. There's one stone down there that's walled out, and another stone that's super far forward. So he's not getting stone anytime soon unless he does that market. And there's Castle Age and immediately double stable knights. And no armor yet, but opening double stable knights. And we'll have 2 good minutes to pump knights and apply some pressure to your antagonist before antagonist is able to get up to the Castle Age, but Bloodline's on the way. And we'll need, with all those spears, at least 4 knights with armor before engaging this. Yeah, forging would be nice, but then again, you're looking at how tight he is on food now. And he already doesn't have bowsaw. And foraging, I think, would have been pretty tight onto the eco. Maybe would have stopped the knight production a bit. Always a hard call whether to do that, but at least he does have bloodlines in the armor. Those are the important ones. And it's going to be Georgian cav archers. Now that U-Pudding sees this, now that he sees the knights, he's going to go into cav archers himself. So we can go cav archers while adding a couple of TCs and booming. Hills will get the walls up to keep the knights out. And behind this, one answer could be to go forward for a monk and siege push. Yeah, there's the workshop already. And you can add monasteries. The good thing about going monks against the Georgians is Georgians lack atonement. And the Portuguese have a great monk tech tree, so if they do atonement themselves, then the fortified churches, as strong as they are, get less effective because the monks they produce won't be able to convert the enemy monks. Palisade gate's always the weak spot in the wall. And locking the gate, U-Pudding will send his entire village over to repair that and make sure nothing gets in. And that takes a lot of repairs. On the other side, the knight's going to engage the remaining feudal army. Vodka on the way, no crossbow upgrade. U-Pudding gonna lose everything before crossbow comes in. And Nilly will keep a close eye on the pathfinding of this engagement, I'm sure. As Antagonist knights do clean up the rest of U-Pudding's forward. That was an amazing fight, indeed, indeed. And 7 knights out, ready to come forward. What are the rules for KOTD? What do you mean the rules? It is Arabia. It's Arabia. Arabia with a Civ draft, but every map is Arabia. Classic Age of Empires 2 styled tournament settings with Arabia. I guess Civ drafts aren't really classic, they're more of an HD era thing. It's coming forward, going for the range as a couple of scorpions come forward. Yeah, Arbase, you love the Arabia map draft? I'm sure everyone does.
Get you us.
For me, I'd make them do a map draft. You'd make them draft Arabia. And you make them have a couple of bands and then some random bands. Knights getting a good raid from Antagonist. The Vills can go garrison that church, and the cav archer numbers for you putting are climbing. Monks here won't be as useful against cav archers as they would be against either a monk or a siege defense. And good thinking from Antagonist, keeping you putting on only one TC. And he has a great KD so far, and maybe this isn't enough of a cav archer army to defend. He does have that forging in now. And more Vills keep going down to the night raids. Vills going down left and right, up and down. And that is a good Vill lead. 7 to 8 Vills plus wheelbarrow for Antagonist. No wheelbarrow for you putting, so the Vills are even slower when they try to run away. You putting with a better map draft. You know what we need to bring back? Restarts. Restart if you have a bad map that you don't like. So a 3 HP knight, will that knight get converted? No, it'll be deleted. And scorpions at the front. Huang-esque army composition with the scorpions and rams. Taking out one range, 2 more behind it. And then I think that TC will soon be a goner. Scores aren't that far different. But I don't see a way right now for the cav archers to deal with the scorpions. More ranges going up as you putting hides behind the churches. Maybe he needs a church by his initial TC. Give him more working area to deal with scorpions and monks. Yeah, restarting when Britons are the pocket in a team game. Britons weren't even that bad of a pocket. Britons, with their good economy, at least had the economy to pump out knights. There are certainly far worse pockets than Britons. Antagonist got style. I think he's also got the win, as he will take out this TC, and you putting now will be 0 TC gaming. He has 2 churches, but he did the university and couldn't even afford ballistics, so the cav archer numbers keep dwindling down to 7, and he's only on 1 range production now. Trying to get another range in the back, but he will call the GG. And that long drush he didn't quite pay off, and Antagonist made the right call with double stable knights. And the forward workshop against the Georgians. Didn't get punished too much for needing to do that tower early on. And GG, well done for Antagonist to take a 1-0 lead. And looking at the civs, that was Portuguese against the Georgians. Like Red Bull has auto win for the top score. Yeah, there's no timer for this one. No auto win. It's good old classic AoE2. Watched 120 hours of T-West. Nice. Haven't got my recap yet. $161. Oh, one more. As T90 says, you pudding is a player of extremes. He either over feudal or no feudal. 426. That's a lot of hours. Total Twitch watch time is almost 1800. How does your Twitch watch time compare to your elos? Is the monk still... Monks still have bugs, yes. I believe they still have that bug where they slow down to the speed of whatever they're trying to convert. which watch time is nearly the same as your elo. Being admin works like a tier 3 sub? Not as far as the partner plus counter works. I remember the days when Fervor only worked for monks when they had relics. They were faster while carrying a relic, but not while walking around. That was a really cute bug. Remember the days of infinite relics. That was a cute bug too, the infinite relic. I remember when Lithuanians got extra attack if they ungarrisoned and regarrisoned a relic. Nose is itchy. Alright, so game number 2, we will have you putting saying HF in the chat. In my day, we typed that in the lobby before the game. We'll have Antagonist playing as the blue Romans to the northwest, and you putting as the red Hindustanis to the southeast. Hindustani Roman matchup. Resources, I think one of the things to keep in mind is that the stone will be particularly far away, and all the resources here seem a bit farther than normal from the TC. The gold, the berries, definitely farther away than they are in standard Arabia. Oh yeah, they are on Arabia, our base. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the map draft on the overlay, because the map draft doesn't exist. So we'll just have to remember that the Arabia-only tournament is played on the one map that is possible. Early boar lore from Antagonist. Something I see a lot these days, super early boar lores from players. Good old 12 years ago when I was learning AoE 2, you'd research the loom while sending a vill out to lure the boar after you'd established your lumber camp. Nowadays, you bring the boar in as fast as you can, as ASAP as possible. You didn't notice the fervor bug for 15 years? That was a fun bug. No real consequence to it, but was a thing. Early boar lore also for you putting. So players luring boars before lumber camps, and then opting 3 on wood. You putting 3 on wood Antagonist as well. Luring in his second boar now. He'll have a bit more decay, but overall I don't think that matters too much. You want the food in as quickly as you can get it so you can click up on time. 6 relics we will see. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 relics here. 7 relics. And another house going up for Antagonist. 140 gold spent for practically nothing for so many games for Fervor. You gotta do it for the Aztecs for the 5 HP. That's when you do it. Oh, does every version of this map come with Arabian wolves? Do they not get swapped up? They probably get swapped out for other predators at some point. But oh my gosh, I'm never gonna grow tired of looking at how handsome that guy is. Best animal. Is this Arabia only? Yes, that is the point. That is the point. Arabia. The bread and butter. The meat and potatoes. The appetizer, entree, and dessert of AoE 2. Well, the bug was fixed well before Bohemians came out. Umal Samim. Our base knows his meme maps. Why not 5 relics? This is a random number of relics. It's between 5 and 7, I believe, on this version of the map. Six carpets, 6 rugs around the TC, but the relics are random. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You always can judge who has the better collection of rugs. Antagonist only has rugs on the bottom left of the TC, no rugs on the top right. Yeah, some extra golds. Let's see, extra gold to the north. Oh gosh, lots and lots of extra golds. 1, 2, 3, 4 extra golds. Ooh. It's a far gazelle push, but you putting will go for it maybe? Oh, he's gonna try to do a double gazelle push from that far away. Does he have it lined up properly? I think he does. Antagonist won't scout it. You might see them running in the fog of war. He's paying attention. And he might have just seen it go past, and he might be maybe thinking of disrupting it. Now he'll see it. It is a good double gazelle push. Look at you put. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Our base likes to have the red carpet rolled out. For, oh no, the villagers mess up the push. They're going out to stone. They mess up the double deer push. At some point he can shoot it with a villain and reset it. Stone, yes, stone for the Hindustanis. I wouldn't think Ghulam is that great a unit in a matchup against the Romans. But once again, we see you putting going up later. 23 pop, no drush this game, walling the Vils in. And maybe, just maybe, this is FC Ghulam's. It is indeed you putting, our base. It is indeed you putting. So he might have some creative strats up his sleeve. If you compare you putting to Phosphoro and Huang, I think you putting is the best out of them if you don't play an off-meta game. If you're playing meta, he certainly is a capable player in his own right, not just someone who goes for weird strategies. And almost killing the sheep, but gets the gazelle in. That gazelle is very well behaved and stood there for a while. Great if Antagonist goes archers. Well, he is going men-at-arms and sending Vils forward. And perhaps aware of the playstyle of you putting, he will be going for 4 men-at-arms with a forward and a few Vils to accompany them on the way. They can do towers or a forward range. Or both. Or both. Walling behind the house. House on a hill in the Dark Age will go down like paper. And you putting has to be careful that he's housed now. It might be really badly housed. And traps a man-at-arms, but that won't last forever. Oh, the house will go right down as the men-at-arms have a hill bonus, and the tower will go up right atop the hill. Market for you putting. Does you putting need any Vils? You can probably just cancel the villager, do town watch maybe on the way up. And a blacksmith going up for you putting. As the men-at-arms keep trying to break in. And I think you putting needs to get as many palisades up as he can before the tower goes up. And there's the tower. And those men-at-arms are breaking in. 5 men-at-arms. Antagonist looking to teach you putting a lesson with these new men-at-arms. And you putting has no recourse but to wall towards the town center from the lumber camp. Forever housed, he's down to 15 population space. But with this walling, he is almost up to the castle age. And once he gets to the castle age, he has clicked. He will be able to build a castle next to the town center. Although I would think perhaps the better castle location would be over here, between the gold and the wood line. And some stone walling now behind the lumber camp. Stone walling, no pressure on his stone. And he will send a couple more Vils out there as he has to invest stone into the walls. Palisades in range of the TC, the rest of the wall being made out of stone. Something that antagonists won't be able simply to huff and puff and blow down. Oh no, the unfinished palisade foundation, like a magnet, drawing those builders to it, but they don't get punished. The market's there, so selling food and buying stone is on the table. A few palisades go up. Lumber camp on the wood line. Stone not quite at the level it needs to be. And that scout in the back will be very annoying because it'll stop the walls and let the men-at-arms get in. And exactly, selling food, buying stone at the market is you putting, who will have 22 Vils with which he can YOLO up a castle. Question then is, where does the castle go? Can these quick walls go up in time? The scout is there. The scout is blocking. The scout doing a beautiful job of blocking, even if it ultimately will go down. And the castle will be thrown up between the TC and the gold. I might have liked it a bit more on the wood line. But it will be up here between the TC and the gold. As one more Vil goes down, the Vils will try to run towards the safety of the TC. And the castle will not be able to clear up the towers. And that Vil getting trapped. Another Vil goes down. 33 to 20. Villager population. And a mining camp goes up on the gold. So is this enough? Is this enough? I would think the swordsman line is usually good against golems, but has trouble catching them. Straggler Tree Life. Was Arabia created as a standard map? Or become that through the people? Arabia was included in the Age of Kings, so it was a standard map from the very beginning of AoE 2. And it became the standard map because there are no gimmicks on it. It is as pure an AoE 2 map as you can get. And if you want to play a standard game without any gimmicks, then that's where Arabia comes in. Stone wall and then longsword. Well, as chat says, he agrees with you. Stone walls. Going to keep the golems out as best he can. Stone walls even behind the houses on the side. Use all of his wood lines. Forward lumber camp from Antagonist. Those Vils might slightly be at risk as the golems run forward, but won't go for the lumber camp. Longsword and siege towers. Now that is the play. And it's not even a meme these days. Siege towers are ridiculously OP. Okay, Arabia Fish Boom is a gimmick. Dry Arabia, then, is the most pure map you can get without any gimmicks. Dry Arabia. The golems breaking through the houses. Hasn't done anything to clear up the forward. Keeping the Vils alive is always a great part of the forward because they can add something nasty in the castle age. They are there as soon as you want monasteries or workshops. We have a forward workshop from you pudding. Right now he's over 2,000 resources collected behind, but has a castle age unique unit that nothing in the feudal age can fight. Antagonist has to be walled. I wonder if this could be a siege tower opening rather than a ram or a mangonel. When you get golems on the inside, that makes it almost impossible for the Vils to re-wall. I don't think the golems want to fight men-at-arms straight up, even though they probably would win. Do these count as shock infantry? They do not. So no bonus attack against them. I think the swordsman line just slightly wins. Maybe the wolf will chase something. Oh, it chases the golems. And now the scorpion's out. Goodbye, men-at-arms to the scorpion. And the golems will happily take that fight now with the support of the scorpion. Have to be careful about that remaining Arabian wolf. And oh no, the golem's attacking the market, but the wolf is attacking the golem. The wolf's attacking the golem. On the other side, some golems have gotten in. They've gotten in, the house was destroyed, and the walls did not go up in time. And the raids are commencing underneath the town center. The golems do not have any armor, but at the same time, the TC does not have fletching. And the golems will be able to come over here and prevent rewalling. The wolf did not get a kill. The scorpion helped take out the wolf, I guess. And more golems trying to take out the market. Double stable knights from Antagonist. But he is in a spot of trouble now. His Vils still are forward. His tower is not doing much more as the lumber camp and gold are safe for you pudding in the shadow of that castle that keeps producing more golems. Monastery now on the way, seeing the knights. We'll try to get some monks out for conversions and work on taking out the market, which will be hard to repair with scorpions there. Boo, knights? Baskets, do you not like knights? Do you not like knights on Arabia with stone walls? It's almost like we're watching 2012 Tim play against Viper. Stone walls and knights. The Galam's winning the fight though, and now there was a hole in the wall that had been opened for the knights. The Lamos might eventually want to run through. There's a monk support now. Hello, Courier 6. Knights just get converted. Market's down. And Vils and the gold now are threatened. 36 to 27 Vils though. So Antagonist still has a much better economy. And still you pudding is on a bit of a timer to do damage. Oh, look at that. We'll be picking up a relic. Even grabbing a forward relic from the monastery. Monks want to get conversions, have to be wary of the scouts, trying to pick them off. One monk goes down. We'll get a conversion on the knights. A couple of weak knights are in there. Knights will fight Gulams much better than any feudal age unit will, and the Gulams will get back without monk support of their own now. Another monk on the way. That Vil has been palisaded in there for a while now. And monk healing a bit as the Gulams fight the knights. And the monk keeps healing, so knights go down. Knights go down. Knight picks the monk. Another monastery going up for you pudding. Monk wants to do some healing. More Gulams come forward. But the longer this goes on, the better it is for Antagonist because of his eco lead. Still up by 9 villagers. 8 to 4 eco KD. Early pressure. Picking off 3 or so villagers while the castle was going up was great for Antagonist. I'm sure you pudding would love to have an extra 3 vills right now. What is the ping I'm getting on Discord? Our base, we might have a map call tonight. Monks, monks, monks. Gulams, as similar as they are to eagles, do not have any monk resistance. Well, Tristan just messaged me and asked about a map call. We had one a while ago, but I guess since we changed the map pool, we'll be doing other stuff. Tell him he's an egg. And these dots in the eco still from those towers make me think there's a raid going on, flashing on the minimap, but there's not. E-pudding has not been raided for a long time now. He's applied a ton of pressure to your antagonist. And military 21 to 4. Things feel like they're starting to snowball a bit, but antagonist is almost at the point where he'll be able to go up and do a castle. And with enough gold... Oh, actually, never mind. He sold all the stone. There goes the castle idea. He sold the stone, and he's going to use that to produce knights and try to get his military numbers up. And knights in number should be better than Gulams. But Gulams, especially in the absence of any upgrades on the TCs, will be more than happy to hoover here. It's an awkward situation, because as much as you want upgrades on the knights, fletching on the TC makes it much harder for the Gulams to take fights. You're then forcing the next melee armor upgrade from you pudding, because right now it's 5 damage and 4 armor. So if you do fletching, you're increasing the damage you do from 1 to 2 until that armor comes in, and then you can always do Bodkin and get it back up to 2 again. Vil goes down there in the middle of the TC. Oh no, oh no, the Vil's in the middle of the TC. Where are they going? That Mangonel slaughtering them. Converted Vil there, it looks like. Surprised he's holding back. He did hold back a while when, you're right, he had Antagonist down to 4 military and didn't run in. And maybe that was a missed opportunity. I know it's hard to tell because he doesn't have scouting information of the entire base. But the military numbers were down and now they're back up, thanks to selling that stone. Antagonist looked like he had been struggling for gold for a bit, maybe that's why he was selling the stone, but did come out to the front now. Sanctity on the monks, but they're still running into the TC. Light cav added in for sniping off monks now. And the Gulams have to defend the monks. The monks trying to get conversions now. How many conversions can they get? The strength of the engagement will come down to the number of conversions. A few monks in the back for Antagonist looking to get some counter conversions. A Mangonel goes down, another Mangonel dancing. Monks want conversions, getting a few conversions on the Gulams. All in all, it feels like You Pudding has the numbers in this fight. He's down by 5,000 resources collected, but up in KD so far. And that was a winning fight for You Pudding. And now it's down to 4 military again for Antagonist. Antagonist up by only 10 Vils. The Vil's in the middle of that TC. I don't know why they keep running there, but they're right in the Mangonel spot. Where are the swordsmen? Where are the longswords? I feel like knights by themselves should be enough here. He's losing control of his main gold now. Even with that second TC on it. And the monks are pushing forward. Is Antagonist devoted? He's not devoted. Ooh, might need some devotion. Has the monastery. And they'll be forced off of the gold. If you look at his scouting, ooh, he didn't actually scout the other gold he has over here. Ooh, 1 tile away from scouting that, and I'm sure he'd love to be over there with a clandestine mining camp. Some of those Vils in that wood line could move out there. But he's forced off of the forward gold. And the Gulams now can hoover their way on into the base. Mangonel shots on Gulams help. Still no fletching on the TCs. Remember, Antagonist has been making knights, and knights are more expensive than Gulams. If he has a negative KD, that's a negative KD for the more expensive unit. Antagonist still 5k more res collected, but struggling to spend it and take efficient fights. Losing the KD 80 to 51, where most of the units that have died have been knights and villagers. And there we go, You Pudding ties it up 1-1. A win over Antagonist. The FC Gulams worked out for him. Antagonist came forward with towers, applied a lot of pressure early on, killed quite a few Vils, had the stone walls up at home, but never could counter the number of Gulams. Couldn't get enough military out to take proper fights. The monks got enough conversions behind this. And You Pudding does it. Look at that score, 10 conversions, 83 kills. Despite 5,000 more resources. And sometimes if you're training more Vils, look at that, 85 Vils trained, but an eco KD of 35 to 4. You're spending resources that you then lose. Why there are chopped trees in the Yucatan ranked map script? I cannot explain that to you, Vanilla Donut. It's probably a scenery thing from whoever worked on it. What do you think of the chopped trees? Are they something I should use in my maps or no? I'm guessing you're probably going to say no. So that was a loss for the Romans and a win for the Hindustanis, and picking up a win with the very last drafted civ, is You Pudding. Why no Phosphoro? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. Do not know the inner machinations of his mind. They are to me an enigma. Oh man, I need more coffee. I really do need more coffee. So GG. Yeah, if he's using the repair hockey, then they go to the middle of the TC. Maybe that was why. Also, hello. Yeah, 0 upgrades on the Knights. They did not have any upgrades on Darrell. They had Bloodlines, but no Blacksmith upgrades. No upgrades on the Knights, no upgrades on the TC for Fletching or Bodkin, and a lack of upgrades contributed to a rather awkward situation for the fights. I think the lack of upgrades mattered a lot. And remember, this is hosted by Mem, so I'll give him a shout out. Go give Mem a follow if you're not already. King of the Desert replacing the canceled Berlin LAN on the tournament calendar. And it's been a long time since we've had a King of the Desert. I'm happy to see some Arabia gameplay. After all that water, we do need a desert. Multiple sets? Yes, multiple sets going on at the same time. That's why we're casting this one. I saw Danny and Mem both casting Lewis Licks, so I figured I'd cast the other set. Same thing, there'll be 2 sets going on at 18 GMT as well. Where am I getting tagged? Ornlu's tagging me. In his Discord. Oh, there's a spam in Ornlu's Discord. Let me deal with this. Ban, delete, spam account, delete content from 7 days. I'm on Discord, you can do it. Alright, cleaning up the Ornlu Discord while we're streaming. Look at that. Hello, Nardu, how you doing? How are you doing? And Gazelle Push from You Pudding. So You Pudding will be the Red Malians to the northwest. Antagonist, the Blue Malay to the south. And if we have a Malay player, we have to look for the ponds. They are very far away from the players and they do not have any shorefish in them. So no fish boom, sadly. Look at this, we have a nice wood line. A line of trees sandwiched between that cliff and this global forest here. There's no thalassocracy in AoE, just a bad dream. There's thalassocracy, the unique tech. Got some harbor docks for the Malay. Maybe Antagonist could do thalassocracy here, do harbor docks in the ponds just for the fun of it. The wood eye. There's no eye in wood. There is an eye in woodline. Felt like you threw game 2 a bit. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. You're under so much pressure from those Phosphoro type builds that yeah, it might look like you're throwing, but it's a good build and it's tricky to judge the situation. That's what I think the builds can do to you. You feel like you have a lead, but you make one mistake, and the mistakes really snowball hard. And it forces you to play perfectly to defend them. So, somewhat analogous, I'd say, to defending against a douche. If you play perfectly, I always feel you should never lose to that. But once you make a single mistake, the mistakes compound and snowball much more quickly than do most standard gameplay situations if you make a mistake or fall behind. Another Borlor. Lots of gazelles being pushed. They did remove all of the chicken variants of this map, which I think is a good change for the tournament. I've had my fill of chickens myself. Is putting 4 trees, 4 on wood standard? 3 or 4 on wood? Or I guess these days 2 to 4 on wood, depending on how fast you want to click up, is very standard for Arabia. 3 over here. 2 if you want to go feudal really quickly, otherwise 3 or 4 are the standard. you want to get an early barracks 4 on wood, can be useful at the start. And here it will be a pre-milled drush. Pre-milled drushes are what we see these days if you do drush. Adding in the mill after the barracks to get the timing a bit more in your favor. FC Tigui versus FC Harbors. Tigui is, of course, the mauling unique tech that town centers fire arrows without garrison. And how does that compare to harbor docks? If you have a lot of water, harbor docks can be nice. And pushed off of the berries right away is Antagonist. That drush doing work for you pudding. We'll have loom on the way and a barracks going up for Antagonist. He'll look to wall out towards this wood line, but hard to go from that wood line to anywhere else. Could maybe come over to here and then to the edge of the map. Try to keep his gold safe. Also, the relic numbers, remember, can randomly be 5 to 7. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and unless I have -1 perception, those are the only 5, so it looks like 5 relics. And that'll be feudal age for both. Am I casting Lewis Lix after this? Lewis Lix is concurrent with this one. If you want to see that, Memb and Daniela are casting it right now. I'm going to cast one of the next sets, either Ganji, Vinci, or Hera, Miguel after this. That mill taking a lot of damage needs to be repaired. And 3 militia for Antagonist. Antagonist looks like he is content to go forward and ignore the 2 militia now. And a follow-up 2 more militia from you pudding. Follow-up will turn them into men-at-arms, most likely. Archery range forward. Maybe a bit too far forward. Remember, the melee get the free armor upgrade, so these men-at-arms are going to be hard to kill. Drush. Do you think we're going to see drush after drush on this map with how open it is? How far away the berries and main gold are from the TC? They are certainly farther away than DE Standard Arabia now, and looks like the men-at-arms will pick off a villager and then try to avoid TC fire. The range is up now, and everything has to be walled to keep the men-at-arms out until archers can get on the field. Maulians will have that free +1 pierce armor. Archer pops out, and the TC will help fend off the men-at-arms. Vill's suffering a lot of idle time here from Antagonist. Although perhaps the same thing might be happening in you pudding's economy off of that lumber camp as those men-at-arms come around. Scout going for the mining camp as an archer comes over and hits a militia. And house up against the edge of the map. See if the men-at-arms can break through. We'll have double bit axe on the way for you pudding. Mining camp getting repaired there as an archer comes around. And a few archers come in. There'll be a tower on the gold. Don't think that goes up in time before the archers get there. But there is a skirmisher maybe to fend off the archers. Men-at-arms going for archers on the other side. That melee armor certainly paying off. Low HP Vills trying to construct the tower. One will go down. Will the archers get a second? Archers will have to tank skirm fire to go for that Vill. The palisade deleted. The man-at-arms doesn't go for the Vill though. Goes for the skirm. Another man-at-arms could get there. No, the TC picks off the man-at-arms. And that Vill on 3 HP will survive and get back to the TC. Or skirm warriors, we are doubtlessly going to see lots of skirms in this event. At the same time, while that was going on, U-Pudding no longer microing his men-at-arms, falling victim to antagonist archers at this back gold. And the archers will get the scout too. U-Pudding really not paying attention there. As on the other side, he had been microing his archers against the men-at-arms. Double bit axe on the way for antagonist, and it feels like antagonist's micro is split up in multiple locations, and the multitasking is easier for him than it is for U-Pudding. Vills on gold. As the house goes up. More farms being seeded here from antagonist. As the skirms come and chase the archers around. Skirm hitting the archers as a weak Vill runs away, and this skirm should do a good job of cleaning this. A couple of low HP men-at-arms too, so the skirm can chase them. And can try to javelin the archer. He'll try to get that javelin and gets him on top of the hill. And he'll turn and run. Run to the safety of the TC as the men-at-arms hoover around. And he'll have fletching on the way, and now for U-Pudding. Men-at-arms and archers keep hoovering around. And Melee Malians is a matchup where I wonder if both civs even can go long swords. That would be crazy. It is a matchup where elephants could be considered for the melee. Especially in the Imperial Age, the Malians do not get halb. Not anymore. They did on the HD edition, that was scary, but they're limited to pikemen. And yeah, Farimba camels are good, but camels don't have the same attack bonus against elephants that the pikeman halbline does. And Orange Phaser 35, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You better destroy longsword, two-handed swords, and that's true. It's true. We have to get to them, and the stone is so far away on this map that I feel as though unique units are going to be harder to get to. And the skirms will turn around and hit men-at-arms. They'll go down. Gebeto halb, remember, Malians don't get halb, but it could be Gebeto pikemen. I do wonder what Malians end up doing against melee if the melee go elephant. Camel Civ are weak versus elephants in him because of no halbs? Yes. That I definitely agree with. Stable going up, house going up. The skirms come forward, they'll start hitting Vills. Weak Vill has to run away. Couple of low HP Vills down here. Rimba camels can't deal with elephants? Not particularly well, no. Not the worst thing in the world against elephants. But the elephants still win that well enough. Lion Monk, well, a good monk tech tree at least for the Malians. No illumination though. Trade cart, let's go. Trade cart for antagonist as he's up to the castle age. He will be going forward and looking for a spot to trade. You Pudding doesn't have a market yet. He's saying, you want to trade? I'll show you how to trade. Come find me at the market. As that trade cart will go forward, it will find a market. Big line of sight on the trade cart. Gonna run straight to the middle of the TC. Now You Pudding is going to see a trade cart hoovering around his farms. That thing actually makes a decent scout with its line of sight. And there we go, there's the elephant. There is the elephant. Knowing that the Malians probably have to go monks against the elephants. An expensive scout is scouting all the same. Oh, it got in. It got in. And workshop atop the hill as more elephants keep pushing forward. So looks like a good game for Antagonist. Crazy trade cart strat. He needs to trade now. He needs to trade now. Oh, does he see it? Does he see the market? Castle Age on the way for You Pudding. He's still trying to defend against the elephants. And there he goes. Yes, he's trading. Although he might run into the army. Oh no, let me check how much gold it has. I need to click that in game. He got away. 19 gold. 19 gold on that trade card. He got away with 19 gold. He did it. He got away with the trade. He did it. Mangonel's on the way. Monk's on the way. 21 to 10 military, but with elephants and soon to be siege, they can't get away. Clip AOC, thank you for the follow. The heist. Where is it? There it is. And it is depositing the gold. There we go. We have done it. We have a trade cart heist. A trade cart heist pulled off. I think it'll run back into the army. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just zigzag and avoid them. Archers come forward. And Bambus T. Vitch, thank you for the follow. Thank you everyone for the follows. Yeah, only need a couple more trips. Now the counterattack coming in from You Pudding. But here Antagonist should be able to garrison his vills. Does trading for enemy decrease their gold? It does not. It does not. Panic Tower thrown up on the gold for Antagonist at the same time he is raiding with elephants. Rampaging through the economy with elephants and mangonels. Losing a mangonel though. And Mangonel goes for the tower. Hills go down chasing. Tower goes down, however, and the elephants keep pushing. This military going for the tower will kill a few vills over here as they run. Equal villager KD, but here come some Malay elephants to fight men-at-arms. Elephants being men-at-armed to death. Oh, did it just complete the second heist? Oh, there we go. How much trade profit do we have as the elephant attacks the man-at-arms? Let me check this. Trade profit. 56 trade profit. 56 so far. Maybe another trip or two and that trade cart might have paid for itself. More gold than the cost. As the crossbows and skirms might get in, find a farm. And the elephant will give chase to the archers on the other side of the map down here. Tradecraft, the only thing he has gold on right now. You're right. He needs the trade. He desperately needs the trade because his gold has been idled. And You Pudding with this forward army, that has not been cleaned. Antagonist tried to send a few elephants to deal with it. But most of the rest has been going forward. Oh my gosh! Look at that migration. 36 villagers finding a wood line in the middle of the map because it's not safe back here. Antagonist cannot keep his base safe. And now, if that army ever were to move here, there'd be a massacre. Migration on Arabia, yes. Migration on Arabia. And elephant will go down there. The trade actually came in clutch during that lack of gold income. Mangonel comes over to chase the archers away from this woodline, and the woodline has been discovered. But at least it has a mangonel there. And it's another lumber camp. Antagonist cannot find a spot to take wood. Still has a vill lead, but he's down in res collected by about 1k. The monk is healing the trade. The trade cart. Oh yes, it did heal. It did heal. The monk in the trade route healing the trade cart. Advanced technology right there. Oh, and he's walling, but he's not walling off the market. The trade cart still continuing to give gold for Antagonist. Picking up some more gold. Let's go. Trade cart OP. Mangonel gets a bit of a splash on some skirms and archers. Hey, YouTube, let me know if the stream quality is okay. He's giving me a warning right now. Looks fine in OBS, so hopefully it's all good. So, Vil going down thanks to a mangonel shot. Team games and no access to caravanserai. Sprinkle monks along the trade route. You know, now that you mention it, maybe. Need a Byzantine teammate and a Teuton player doing the monks for speedy healing and extra range. So it was 19 gold per trip, and I think the same for every trip. Here come more mangonels. Mangonel atop the hill is a nice defense bonus. Repair vills going down. Ooh, some vills on the gold forced away. You putting off of gold. Sanctity and Bowsaw on the way. And oh, the trade cart. No more trade cart. No more trade cart. I'm looking there. I think it finally went down. I don't see the remains of it anywhere. No more skeletons in DE, but it finally went down. And what was the final trade profit that it had? It was 113 gold. I think that paid for itself. It's 100 wood, 50 gold. But the fact that it brought in that much, that's probably better than selling one round of wood. Alex on the trade route, wow. An antagonist still holding with that elephant, keeping the crossbows away. A couple of mangonels now. Mangonel's going for the barracks. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. I'm having a good day. Thanks for asking. That is a lot of mangonels. 5 mangonels and the forward workshop. A converted forward workshop. Or no, never mind. That's just on the hill. It's on the hill. For a second, I thought it was converted. It was so far forward. But no, it'll be a defensive workshop there from you putting in the back. Hello, Hidden Zebra. How you doing? This is the start of the main event. Yes, we have a 64-player single elimination bracket. Mangonels on the hill taking out the monastery. Crossbows hoover away down here. And we shall have atonement on the way for Antagonist. Stream did bugged earlier, had to refresh, but so far it's looking good. Alright. Yeah, YouTube seemed to have had a slight bug. I had 81 dropped frames on OBS, which is pretty much nothing. But that probably explains why YouTube bugged out. And Mangonel comes over, other Mangonels micro, no repair vills, and they'll miss shots. And trade Mangonels. Elephant's taking out Mangonels, another Mangonel. Ooh, Mangonel on the hill, almost destroying another Mangonel. Good defensive elephants there. You putting still up by 3 vills. Antagonist a better KD though. Crossbows in the back, still making sure that gold isn't taken. Let's go for the TC. That'll be 1, 2, 3 TCs now for Antagonist. Maybe thinking his aggression is kind of stalled out and about as good as it's going to get. So he'll do TCs instead. Monk's one conversion on the other monk. And now the Mangonels go for the TC. Try to take that down. Vils go to repair. As the elephants chase Vils back to the TC. That is a lot of Mangonels. 5 Mangonels. Okay, elephant converted. Elephant goes down. Or elephant gets hurt. Converted back at the last moment. Mangonels keep firing on the TC. TC can't garrison, and it will go down. Down it goes. Witness the beautiful destruction animation. And the Mangonel push can continue going for the workshop, going for more monasteries, or just going for splashes on Vils. And Antagonist did move his eco to the back. Right now, all the momentum clearly on the side of Antagonist. Still trying to Mangonel and kill some Vils, but Vils can tank a Mangonel shot. Usually. Okay, elephant there. Do we have devotion from either player? No devotion. No devotion from either one. Okay, maybe a lot of resources to add in at this point. Elephant, the one indecisive friend who always changes their mind. And here we'll have sanctity and devotion on the way. Devotion now for the elephants, for Antagonist. And you gonna think about sending some crossbows over to counterattack. We'll want to counterattack, has some elephants in his base that he's converted. That range will go down. And where are those crossbows going? Are they gonna get back onto this wood line? There's not much wood left here for Antagonist. Not much wood left for him to take. There's no ballistics, so the crossbows need to be stealthy. Crossbows in there. And these Vils, are they going to need to migrate? They're going to migrate again. They're going to migrate again and throw up a panic TC, a forward panic TC. How many Vils go down in the making of this TC? 1. And the crossbows keep moving around. Redemption on the way for Antagonist, so he can convert Mangonels now. He has a ton of food, but can't really spend it. And wheelbarrow on the way for Antagonist. Make the Vils run faster. So far, the crossbows wish they could run faster and get away from those pesky Mangonels. But finally, a good shot. And they will get away. Meanwhile, there are some elephants and lions. Oh gosh, are the lions chasing the crossbows or the elephants? Lions are chasing the crossbows by the looks of it. Oh, they're going to attract another lion. Oh, poor crossbows have 3 lions chasing after them. 3 lions and 2 elephants chasing after the crossbows. Can hop on that camel and try to run away. Chain barding armor up. And the lion almost getting a bite on the crossbow. Is it going for the... No, it's not going for the weak one, though. Love the game. I'm enjoying this one. Let's see. There's an actual push in the middle. Elephants on both sides. As monks get conversions, this is a vulnerable TC, and some light cav are running around to hit the vills on the wood line. The elephants come forward to knock down the light cav, keep them away. Forging on the way for antagonist for the elephants. Garrison's in the TC. The TC does have fletching, so it will help out against the light cav by providing 2 damage. Bit of TC work here, though. Really to use the TC firing capabilities on the light cav. Light cav come forward, hit Vills. Vills going down. Elephant comes forward, hits the light cav. Light cav 1 away. Monks want a conversion on the elephant. Crossbows attacking. This should be converted if it doesn't die first, but it does die. The Malay elephants are weak. This TC is under a ton of attack. Look at the eco KD, 46 to 17, and at the same time, light cav are getting into the economy of Antagonist. Antagonist had added the TCs. He is raiding himself, though. He's got some Karambit warriors. He's a castle up, and he's going Karambit warriors. Karambit's trying to clean the light cav at home. Other Karambit's raiding the eco. And both players raiding everywhere, no walls, and this might be the type of game we see on this map. As we get into the castle age, light cav everywhere. Elephants in the middle fighting light cav while Karambits raid. And at least Antagonist is getting some kills of his own, but that KD. So much better for you, Pudding. Especially the eco KD, the light cav keep raiding. Karambits there, if light cav are under the TC, they won't really care. Still do think another upgrade on the forging line would be good. The light cav will turn around and hit the Karambits. Karambits, though, in the eco, raiding the farms of you, Pudding. There are blue dots everywhere. There's red base on the mini-map. And everything getting cleaned up. Elephants somewhat acting like siege now. Light cav raves as Karambits try to clean them. This TC idled. This TC idled. These two idled, basically. This one is awkward. Is that one Karambit? Is he Pudding trying to go imp? He doesn't have the food for it. To be fair, neither does Antagonist. Both of them getting raided. Scouts into the eco. And this, well, worry about the wood long term for Antagonist. Does at least scout that he has one to the back. Maybe he needs to put some effort into being walled up. Karambits have killed a lot, but now it does look like you Pudding has managed to clean them up and will force back these vills that were going forward. Vill goes down. More vills getting hit by the light cav. As the vills have to run away, but after all that, you Pudding, remember when he was up in vills? He's down in vills now. Those Karambits did a ton of work. It's now 80 to 54 on the eco KD. Both players at 90 vills exactly. You Pudding still more res collected. Now that monastery is still there forward. Knight on the wood line. Karambits do not want to fight under crossbow fire. Especially not against elephants, but regardless of what unit they're fighting. So both ecos collapsing a bit, trying to recover. TC there helping out in the fight, but the light cav will kill some Karambits. And it feels like you Pudding, after both players exchanged raids, has come out on top, still being able to keep most of his army alive and being able to push. Especially push with the ram. And that house HP will go down. Molly and elephants. Molly and elephants, exactly. Going burr. Only bad part is I'm sure that one of these players meant to pick Magyards. With all the elephants. Monastery forward, clandestine gold there for Antagonist. You Pudding has not found the mining camp. And it feels like the Karambits can't take the best of fights against all the crossbows, but they can at least take a fight and get numbers down. That's a losing in numbers fight. Maybe winning in clearing the important units. Still see the elephants and monks and crossbows there, though. Bill goes down. Ballistics. We don't have ballistics from anyone. Does it help the TCs? Maybe it does. Definitely would help the crossbows. So, all in Castle Age, Light Cav, Crossbow, Elephant, Monk from you Pudding. Scores are still really close, but you Pudding starting to pull ahead a bit. Out here, just a monastery, not a raid. Village trying to add more houses. Full of farms that could be deleted or captured. Light Cav still hoovering around. And Imp, we have an Imp clicked from you Pudding. Is you Pudding gonna do this? I think you Pudding might even be able to do this. Need some siege? I don't think he even needs siege. I think he can just keep raiding everything. And castle. Castle up for you Pudding. Vills, where are they gonna go? Don't think they can stop this castle, and after all that chaos, 108, 109 villager kills, all that chaos and all that lack of walling. And Krambits will get one more desperate attempt at a surround. And Krambits all being slaughtered down here. And there we are, you Pudding. He does it, 52 seconds from Imp, but he will do it. Antagonist has had enough. He will call it 102 vills to 129. Look at that Eco KD, 110 to 64. And you Pudding pulls it off. That was crazy. $113 trade for Antagonist, but not enough. There we go. Whew. Now that was a game. That's why we like Arabia. When you get a good Arabia game, it is a good Arabia game. You're putting up 2-1. And that was... what was that? Malians over Malay. Let's see, they probably need a moment before their next game. Yeah, Antagonist is in the lobby. That was a crazy one, and a fairly long one. What a messy game indeed. Such carnage in it. Trickle bit for Krambits. I like that. Thank you, Unexpected Dinner Guest, for the follow. Unexpected Dinner Guest. I'll have to go add some food for you. Oh, you Pudding. Yes. Let me double check the brackets for this event. And see, where are these players in the bracket? So the winner of this goes on to face the winner of Sebastian Cosmonaut. And they're in the bottom group, where the other players there are Valis I by Power and Tato Gabby. Ooh, I'm exhausted after that game. I can't even imagine what the players are feeling. Persian douche time. You think that's why Persians are picked? I don't think it's for a douche. And it'll actually be not Persian time. It's way for Antagonist and Dravidians for you pudding. Time for Dravidians to fish boom. And hello again, Kai World. So you pudding will look to end the set here. Antagonist wanting to force a 5th game. Persian Juice works worst in sudden death. Do not Persian douche in sudden death. You can't delete your TC there. I've seen players learn that the hard way. You absolutely cannot douche in sudden death. Here we are. We will have you pudding playing as the red Dravidians to the southwest. Antagonist is the blue way to the northeast. And oh my gosh, there is a pond there. There is a pond there. Will you pudding scout that he has a pond? Could the Dravidians dock and go for a fish boom? Oh, he doesn't scout it. He doesn't scout it. We're running a sudden death cup right now. Is the Silver League for sudden disaster still going on? I think Otter was doing that. Oh, this is the single deer. This is the single deer. Everyone, okay, so on this map, they split up the deer randomly into different numbers of groups or numbers per group. But this is where there are single deer, single gazelles that are pushed in. And that's exactly what you pudding will be doing here, pushing in that single gazelle. Intro music goes hard. How many carpets are there? There are 5 carpets, or 5 rugs, if I recall. So, only 1 repeat for you putting on the rugs. Playing Otter tomorrow in the loser bracket final. Ooh, okay. Double repeat here. That blue rug not showing up. This one, actually. Oh, wait, no, there are 6. There are 6. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, there's this other yellow rug. Right, that other yellow rug that is missing for you pudding. So you can get 6 different rugs still around the TC. You can get 6 different rugs. Maybe that's the key to success. 6 different rugs around the TC. Yeah, I know it's 6, but in terms of rug graphics, if you rotate the rugs, every facing is a different graphic. And so there are repeats here. I thought it was 5, but it's 6. It's 6 rugs. And really tie the map together. To use for damage with Dravidians? Dravidian skirms. Dravidian skirms. The way will have a great economy with the free villagers. The Dravidians do still get the wood, which is great, but their fishing bonus and their dock pop space bonuses, both useless on Arabia when there are no fish. Or when you'd only be docking for fish traps. Hera used to say Dravidians died to Knight Skirm. You don't have the best monk line for dealing with knights, that's for sure. Miss Fervor for the speed, miss Redemption for converting enemy siege. Zil pushed in, taken down by the TC. And we shall have a barracks coming forward for you pudding. And lumber camp in the back for Antagonist on the back wood line. But this is going to be a tricky map to wall. He's going to go all the way out to that wood line, use a straggler as part of the wall, and go to the edge. And this one already walled to the edge. And he probably wants to wall in front of the gold to keep that safe. Does make things a bit awkward for him with how this map is shaped. Advantage for the Wei is 1 free Vil for every eco upgrade researched. And they will have the Huiguang Cav and Xianbei Raiders. Imagine his plan would be to try to go a shortish feudal into Xianbei Raiders and not overinvest in feudal. Rather try to get to the Castle Age as fast as he can for this matchup. Yeah, the Xianbei Raiders may be countered by Dravidian Skirms, but Dravidian Skirms won't have that much mobility on this map. You pudding started the FC all-ins? I guess Huang would be FC Celts siege pushes, the FC all-ins. You pudding did the Sicilians' Donjon masterpiece. And once again, you pudding drushing. Is this wall over here in time? There's a loom on the way for you pudding. As once again, the drush into the later up. Drush into 22 pop. Or into 22 Vils. 25 pop. 22, doesn't 22 Vils feel really slow these days? 0 seconds of idle TC time. That should be a 10:05 click up, if I recall. Prestigo, hello. I've yearned for some land-only maps. Well, this one almost gives it to you. Almost gives it to you. There are a couple of ponds, though, despite the lack of fish. But I don't think they wanted players fish booming on King of the Desert Arabia. Militia hitting the palisade. And Feudal Age on the way up for you pudding. And that'll be... Ooh, was thinking of a stable there. We'll do the stable, and we'll immediately reveal that it's a stable. I'll keep the units out at least. Straggler there. Don't think they'll break in, but just now feudal. And what is the follow-up? 2 Vils and 2... militia as that Arabian wolf, that handsome Arabian wolf tries to get a bite out of the Vils, but does go down. Here's the men-at-arms upgrade. I'm also looking for a spear to come forward and be able to protect the men-at-arms from scouts. No fish booms yet. Unfortunately, no fish booms yet. And there's a forward range. That'll be forward Dravidian skirms. Oh, double forward range! Double forward range for the skirms. There's a hole in the wall. Hello, hole in the wall. Wait, what? Okay, that's a defensive range. I got concerned about 3 ranges in a row, and then I was like, okay, calm down, mind. They're different players. I was going to say 3 ranges? That's crazy, but no. Arson on the way. Full HP scouts going for the Vils. Range goes up. Another range on the way. Game was trade cart heist was the previous game. Player Antagonist made a trade cart, presumably by accident, and the only thing left to do was trade with it, which he did. I mean, my nose is so itchy these days when I have the heat on in here. I feel like I'm constantly gotta itch it. It is skirmin time. It is Dravidian time. It is skirmin time. Blacksmith going up for you pudding. Intentional had to have been a misclick. Had to have been a misclick. But yeah, game 3 was the trade game. The skirm tries to fend off the archers and the men-at-arms. The pair is on the stable. More skirms coming over to defend. And there'll have to be a good number of skirms to keep the men-at-arms and archers off of the stable. There'll have to be a good number of skirms there. Scouts, meanwhile, hoovering around at the front. Only one Hurtville by the farms. Is Arson in? Arson is in for the Dravidian men-at-arms, yes. That'll help him get through the stable. And it's now 5 scouts. 5 scouts in skirms. Some vills abandon the mill. Fletching on the way. No fletching yet. Fletching for both players. Forward range is a choice against the save with mobility. You know, you look at how he's walled, and you pudding has very compact walls everywhere. Does not want to be caught off guard by scouts. As they're seating, remind me to bring up the player seating sheet in between games, but they're elos overall, 26-30 to 27 or 26-47. So this is a very close matchup. Scouts here. That tower could be nasty for breaking past the stable. I'm still kind of curious why that was a stable and not more of a wall commitment with the stable at the front of the TC. That way the scouts can get to both sides of the base and they're a bit more forward. Skirm's moving over as padded archer armor comes in for Antagonist. You putting seed 36, Antagonist seed 30. Okay, yeah, as I said, this is one of the closer matchups. And the double range archer is numerous enough to pick off the skirms. Skirms even with armor and fletching. Part of me wants to just die with the archers. That is a weak villager. And no Dravidian skirms, just archers. Maybe the men-at-arms could be useful again soon. There's a range going up for Antagonist. Second range, and that might be more skirms. Still doesn't have the best of gold access, but does have some. Skirms trying to pick off archers. There needs to be another unit to deal with the skirms, and maybe the men-at-arms is that unit. Or the men-at-arms could be that unit. As the men-at-arms are forward. Vil goes down. Archers trying to take out skirms as men-at-arms hoover around. And wheelbarrow is on the way for Antagonist. Wheelbarrow on the way. Falling asleep there a little bit. I need more coffee. I need to get another coffee. We have lost a lot of archers, but the men-at-arms are still there. This is crazy for you putting to go for this many men-at-arms. You need a high-energy co-caster that shouts at me? Indeed, indeed. It's extra hard for me because the heat is so loud for me. Or no, not loud. So like hot for me over the winter because I need to turn it up so that when it's so loud, it like the microphone picks it up. So I need to like pump heat into the room before casting and then turn it off. But like it's so hot, it makes me fall asleep, and then that makes it extra bad. And now the archers with the men-at-arms are breaking in. Men-at-arms taking out the skirms. Skirms going down. And this is all cleared up. Nice walls there to keep the men-at-arms out. That's now a 38 to 21 KD. And I don't think that dive was anywhere near worth it. How many vills needed to be killed was probably more than a 2 to 1 eco KD there, while Antagonist is up to the Castle Age. And that's going to be now a 3rd range, and that's going to be 3 range Shinbei Raiders. And look at all these skirms that are going to come forward. There are no skirms left for you pudding. You pudding can go up, but you pudding is completely open and exposed. And does you pudding want to make Dravidian skirms? Well, he can't defend with them because those ranges are forward. And this will soon be Shinbei Raiders running forward. We had a good 45-second lead in the uptiming too. And maybe he waited too long to dive in, but it's always hard to dive when you're going archers versus skirms. No matter when he dives, that's a risk of everything getting cleaned. Also, like a great tower positioning too from Antagonist between the wood and the gold. More men-at-arms now, but the 2 men-at-arms are not going to deal with this many skirms. Shinbei Raiders die if someone sneezes in their vicinity. The problem is, I don't think they're going to die to long swordsmen sneezing. There are 8 men-at-arms, and they're fighting skirms right now. Not going to win against that many skirms. Look, he's trying his best, but there's too many skirms. Look at the Shinbei Raiders out now, going for that man-at-arms, and they're coming out from the ranges. Another stable, that'll be for bloodlines and husbandry, the upgrades. And longswordsman Gambison Squires, as the TC goes up. I feel like the Dravidian player needs skirms at home, not longswords at home here. Those vills will be going down. And that's 0 Dravidian skirms against Shinbei Raiders. These skirms, not elite, but at least they have bodkin. And, oh, there was a tower over here. There was a workshop, and there was a vill that was denied. A vill denied over there. There she is. You can't quick wall yourself against Shinbei Raiders. And over there, longsword, this forward still here. You attempting to do something else with the workshop, as Bloodlines is on the way. That does not go up. And it feels like this is a game 5 now, as the gold mine completely idled. Scorpion attempt with a defensive workshop at home. But Shinbei Raiders just need to come over here. And get enough of them, they can probably break through the palisade and kill all the vills over here. That workshop still denied a couple of Shinbei Raiders to stop the workshop. And longsword is not the composition here. Is Scorpion longsword what you pudding was going for? There's scale barding armor on the way. Along with ballistics. Skirm is going for the long swords. And long swords don't even beat skirmishers. Long swords need +2 armor and gambesons to fight skirms. Maybe feudal age skirms, it's okay, but if those were elite skirms, they'd be dying even harder. Here come the Shinbei Raiders, and oh, look at that, a forward workshop with some Huiguang Cav to deal with the scorpions. And I think the Antagonist has found the way to victory with his Civ. Ooh, more vills going down. It's Vill KD time. It's over here, still a barracks, and I like how a couple of Shinbei Raiders are there just to ensure that the workshop never goes up. Although Antagonist is going to finish this wood line, and he has 32 very inefficient vills here on these trees. 5 trees left. And he'll need to do something else with them, but maybe he'll win by that point as all the Shinbei Raiders keep pouring across the map, and there we go, GG. And that ties it up 2-2. And it'll be 73-42 with Antagonist coming out on top, tying the set and forcing game 5. There's 1k more res collected, but the key push did not work out for you putting there. Tried to go double range forward, heavy into the archers, but once with a timing when he dove was a well-defended timing from Antagonist, who had just enough skirms and a tower. And what really worried me is after that push, when you putting lost everything and he didn't have any skirms left, is the Shinbei Raiders. And longswords do not fight Shinbei Raiders. Is there any connection between those two? No, there is no connection between them. They are different people. Antagonist and Survivalist. And yeah, here's the difference, where it's Ye is a larger army, but it's a unit versus a counter unit. And the skirms counter archers. On that dive. Get my coffee before the next game. I'll go start another pot of coffee, I think. Let's see this. That makes it 2-2. Let's check off those civs. It's a win for the Wei and a loss for the Dravidians, but Persians remain against Byzantines, Burgundians, Bengalis. I don't think we'll see Sicilians from you pudding, as great as that would be. So game 5 hype. Does the graph show the number of units or amount of res? That depends on the graph. There are different graphs on each tab on Capture Age. Okay, and they're in the lobby. They are launching 26 seconds. I don't think I have time for coffee in between. Just gonna go for it. Oh, the post-match army graph? That is the number of units. Number of units. And just in case you didn't hear me during the ad once more, the post-match, the army graph, which I guess I can even show here. The military graph, the wonderful one military scout. You can see it says population when I hover over it, and the thing jumps back and forth. That's not your resources. I think I can do a graph that gives us military population or units. Actually, no, not even in the pro graphs. But anyway, game number 5 now. Persians for you pudding against Burgundians for Antagonist. I'm kind of curious why Antagonist didn't go Byzantines here. I feel Byzantine camels might be better against the Persians. Maybe he feels they'd fall too far behind in economy against the Persian TCs. And it'll be an early... Oh my gosh! It's you pudding! He is gonna go for the insta-drush. The insta-drush is the Persians. Yes, this is something that Tato did years ago. Like on the Vubli days. Because you start with the extra 50 food and 50 wood, you can do a very early barracks. Lithuanians, the other civ, who might do the insta-drush these days. Downside of the insta-drush, you need to find your opponent, and you need to find them before you've even really made your units. And okay, here he is for the insta-drush. We'll have the Burgundians. Now, what do the Burgundians want to do? They want to do that early wood cutting upgrade. It's discounted for them, but they still have to spend resources on it. And they can potentially put themselves really far behind if they spend resources on that and then get idled early on. Ooh, that feels like a big risk. Also, hold on a second. I need to fix my monitor. No. Does that? Oh, let me double check something. Do you guys see like a yellow line on the edge in OBS? No, you don't. Okay, that's just a new thing. All right. This is a streamer thing, but if you're doing a Windows capture on Windows in OBS, there is a yellow outline around the window that is being captured, and I can see that, but you can't, and it just confused the heck out of me because it was covering some of the stats. I was like, wait a minute, what is this? But you guys can't see it. We're all good. And insta-drush, yes, and the downside of the insta-drush, already ran into one of those handsome Arabian wolves. And hasn't found his enemy yet. Now he sees a 4-tile gold, so he knows he's going to be somewhere around here. And has to be wary of stragglers. He might think there's a TC right there. But I think he's gotten the hang of where this is, seeing the relic there. Knows that Antagonist is down here. And right as the Vil is going for the berries, here come the militia and finding the Vil. Can he get a block and a kill on the villager? The TC is right there, 1 HP, 1 HP left. And loom on the way. That's going to force the early loom from Antagonist. And while the early double-bit axe might be a lot of resources spent early on. Can put you behind if you're then idle on the lumber camp. On the other hand, if you have to stay in the Dark Age for a long time to fight this, then it's maybe good. And he's going to try to kill a Vil there. A nice micro to pull back, but the militia will get the kill anyway. The scout losing a lot of HP. Losing the scout means you can't block as easily. And now Antagonist will move out towards the berries. You turn it off on Windows 11. I'm still on Windows 10. I've not gone to Windows 11. There's probably a way for me to turn it off, I know. But usually it's around the edge and I don't notice it. It feels like it's a couple pixels over from where it usually is. Burgundians, T90, yes, Burgundians. Burgundians against an insta-drush. This was an insta-Persian drush. And one thing to note about the King of the Desert map script is the berries and the main gold, and especially the main stone, compared to the Arabia map in DE, are farther from the TC. So instead of the berries being maybe 2 or 3 tiles closer to the edge of the TC, if the militia get a Vil running back, it's a farther run to the TC. Oh, and a goat gonna be lamed. Or not. Taken back. I think Burgundians are not that bad with Flemish militia. Well, the other option was Byzantines for Antagonist here. The Persians, the very first pick for you pudding. I don't think you'd go Bulgarians. Can't do anything about it on Windows 10. Maybe I need to upgrade. So, barracks here, Antagonist adding the barracks. And both players up, slightly slower for you pudding. But tiny bit of idle time versus the Persian TC. And you pudding has been drushing. Every single game he's been drushing. On this very open map. And having the Persians just spend a bit of a longer Dark Age gives them that extra Vil boost with their faster working TC. That one Vil who escaped on 1 HP from the berries. If that Vil had died, definitely would have been worth it. But so far, he did kill 1 Vil and caused a lot of idle time, delayed the mill quite a bit. And now we have an instant bow saw from Antagonist, who already has double bit axe and horse collar. And he'll be adding in a house and be doing Flemish Militia. Does not have a stable yet, does not have a range, is adding Flemish Militia against the militia soon to be men-at-arms. So Ter's called it. Only works when Vinch rushes? I mean, this is you pudding, though. I wouldn't doubt you pudding. So, additional militia added in. They are going to become men-at-arms, and then maybe turn and fight the Flemish militia? Yeah, the men-at-arms should win this fight. They have more attack. I think they win that. They're faster, too. Okay, men-at-arms versus Flemish militia. Feels like the men-at-arms are winning. If you had more Flemish militia to outnumber them, it looks like they still would be okay. And look at the bonus attacks. Do these things count as shock infantry? No, they don't. So no extra bonus damage there for the men-at-arms against the militia. They just have 1 more attack against 1 more armor, and they're slightly faster. Or actually, that's a pierce armor they'd have extra. 1 melee, 1 pierce, compared to just 1 melee. Yeah, so the men-at-arms slightly better in that fight. Men-at-arms always works when you're against Hera? I think you might be confusing that with a TC drop plus a Vil fight on a lumber camp. They trade 1-to-1. Right, is the attack speed different? Maybe the militia attack faster? No, they have the same attack speed. So it does look like the men-at-arms have 1 more attack, but it feels fairly even. So the scout will have less HP for you putting than the scout for Antagonist. Antagonist not going to chase that scout to the edge of the world, though. Farms being added in for you pudding. He does not have horse collar. Much better eco upgrades for Antagonist. But that is against the Persian TC, so better Vil count for you pudding. And the res collected still pretty similar for both, but slightly better for the Persian player. Where is me pudding? Where are we putting? Any plans to cast following series? Why the heck would that be auto-modded? Any plans to cast following series? I don't know what auto-mod is doing there. That is the weirdest. It didn't even highlight a word as being auto-modded. It said smart detection beta. Yes, I do plan to cast following sets, and thank you for the Prime sub, Trebelki. Are you just sus? OBS didn't. That's weird. OBS only told me in the chat, but not in my activity feed, that you use your Prime sub. But thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. You have the urge to heal the men-at-arms in a TC. They're very low, and the skirm should be able to keep them out. And now, skirm defense from Antagonist, chasing these archers down. All of these men-at-arms are super low. Need to be woo men-at-arms healing. But the archers, everything cleaned from the forward. But after that, you putting up to the Castle Age first, he has a good farming eco. But without horse collar, those farms will start to expire. He'll have to replace them as he's up. TC healing them is slow, but I guess that's better than having them dead like that. An Antagonist looking to wall up against the side of the map, and that'll actually keep him really safe if you can get that wall up, and then wall in front of the gold. Burgundians adding in the blacksmith. And it won't be too far away from clicking up here. Wolf attacking the villager. Shield wall up though, wall up to the edge of the map. And both players with pretty ambitious walls, but should be safe each in their own corner. And you look at the relics, there's one relic between the two of them. And then moving around, then it'll be a second, third, and a fourth relic around to the north. And I'm missing at least one. Check out relic mode. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, then of course the fifth relic in that wall. Right there in the wall. Wall covering it up on the mini-map, but yes, inside the walls for you pudding. The slight advantage, I'd say, in relics for you pudding, he'll be adding a stable on his way up. No military at all for him. And he does have armor, so might be opening, well, Burgundians. They must be making Cavaliers, so Camel? Now, we'll be opening double stable knights. We've seen double stable knights before, and that'll be to clean up the remaining feudal skirms. And Drizzen, thank you very much for using your Prime sub too. OBS not showing me the Prime subs properly, but thank you very much for using it. Appreciate the support. And a Cav Archer to accompany the Knights. So Cav Archers and Knights, a double gold unit composition, as the Arabian Wolf still chasing the Skirm. Gonna be a while before it gets a kill. Down it goes. Doesn't kill the Skirm. But here come the Knights. Knights pushing in. And much better population, that Persian TC pumping out extra vills for you pudding. 44 to 37 Vil population now. Houses go up. Knights and Cav Archers can't break in. Also, idle TC difference too for Antagonist. Idle TC feels even worse against the Persians than it does against any other civ. And the walls don't go up. The Knights and Cav Archers are in. Knights will clean those skirms. Skirm's not in time to kill the Cav Archers. Cavalier is in. We'll have triple stable Cavalier from Antagonist. These vills have to wall, but the walls do not go up properly. There is a hole in the wall. All the vills have to run off of the lumber camp. Monk's here defending from Antagonist. He is pumping as much army as he can. There, but the army is in, and you pudding has a great raid here. Now that's 6-0 eco KD. He's up by 12 vills as the Persians, doing all of that without even needing bloodlines, and about to break through that house will force repairs from Antagonist as the Cav Archers can hit the repair vills. And 1 HP vill not escaping this time. Camels added in 2 to help deal with the Cavaliers. And he can maybe swap into Cav Archer Camel now and think about getting another TC added at home. A few skirms there, but the Camel will clean them. Get his own eco running and go Camel, Cav Archer, Monk. That's a lot of Cavaliers for Antagonist. But the longer you pudding can hold, the better things will be for him with the eco difference. He's already up by 1.5k resources. Antagonist, not having the walls hold, has done so much eco damage to him. Yeah, who needs a second TC when you have Persians? Fair enough. Yeah, I guess when you have this much lead, you can just keep trying to pump military. But no fletching for Cav Archers. He's going Cav Archers without fletching. There's a reason Persians were his #1 pick, for sure. Our base is in favor of sell the stone, go all in. It doesn't even have a market to sell it. But double mining camp on his main gold. Yeah, it's space for a market should he want one in his walls. We'll add 2 houses there. We'll be adding a house in the back. Cavalier's coming forward. Wheelbarrow on the way for you pudding. And some cav archers just chilling out. Military count, 12 cavaliers, 2 monks for Antagonist. 8 camels with some monk support. Good camel numbers for you pudding. Is either player devoted? No devotion against the monks yet. The war elephants always, if he pumps out more eco like he's doing, he can. Monks will be healing everything over here. And another counter raid. Cav archers there hitting vills. Is there a hole in these walls again? I think not. Looks like it was patched up. Bill can't quite be hit. Bodkin now. Remember when the Cav archers didn't have fletching? Now they have Bodkin. With Bodkin, they can maybe fight the Cavaliers better. Or group up with the rest of the army on the front, try not to die. And look at that. 15 vills, 3k resources. Persians, OP. Camels against the Burgundians. Nice and simple. Is it? Yeah, Persians do also have Parthian tactics in the Castle Age. And as you pudding wins that, you're probably not going to do Parthian tactics though, because it's only 1 melee armor, and it's bonus attack against spears, and the spears are not going to help against the Cavaliers. And you're running away and usually not taking that many hits anyway, so it's a pretty low priority in this composition. But congrats to you pudding, that was a great set. 3-2 win over Antagonist. Again, seeds were Antagonist seed 30, you pudding seed 36, so one of the closer round 1 matchups. Persians go Burr, and the Insta-Drush ended up winning the game for him. Caught a couple of vills off guard early. Sure, he would have loved to have killed that 1 HP vill, but nevertheless got a kill on the Lumbercamp vill. Disrupted the Burgundian Dark Age a bit. It's already tough when you commit to those upgrades to have enough food to go up at the right time. And any slight disruption, I think, can really throw you off your game, and that was a slight enough disruption. Snowball things for you pudding. It's huge for HP dividable by 10, or divisible by 10. That's also true, but I think it's less so for Cav archers because they run away. And I think more true for, say, a crossbow, where you're tanking damage from knights. But a loss from the Burgundians, and a win for the Persians. I wonder if Bengalis and some type of FC shenanigans might have been a better play. Interesting map variety. You like the different maps. Oh, T90's playing a game of Arabia right now. Look at this. T90. He's playing Arabia. He's in the chat earlier. He's now on the ladder. Your favorite map was Arabia? Well, let me check, because I think Lewis and Lix might still be going on. We're going to have Hera, Miguel, and Ganji Vinch also going on. What would you guys prefer to see? I think Hera's a pretty heavy favorite over Miguel, so maybe we do Ganji Vinch. Oh, yeah, he did lose. Sorry, wrong score. And they were... It always gets me, because Capture Age puts the scoreboard, which it should do, it does it correctly, based on where the players are positioned on the map, but since you pudding was on the left, he was on the left of the Capture Age scoreboard, and when I tabbed out, the other scoreboard had them in different positions. So let me just take a quick tab over the other sets, and we'll cast something here. Okay, Loose Elix is still going on. That's 2-2. So I'm just going to pick one set to go for. I think we'll do Vinch versus Ganji. And And we will get caught up to live time here. Vinch versus Ganji. I do not have the sheet with Mem's plans, Airbase. Do you have a sheet with Mem's plans? I'm just gonna hop into this one because it looks like the other set hasn't started yet. Plans of probably which sets he plans to cast throughout the day. He's gonna cast Vinch Ganji, alright. We could do Hera Miguel, if we're willing to wait for that. I don't see them starting, though. They're drafting. Has not been updated. Now, what would you rather see, chat? Would you rather see Vinch Ganji or Hera Miguel? Maybe we do Hera Miguel, then. We could always do that. We can swap over. Double Chinese pick as the start. Miguel spells his name with a little m. Yeah, so if Mem will be casting, then Vinch Ganji will go do Hera Miguel. Thought Miguel retired? He's not going to retire if there's still King of the Desert to play. No one can retire from King of the Desert. Okay, I don't see them in a lobby. We can cast T90 until that starts. Lewis and Lix are on game 5. T90 getting a blank screen trying to open the handbook, oh no. Do we know if Hera and Miguel are going to wait for the end of this set before starting theirs? If they are, maybe I should just go in and cast Lewis and Lix like everyone else is doing. Nobody can resist the call of the desert. Why is Wu being banned? Probably for Men-at-Arms, because of how open the map is. I think Men-at-Arms swordsman rushes are going to be very popular. Drushes. All sorts of things like that. And the healing infantry for the Wu might be pretty strong. Okay, I think I'll just go cast the end of Lewis Lix while we're waiting for the next set. Okay, let me do this. Okay, this is tied 2-2. I don't know who had won which game. Wait, let me steal that from someone else's stream. Well, Mem doesn't have the order. Danny has the order. So 2 for Lix, 2 for Lewis, it looks like. There we are. So it'll be Vikings for Lewis against Japanese for Lix. Oh my gosh, this is like a Islands Civ matchup. They're both up to feudal. We'll speed cast to get up to real time. It could be Japanese Cav Archers. I think Cav Archers usually do well against the Vikings. Vikings will have a great eco though. 3 wheelbarrow already here for Lewis. Pretty good Civ for opening scouts. as archers come down with the spear. And cast plus 30 cups of coffee. I need to make more coffee, I think, in the morning when I do this. Okay, Lewis going for the reverse sweep. He was down 2-0. Alright. I genuinely don't know who would be the favorite here. Lick's certainly the player who's been around longer with more tournament experience. But Lewis, look at that elo difference. He's up by 400 elo. And I know he's been grinding. Also been getting some really good success in A-tier tournaments. And crossbow versus skirm, as we'll get another TC added in for Licks. Oh, I'm just now getting the 2 sub messages. Thank you. Thank you again, Trebelki and Drazen, for using your Prime subs. Oh, we got a new balance patch now? Wait, what? We got a new balance patch today? Like, just now? They released it in the middle of the King of the Desert sets? Why would they do that? Are you going to be swapping patches? He was broke 2 minutes ago. Oh gosh, we'll look at that after the game, I guess. I'll have to figure out what patch to cast on. Okay, if we get to like a lull where they're both booming and they're not attacking each other, we'll tab out and look at the patch notes. Maybe we can do that right now. Arbase, can you paste the patch notes in the chat so I can click it? And everyone else can look at the patch notes with us? Alright, alright. Here we are. Okay, we can do it like this. Cast on half the screen. Okay, are you ready for this? Boom. Alright, patch notes. Exciting updates, bug fixes, balance changes. Paves the road for Empire Wars 1v1 reset. Dig down. Okay. Okay, let's see. So we'll have some knights there on the hill. Yeah, but they're booming, they're not doing anything. We can read the patch notes while this is going on. Crossbows and skirms will fight over here. That's fine, that's fine. That's going on. Alright. Amazing community members. Oh, I'll chat there. Amazing. Temporary reset. Okay, no one plays the 1v1 ladder. No, that doesn't affect anything. Disconnect through xCloud. Okay. Hairs would decay faster than expected. And now I didn't know that was the thing. They decayed faster. Alright. Chickens have more food. Eagle Warrior, they reduced the food cost again. I thought Aztecs were over-nerfed, so Eagle Warriors have food cost. Gambeson's cost reduced, less food now. Traction Trebs are slightly nerfed against units, but better against buildings. That's probably not enough to nerf them. Traction Trebs are OP. So Miguel forward for Licks. He's attacking the TC as skirms come over. Repos can train petards. Wait, Warrior Priest cost is reduced? Those things were insanely good. Why is that cost reduced? But Krepos can train petards. Flemish Militia are faster. Georgians, even less pop space for their unique tech, and the upgrade cost, the Georgians are better for some reason. Oh, fortified churches are even better? What? What? Why did they make that better? That needed to be nerfed. Why is that better? Mangonel shot on the skirms. Lewis, what are you doing? What are you doing? Thicken the chickens, as Lix will grab a relic. So Lix is pushing in. Lewis losing some skirms there. What are they doing? Dave! Hello, Dave. Why is this buffed? What is that? Okay. No one gets to the point with the Jurchens where you make that unit. Fire Lancers attack, what? Even faster? Fire Lancers attack even faster for the Jurchens. What? Okay, this is the camel one. I've never actually seen that used. So, okay, they made that stronger, it looks like. We have 1, 2, 3 Mangonels for Licks. They're pushing in. Lewis Mining Stone might go for a castle. Alright, pastures are nerfed a bit. They cost more wood, but they give you more food in the long run, and they take longer to construct. So I guess that slightly nerfs them. Persians, Commanderins even cheaper? Okay, the Persians didn't really need a change there. I don't know why they changed that. Shoe. Okay, this is good. They nerfed something that needs to be good. Nerfed. Their food generations decreased. Spanish elite conquistadors are better. Okay. I mean, yeah, they're not as good as Castle Age conks before, but didn't really need a change, I think. It just makes conks even better. Okay, Lewis managing to defend with skirm, so he's okay there. Keshiks are improved a bit for Tatars. I guess that makes sense. Usually you go for Cav or the light Cav Hussar line rather than Keshiks as Tatars. Turks get gold even faster. Okay. And Jian swordsmen train more slowly. Okay, this is good. They train more slowly. That feels pretty good. Okay, Jian swordsmen train slowly. That feels good. Shu generate less food. That feels good. The rest of this... What? Fire Lancers attack even fast. What? No, Fire Lancers? Why are they buffing Fire Lancers? They need to be nerfed. Well, why are they buffing fortified churches for the Georgians? Krepos can train petards. That feels like fun. You need some Krepos drops on Arena might be cool if you do petards. Warrior Priests, those should have been nerfed, not buffed. Okay. The Eagle Warrior change, I like that, going back to the old food of 20 food instead of 25. The Eagles were pretty weak after that change, so that's pretty good. Okay, let's see, random maps. They're adding the Red Bull maps to the Empire Wars queue. AI monks will no longer convert buildings and siege units from large distances. Oh wait, AI monks were converting wonders. Oh gosh. Some rare cases remain where they still attempt to convert TCs, but will no longer change player, but the AI monk might convert it, right? Oh, wait, we can use Stonehenge now. Thank you for the Red Bull maps. All right, there, those are the patch notes. Those are the patch notes, okay. Quick detour to the patch notes. Okay, so Lewis defending. We're going to have a Treb War. Lix will be up a minute faster and have the castle on the hill. Stonehenge, the most important thing in the patch notes, Stonehenge. Lix says 40 Cs, 87 to 82 Vils. Feels weird to be up to Imp with only 80 Vils on 4 TCs. Lewis on 3 TCs, and he's adding in more ranges. Slight eco lead 2 for Lix throughout the game too. Vikings have a tough matchup here. Tough Treb War too against the Japanese if they ever can get Katapuruto added in. Neither save with cannon, so the Trebs... They both have siege engineers, but the Treb War will, especially downhill, I think be very tricky. Lewis is going to try to bypass the castle down here and do a castle on the hill in the middle. There's a huge hill going across the map. And this castle will go up as more Berserks come forward. I'll try to raid with the Berserks and then have double castle Treb production versus one castle, but the Treb's already out for Lix. Lix gonna come forward with towers too, only watchtowers now. But Ballistics Embrace are on the way. He can turn them into guard towers. And against the Treb Wars, if all the castles are at the front, a couple towers around the edge of the map could actually be pretty annoying for Lewis if he can't get to the resources on the outside. Trebs starting off here, but the production advantage will be there for Lewis. And if he can take out that castle, it's only skirm so far. So there's nothing really stopping the Trebs from them coming forward and hitting these TCs. Unless Lix can get a melee unit out. Chemistry on the way too for Lewis. Let's not see the gold on the right. Lewis has scouted everything. Lewis, that's the one thing about Lewis. He has outposts literally everywhere. Does Lix see it? Lix sees all that too. I think Lewis is more concerned about the hill for the Treb War in the middle. And I think he knows he's going to lose this castle. But as long as he could hold it long enough to get the Treb production at this castle equalized, then he can take this one out. And it's going to be rough if he was planning on going Berserks to lose the castles. Now it's basically skirm versus skirm. Viking skirms, if Thumbring comes in, slightly worse than the Japanese skirms. Conscription on the way for Lix. 4th Treb, and then Lewis needs to make sure he gets conscription himself so he doesn't fall behind in skirm production in the skirm war. Ooh, Onager. Onager for Lix. That is tough for the Vikings to deal with. Onager is really tough. But Lewis winning this fight even though he's losing his TCs. He's going to take out this castle. He's going to take out the castle. His castle should defend against that one knight. Has the gold in the middle. And if Lewis has any melee unit, he could probably deal with this. Can he get Berserks out? He has 1 Berserk already. And he's going to need more than 1 to deal with that Onager. He splits the skirms, goes straight for the Onager, splits again. No Repairvilles, but the skirm's not really fast at taking it out. Dodged all the shots at least until that last one, but only lost 1 skirm. And that'll be another forward castle from Lix trying to control Lewis's gold. Lewis can push in now. And with a few Berserks, now that the Trebs are out, that can take out the TCs, everyone losing their forward TCs. I'm maybe a bit worried for Lix's eco. Look at those vills running a marathon to mine that gold. That the Berserks can get some nice raids. That monk needs to get a conversion here. Guard tower for Lix. Maybe eventually working towards Yasama towers. Lewis with the TC out on the stone. Don't know how long that TC will stay up with the Trebs there. Melee armor, arson for Lewis, squires. Trying to get more castles for Berserks and control the middle hills. This Arabia script tends to have a pretty big hill down the middle. And Lewis will be dealing with that here. There's another Onager. If the Trebs take out that tower, Berserks could snipe the Onagers. Is Yasama in? No Yasama yet. TC goes down. Yeah, that TC wasn't going to stay up long under those Trebs. Monastery here with the relics for Lewis could be picked off soon. I still feel like Berserk's raiding could be good for Lewis. He needs to get armor on them, though. And even if that castle goes up, the Trebs could swing around and hit it. Still normal Berserks, not elite. And they do need to get their final armor. They're going to fight skirmishers effectively. What do they have here? 2 pierce armor. Yeah, that's not going to be enough against skirms that have 7 attack. Berserks take a long time to get all their upgrades added in. So there's the next armor. And Lewis will maybe even need to use the mark to get the final armor added in. Skirm's pushing with a Treb up the middle. Lix at least has a safe gold taken off of one of his front golds. Lewis finding more areas for TCs and farms. And going with the Berserks against the Skirms, but doing it with only +2 armor instead of +4. The Skirms will find a nice spot in between the ranges where they can run away. And they'll try to take a hill advantage. More Berserks coming from the castle. They have the final armor on the way. Berserks are finding the Trebs. Berserks are finding the Trebs. And the Trebs could go down here to the Berserks. Mobility of the Berserks paying off. They're taking out Skirms. The Skirms are just running away. Skirms are just running away. They're saying, Nilly won't let you catch us, Berserks. We're gonna run away. Samurai would be great, but they'd have to catch the Berserks. The Berserks, I think, are a bit faster and have more mobility than the Samurai. And 3 Trebs down as Lewis takes the score lead. And he needs to be careful to protect his Trebs. But that Onager upgrade was very expensive for Lix. And right now, he's facing Berserks that are mobile enough where maybe they can pick off Onagers. Arbalest swap for Lix. Arbalest swap for Lix as the Berserks come forward. An Onager shot on the Berserks would be insane. But right now the Skirm's still picking them off well enough. It's only 5 armor against 7 attack, so they're still doing 2 attack. Or 2 damage. It's not like they're fighting paladins. That's one of the problems of infantry unique units. Skirms still actually do decent damage to them in a lot of cases. But this castle will go down. 4 Trebs attacking it. That's not going to stand. And now Lewis has claimed the all-important hill across the middle of the map. Stopped the Treb production for the most part from Lix, who will have only 1 castle left all the way back at home. And Lewis should be gaining control now of the remaining golds he has out here. Outposts, so he knows where everything is. Lix will be adding in ranges, trying to be annoying out here with skirms, doing thumb ring now. Why does he have double horse armor? Might have been doing horses earlier in the game while we were looking at the patch notes. Maybe he wants some light cav raid. There's arrow slits for his towers. Might need to do the towers defensively now as the berserks can come forward and start raiding. And I think he might be in a position to struggle for gold. What, a militia? What is that? We have a barracks in the back from Lewis. He's raiding with militia. Researching man-at-arms and raiding with militia as there will be a tower going up to stop that. Lewis wins now. Oh, if Dave called it, it's over. If Dave called it, it's over. Lewis with the reverse sweep. Easy. I think I agree with Dave. Treb's on the TC. And all the vills running. And the Onager really hasn't done anything for Lix. Lewis was able to dodge them with the skirms earlier. That vill dodging. That vill dodging while the wolf attacks. But Lewis was able to dodge the Onagers, and the Onager came in maybe a bit too late for the Treb war. A couple of berserks running under the Onager shots. Need to attack ground here. And they'll get in on the Onagers. Onagers will go down. And even with the castle defense, the Onager just survives, but 6 HP left. Arb's not in time. And Lewis still trying to get back with another TC here, but Lix is there with skirms. And Lewis getting that second castle on the hill and maintaining it on the hill, sacrificing the downhill castle but still getting the Trebs out just in time to push this was key. Once Lix lost this position, he wasn't really in a good spot to keep raiding. And he didn't have a raiding unit. He was trying to raid with skirms and Trebs. Lost all the Trebs to berserks. And maybe some samurai earlier to fight the berserks would have been useful. Finally, the Onager getting some shots, but I think a bit too little too late. This is what Lix would have wanted initially with the Onager research. Treb goes down. And champions are pushing. Champions pushing now. Gambesons does apply to champions, so they actually will be better against the skirms than the berserks are in some ways. Hera's game has started. Alright, we'll swap to Hera's game immediately after this one then. Immediately after Lewis clinches. I won't have time to go make another coffee then, but we will do a quick swap. And there is Chieftains. And Treb's going for the castle. More barracks. Lix desperately trying to hold on. But Lewis on the cusp of pulling off the reverse sweep. Squire's on the way for Lix. Mining camp on the way. But the transition for that early Treb fight, along with a few berserks being effective enough against skirms and at picking off Trebs, was enough for Lewis to win that imp transition. And now Lix can't do anything. Lix is done. Been the same for 25 years. I don't get the lack of samurai. Yeah, maybe Lix got a bit too focused on pumping out Trebs. That forward castle to secure the hill was great when he had the uptiming advantage, but Lewis got the second castle up. Maybe the focus for Lix needed to be getting a second castle up for the Treb war, and then going samurai. Samurai at least make their berserks kind of useless, other than maybe a counterattack if they try to raid. But good job for Lewis. Reverse sweep. Takes that 3-2 over Licks. 290. And you see both when they hit Imp didn't really have any army. And they were both going skirm there. Lewis prioritized the second castle for the Trebor. And Licks was even ahead in eco too. But Lewis was so heavy on stone, he was able to get the second castle up, and I think that saved him. And there we go. Vikings are a one-trick pony. I don't know about that. So what patch is Hera and Miguel being played on? Do I have to update my game? Or let me just click this and see what we have. They've been in the game for 8 minutes. Old patch? Alright, old patch. I don't need to change anything then. Thank you, Turs. Sticking on the old one for the round of 64. Okay. So is there a tournament branch then? I'll have to swap to if I restart the game. Alright, so we'll cast Hera Miguel. What I saw Mem's plan was to cover Ganji Vinch. So we will go to Hera Miguel. Hera should be a pretty heavy favorite here. We'll see what Miguel can do. Miguel has Huns on Arabia. Y'all, chat, do you remember those days, Arabia Huns? I remember those days. Those were good days. Loom on the way. 17 pop up for Hera. They were 8 minutes into this game, so we should get caught up pretty darn quickly. There's a forward stable for Hera, too. They can both pick Chinese. Yes, the very first pick in the draft is mirrored. Oh, Hera didn't grab 2 sheep. Miguel maybe needs to realize and lame them now. Easy sweep by Miguel. There is someone with a lot of confidence. Fire Shark. Showing why we need to keep the betting out of AoE 2 so people don't make that bet. Romans remember the Huns Wars too, but not as fondly as we do. Hera's still hoovering around with his scouts, but Miguel's walled up the lumber camps. He's just going to attack the wall that doesn't defend anything. Miguel with his scouts forward, looking to find a weakness in Hera's walls, but even if he does, Hera is the Chimera and can just hop in the houses. Hera will try to wall up towards his mill. Have to garrison his vills for a second there, but he just hops in the house. Most annoying thing ever, you feel like you're going to get some vill kills and then they hop in the houses, but at least it's some idle time. Low HP scout there, so he can't really take that fight. You think Chimera the best civ? Hera with the quick wall, so scouts won't do too much. The sheep's still out there. Miguel with the score lead, even though Hera's up by 2 vills. Hera did get 1 vill kill. Miguel with a bit of idle time. Must have been pushed off the barriers for a second there as he has a spear forward. Hera will bring his own scouts back, and from here on out, we'll have Chimera farms for a better food eco. I still think Miguel really does want to lame those sheep, even at this point in the game. One vill there who has stopped working on the wood line. He might have trapped himself there somehow. Oh, there he goes. Finally freed himself. Scouts in the middle. More scouts for Hera. Remember, if the Huns fall behind in scout numbers, they do train the scouts more quickly at their stable. It's their team bonus. So they can recover the numbers. Miguel is the people's champion. The people's champion will not lame. Spear will poke down 1 scout, and the vills will turn to fight, and by the time Hera wants to take a fight, another spear and a few more scouts will pop out for Miguel. Miguel with the score lead, but down 3 vills. More idle time for him. And chasing the scout away with his spears, there is a blacksmith. Both players keep adding more scouts. Armenian church rushes have gotten even. I don't know what they did with that balance patch, Wise Turtle. I don't know. Remember the good old days of Cumans on Arabia? I wouldn't call them old days. I'd call them DE release days. Kuman's mirrors. I'll remember those. Actually, I remember in those days you couldn't even favorite the maps in the map selection screen. I played a Kuman's mirror against Dogao on Scandinavia. Miguel pushing forward, double stables for Hera. So Hera gonna commit to feudal, double stable scouts. Miguel will see that. Miguel keeps adding spears. Forging on the way for Miguel. Maybe he could go double stable himself. Khmer probably have the better food eco overall for it though. And in this fight, Bloodlines just comes in for Hera, and Miguel has to run. He cannot take that fight without Bloodlines. I'm playing like it's Land Madness. And he'll add a second stable too. Let's go. Double stable scouts. That's what I like to see on Arabia. Forging for Miguel, he'll try to fight half the scouts on a hill. Well, no Bloodlines, and he's going to get massacred. And I think Hera has just won this game. Miguel not walled up at home. Those farms are pretty far from the TC, so the scouts will do some damage. And there's a GG for Miguel. Probably a mistake to go for the blacksmith rather than Bloodlines. 2 stables for Hera. And was able to push that back. So 2 stables, and he went for Bloodlines rather than a blacksmith. Miguel, maybe a mistake in the double stable scouts war then, that he went for the blacksmith and upgrades at the blacksmith rather than Bloodlines. He was trying to avoid needing to mine gold, but Hera 1-vil out on the gold. You can also long distance mine 50 gold if you really want to get Bloodlines. There you go, Hera with a win. 16-7 KD. Smooth for Hera. Let's give him a win. And that was Khmer. He also has Mongols and Chinese and Magyars. We can do pretty much the same thing. Well, lots of double stable scout civs there. Can I show you? APM is locked behind a paywall, so I don't use the pro version of Capture Reach. Maybe AoE. How quickly does AoE 2 Insights have games uploaded? Maybe I could just check that. See how quickly Hera's match gets shown there. Now it doesn't have the match yet. Yeah, simultaneous first pick, yes. First pick is done in parallel. Well, Miguel looks like he himself wanted to pick Chinese. Alright, and it'll be Mongols for Hera, Chinese for Miguel. Alright, so game number 2, Hera taking Mongols, Miguel taking Chinese. And it'll be Ibexes this time. Early loom for Miguel. The Chinese, of course, these days, their TC has been buffed to the point where you don't even need to make a single house at the start of the game. It has 15 population space, so you are taking the hunt immediately. Those villas surrounding 1 goat, and then taking the Ibex as soon as it's pushed in. Only 20 seconds of vital time for Miguel. He should be able to force drop and maintain that. There he goes, perfectly done. Hera, as the Mongols, will look to lure the boars as early as he can and use his hunt bonus. Interested to see what Hera's build is here as the Mongols. He'll probably want to push in Ibexes as quickly as he can. Ooh, he's pushing in a far patch of Ibexes. Okay, interesting he's going for the far ones first. Wait, he could get a total of 6. That's what players have been doing on the latter Arabia with the chickens. They find a far patch of deer and push them simply so they don't need to worry about the chickens. Here's the Mongols. It will be nice to have as much hunt as possible. Maybe he pushes in this one at the start and then goes for the next 3. Yeah, the player civ bands are hidden. And Miguel wanted to pick Chinese. And Chinese Persians feel like a very solid first pick here. We did see how great Persians were in that You Pudding game earlier. And okay, yeah, Hera, he's going to try to get 4 ibexes pushed in. And he'll have only 2 on wood, so this will be a fast up timing for him. How fast exactly? Not sure. But he will look for a house and then try to get just enough wood for that mill, and get the mill at the timing so we can go up probably 17 vills. Hunts the boar and pushes in another ibex, using the Mongol hunt bonus as much as possible, and even ignoring needing to scout for some of his sheep. Found 1 pair of sheep, but leaves the other pair in the back there. Unfound. It's a tile away from having found it. But the extra line of sight for the Mongol scout, +2 line of sight, helps you tremendously when it comes to picking up the ibexes. And there is the mill, and that should be up in time for him to go up on 17 pop. Question is whether or not he does loom. Probably skip it if he really wants to. Miguel bringing in his boar now as he pushed in an ibex out on the wood line. He missed a couple of his goats too, but that is in favor of pushing the ibexes, even from the far group of ibexes. Where's his close group? Is that his close group? Oh gosh, that's super far. Wait, is this map actually bugged where Miguel didn't have ibexes? Is this actually a bugged map? Because that feels like it should be the far group. Unless he pushed all of them already when they were that close, which he might have. Yeah, it was 6 minutes in, maybe he did. He had 1 under the TC already, and this is 3 out there. Okay, he pushed all 3 of them already, never mind. Never mind, I'm just looking 6 minutes in and he's pushed already. Should have come forward to avoid Hera's pushing the deer. Yeah, but if he does that, then he's not pushing his own. And thank you, Leozik94 for the follow. And also earlier, thank you, Murpha Lili for the follow. We're almost at 14.2k. We need 6 more followers. And we're climbing towards 15k. So 30 seconds left on the timer here for Hera. He'll be up to feudal. And did he skip loom? Yes, indeed, he did skip loom. So 17 pop up, he'll be able to make the stable right away. Perfectly timed for him. Only 2 on berries because he's still focusing on the hunt. Gets another stable up. And he will be pushing in... Oh, 4 ibexes were not enough. He's going for a 5th. He's going for a 5th. Ibex on its way in, stable there. And Sight, thank you for the follow. More scouts as the Ibex is taken. And that goat, he doesn't need a goat, he needs an Ibex. He's Mongols and he'll be walling up. Now he does have loom. Part of me was hoping he'd skip loom entirely and go for bloodlines, but not going to be that greedy. Does have a very forward gold in case he does want to go for bloodlines later. And walling with a weak Vil. Nice job from Miguel to find that Vil, and we'll try to block it. Close to the TC, and the scout will take a couple volleys of arrows, gets the Vil, but eats some TC fire. And Hera will try to chase that down with the scout. As his scout gets forward, finds the TC, Miguel ungarrisons to get some HP on the farm so it doesn't get sniped off. And another house going up for Miguel on the side as the spear comes out. And awkward berries, as I've been saying, the golds and the berries farther from the TC on this map than they are on standard Arabia. And the scouts will start hoovering. Hera adds in some farms, and Miguel with the scout will probably not be able to pick off another Vil. But a nice start to the game with a kill for him. And both players opening scouts now. So completely different playstyle from what we saw in that U-Pudding set where it was Drushes every game. Now it's scouts 2 games in a row. With also some pretty good scout civs. But 3 Vil advantage for Miguel, who only has 28 seconds of idle time as the Chinese. That's a pretty good start for him. And here come the scouts. They're up in numbers, and that faster feudal does help get the scout numbers out faster. Archery range up for Hera. And more archers being queued. So not going to go double stable scouts this game. We'll be swapping for archers, and Miguel is forward enough to see the range. Could be interesting if Miguel commits to double stable scouts, like he did in that previous game, but simply with the second stable and bloodlines first. His gold is safer in the back. But I think that can overwhelm the archer numbers here. Still a bit down in numbers. Doesn't have any upgrades on the scouts. No fletching on the archers, though, so you don't need to be too afraid of them. More res than Mongols so early? Yep. Scout numbers are equal. If the spears get pokes, this will be a good fight, and the archers go down. This comes down to the spears now. And not a GM, thank you for the follow. Another archer might go down, so far I don't feel like the archer transition from Hera has worked out. These spears just need to get poking, and there they go. That'll be a couple of scouts down. And yeah, the spears made a big difference in that fight. A fight that otherwise Hera would have won ends up being kind of even. Horse collar on the way for Miguel. And Miguel gonna go straight for double stables. Double stables and 1 Vil out on the gold. He's long distance mining gold, he'll be able then to do bloodlines. Maybe could have had Vils mine the gold and then do the lumber camp out there if he wanted the second lumber camp. Fletching on the way for Hera. And one of the things that's important with fighting double stable scouts is you don't let your archers get caught out of position. And since the golds and the berries, I guess the berries aren't even out there, are much farther from the TC on this map than on a normal map, it's going to be much more difficult to defend your berries while also camping the archers under the TC. If you camp under the TC, then that'll deter the scouts from diving on them. And now Hera's going to see the double stable. Yeah, with the Mongols line of sight, definitely sees that. Bills and the Berry's going to turn and fight. Bloodlines on the way for Miguel, and Miguel would love to wait until Bloodlines comes in to fight, but I think he just needs to ungarrison the stable and fight with the archers there. Maybe he can delay another 15 seconds. I think he'd have won the fight anyways. He would love for Hera to run in. But yeah, there's bloodlines. There's armor on the way. And Miguel can fight this now. No bloodlines for Hera, and Hera can't fight. Hello, a hot cow. There's loads of gold on this map. Lots of extra golds on this map, yes. And thank you, Pete and Bob Rocks for the follows. And now Hera trying to get more archers out, adding in a spear. Fletching is in on the archers, but bloodlines and armor in. And this looks to be a decent fight as the spear comes forward. And he waited for the spear. Maybe with forging it'll be easier to pick off the spear, but right now he doesn't have any archers of his own to fight. He's actually down by a Vil now. He had a lot of idle time while he was doing that transition, trying to get bloodlines and more scouts afforded. Forging on the way. Well, there goes the eco advantage that he had. He's now down by a Vil. Forging, Hera still won't have bloodlines, but with forging and only 1 spear, maybe he can fight. But there are now 2 spears in there. Also, no wheelbarrow added in for Miguel, so that affects the long-term eco. And he could maybe turn and fight. But with that many archers, I think it's still hard. I think Miguel missed an opportunity. He waited too long for his upgrades and didn't fight as early as maybe he could have forced a fight. Now he has, triple stable scouts. Okay, don't know if he can afford triple stable scouts. He does have 20, okay, maybe he can. He's got 27 farms. Triple stable scouts. All right, and this is now a situation where Hera has to be careful in that he can't bring reinforcement archers forward because the scouts could pick them off. And is this a good fight for Miguel? If it's an even fight, he still will have more production. No bloodlines on the scouts yet for Hera. Those scouts still feel extra tanky. And somehow Miguel losing that fight even. But still has the score lead, still has production. And Hera, can he come forward with the archers anymore? He will be fully walled. And the Mongols still do have camels. Which against an all-in feudal age scouts play gives you an early answer when you hit castle. No more spears here. Is Miguel gonna clean this and force the archers back? He's cleaned all the scouts. And the archers will go down, but Hera now will be fully walled. Unless he overchops over here, but he will be fully walled to the edge of the map. Now, it is a situation where maybe if Miguel were to come over here with 4 or 5 scouts and break a palisade, Hera doesn't have a nearby vill, so he might not be able to wall that in time. And it will be a forward tower on the gold. Only 1 gold for Hera, but he's going to be up. And now, if you have enough scouts, you attack enough locations, maybe there's a chance you push through a gate. Maybe an archer opens a gate. Now, that gate's locked. Has to stay locked. Hera, able to click up, though, didn't have to sell stone, so if he wants to, he can do a defensive tower. That tower goes up, and it becomes hard for Hera to re-wall. Oh, Hera doesn't see the tower. He doesn't see the tower. Fletching on the way for Miguel. And triple stable scouts, if he goes all in feudal with that tower, Hera, at least he has a gold in the back of his walls. But Hera has to keep walling and responding to this. Not doubling up that palisade yet. Doubling up the walls there, but he was late on getting the tower up. And now he has to do the tower while the scouts are trying to break in. Losing some HP on the vills. But even if that tower goes up, it's going to be tricky for him to mine gold. He's not going to have gold for a while. So he won't have those immediate camel or step lancer numbers that he might have otherwise had if he had the free gold. And Scout's still trying to come forward. That house could go down. Hera's going to need to wall that up, and that'll expose the vills to the tower again. Wheelbarrow for Miguel. And a couple of weak vills there. There's a vill down. Miguel, enough HP on the scouts right now. He can still break in. Bloodline's on the way for Hera. Hera's still not up. That foundation does not have much HP on it. Miguel getting closer and closer to breaking in. The vills are losing HP. At the same time, Hera has to react and wall on the side. He did get a palisade up. There's a market. Bloodlines for Hera. He'll need the market because he doesn't have gold. Miguel's still desperately trying to break in. I wonder if Miguel, he has a bit of stone if he ever could have come forward for a second tower at some point. Hera getting enough walls there that the Step Lancer comes out. Miguel probably has to pull the scouts back at this point with the Step Lancers. And Hera able to repair the house. The house, now that he's in the castle age, will have more melee armor, so I think Miguel really does need to pull back. And there he goes. Yeah, 4 minutes idle TC for Miguel. And is this enough scouts to fight the Step Lancers? Not underneath the tower fire. And oh, that was a great fight for Hera being under the tower. And this tower now has garrison vills for Hera. And Hera selling wood, using the market. If Miguel didn't have all that idle TC time, then he's up by 5 vills at this point. More than that. But now the Step Lancers should win. Now the Step Lancers should win everything. And there's a GG from Miguel. And ooh, he was breaking in on the side, but too little too late. I think there was an overchop from Hera on the wood line. If that were like 5 or 6 scouts, maybe he kills a few vills and evens it up, but lost the forward vills at the same time as the tower. GG. But gets the walls up in time. And Step Lancers too. I was saying camels are good against the scouts, but so are Step Lancers. Get enough steppies out and the scouts can't fight that. Miguel committed to the feudal. Maybe at some point could have tried to get a second tower. But even if Hera has to wall that off, he has a gold in the back. You just go to that gold. Doesn't need to commit too much to this forward gold. I wonder if that even would have been a better play for Hera. Just wall this off with a bunch of houses. Commit to the back gold. And maybe the tower only comes up if you really need to stop the push from getting in. Yeah, imagine how Jurchen Step Lancers. Steppies are monsters. Needed archer. Well, the thing is, he committed to the double stable scouts, so he wasn't committing to the archer. Hera committed to the range, and was really losing in feudal after a long time. If you're going to fight out in the open, I still feel like double stable scouts is the best army composition. But Hera held on long enough to get his map walled. It went longer? Well, I mean, if it went longer, there really is no play if Miguel is still feudal. And he's not going to have camels anymore after the Chinese were changed. That's the thing. If it went longer, he doesn't have a stable unit that can fight the Step Lancers at this point. He would need to transition maybe to Fire Lancers. And I don't think he can go Archers at this point. I think it's too late for that. Get crossbows. Maybe Fire Lancer would be... I've never seen Fire Lancer versus Step Lancer. I don't know which of the Lancers wins. Maybe Fire Lancers would be an option there. But as soon as Hera can retake that gold and keep Miguel out, then it's over. I don't know if Scorpions are what you want to do against Step Lancers. And let's see the scoreboard. That's 2-0 for Hera. And that'll be Mongols over Chinese. And now Hera still has the Chinese. So, should be able to win with Chinese. Chinese-Persians might be an interesting matchup if we get that. And what do we have going on the dashboard? And it'll be Persians Magyars. Persians Magyars. Pudding. You Pudding won that. And here we are, blue Magyars for Hera and red Persians for Miguel. Warlord in. And Ibex pushed in for Miguel. So early lore. And Persians Magyars. Persians should have the better economy in this matchup, no doubt about that. No doubt Persians should have a better eco than the Magyars. Magyars, though, cheaper scouts. The house coming up here for Hera. A couple of goats on the outside as another Ibex gets pushed in. I'm feeling better for this set. I feel like I've woken up more from that first set. That first set, I could tell I was struggling. Now I'm feeling better. And this could be the third time we see multiple stable scouts. Magyars love that build because of their scout discount. Their scouts are minus 15%. I believe that makes them decrease from 80 food to 68 food. And melee upgrades free mean they have a good start to the feudal age with their scouts. And then a good end to the feudal age with a discount. Playing scout save after scout save with how open the map is. So I guess that's going to be a question for this tournament, if scouts versus maybe a drush is the dominant strategy. I think the key element of the map will be the fact that the berries and the golds are farther from the TC than they are in the latter Arabia currently. Loom on the way for Miguel. Is I move these 2 or 3 tiles closer to the TC like they are on latter Arabia, and drushes lose their effectiveness then if the TC defends as well. Here with exposed berries? Different game then. Talked about Miguel's map. See, gold's to the back, straggler on the hill kind of blocking the mining camp, although you could just chop that. He's going to go double lumber camp on one wood line in the back. Keep that in one spot. And barracks for Hera. Looks like this might just be a scouts opening from both players. Nice and simple Arabia strategy. A bit of idle time on the vills there from Miguel. Pond there. Hera not fish booming. I'd love to see some fish booms at some point. If we do get double stable scouts again, the Persians do of course have the camel as an option. Miguel walling up, finding some more goats. They're really going for a pretty big wall early on. Okay, deciding not to do it. That was a lot of wood. We'll go for a more compact wall as he heads into barracks. Is there a world where Miguel plays spear defense and walls against Hera going scouts? Tell me Hera doesn't get those goats. Well, Hera lame those goats. Hera gets it. No. I was just going to give them to Miguel. Look at that. Hera's like, I don't need your goats to win. You take them. Okay, one Vil gets a poke on the first scout. Magri's scout, though, is still with the attack. Plus one attack. Forward berries, and there's a stable for Miguel. And berries will be walled there. With the HP down, don't think Hera can take that fight. 12 HP lost. Thinking of going back for the Vil. Some more walls for Miguel, walling up in front of the berries, trying to get the walls to the TC, as he will get double bit axe on his back lumber camp. Spear coming over. Spear wants to get some pokes on the scouts. Sound gone? Yeah, it should be sound here. Looks like there is on my end. Scouts still hoovering around. And Hera just keeping Miguel at home, not really doing much damage. Gets his scouts in. Doesn't want to fight or commit to Vils on the berries with that spear there, but Miguel only 2 on berries. That could hurt his eco a bit. Miguel wants more houses. And he's starting to keep the scouts out. But that feels like a big mess under the TC. Vils going to stragglers, the stragglers running out, doesn't have the farms in. I think it was a good game, it's quiet. The audio balance for the game is always going to depend on what device you're listening on. If you're like headphones versus speakers versus listening on a phone. It's tricky to get it balanced for all possible devices people can listen on. That's at least my experience from testing audio levels. Is that every device I listen on, sometimes it's too quiet, sometimes it's too loud. I'd rather err on the side of it being too quiet. Scouts moving forward. Vill's gonna turn and fight. And there's the Vill that goes down, though. Vills have to be part of the fight because the numbers are not there for Miguel. But these are Magura scouts. Magura scouts for Hera. They have forging. And maybe they get cleaned. Okay, they do get cleaned there. So overall, 9 to 8 KD, but that's 3 Vill kills for Hera in that KD. And now up 31 to 30 Vills. Bit of idle time for both of them, actually. But again, slightly more for Miguel. And the longer this feudal age goes on, the more Hera benefits from the scout discount, and there we have double stable scouts so far. Double stable scouts. This is also the early game versus late game balancing, where late game is always louder. So if you balance for one, it might not be right for the other. He'll hit the scouts as the spear comes over. A very low HP scout. And now the spear's getting a couple of pokes in. Bloodline's on the way for Hera, and Miguel's just going to call the GG when he sees more scouts coming in. Oh, fair enough. So he tried to be walled, but not getting there in time, and the Magura is pushing with the scouts. Again, Hera going for bloodlines. He had 1 or 2 Vills on that mining camp. Might have moved. Is that gold miner? Yeah. So 2 Vills on the mining camp. He goes double stable scouts and prioritizes bloodlines over the blacksmith, which I guess makes a lot of sense for the Magyars. You already have the blacksmith for free. You're not going to go for the blacksmith there. But same build he used in that other game then, essentially. Double stable scouts into forward pressure. Miguel not fully walled. That's the trouble of playing against scouts. If you only wall to the TC, it's not like archers or even men-at-arms that the TC can defend from. Scouts run right through. Close set for Hera. But 3-0 for him. Scouts every game. And we'll have to see what the meta is. Are we going to see Drushes every game? Scouts every game? So far, Hera just going scouts. And to be fair, I guess scouts are the most standard way to play Arabia. So maybe he's saving strats and not revealing anything. Everyone will see that he's on double stable scouts. But that was a win for the Magyars and a loss for the Persians. So GG's. No surprises there, though. You'd expect Hera to be the favorite. And is the Ganji and Vinch set still going on? As you can turn and cast that then. I don't see them in a lobby right now. Oh no, that's not going on anymore either. Alright, so I guess we have a slight break before the next set. It'll be Viper at Lamo. You got some coffee and we're off to game 4. You got some coffee and it's over. You got some coffee and Hera's 1-3-0. I need to get coffee too. Yeah, best of 5 for everything. So let me clear the scoreboard then. And then next will be Viper, Lamo. I don't know if they're going to start right away or if we're going to have a bit of a break, but we'll cast that too. Let's see a draft. I think we have a bit of a break before that one. So I'm going to get myself a coffee real quick. And then we're going to maybe cast another... We'll just cast a ladder game until we get there. Is T90 playing anymore? No, T90's not playing. Alright, so I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get yet another ad done, and I'll grab a coffee, and then we'll be waiting for Viper Lamo. All right, I have obtained coffee. So welcome, everyone. Welcome, I welcome everyone. Welcome myself back. Right, so coffee is here. I still don't see. Do we have a civ draft for this? Do we have a civ draft for? Let me check out e2cm.net. Is Viper Lamo? Is this happening? If there is a civ draft, I don't see it yet. So I'm just gonna cast a random game on the ladder. Who's playing on the ladder right now? Let's see. Oh, they're all on new patches though. They're all on new patches. Right. If I cast the ladder game, I'm going to need to update to the new patch. So I'll do that. I'll update to the new patch, and then I'll downgrade to the current patch. Right. So we had looked at the patch notes briefly earlier. Let me just bring them back up again. Like on the Age of Empires website, probably. Yeah, let's go to that. Look at the patch notes quickly. And give it a more proper look through as my game updates. So as we talked about, balance changes. Increasing the food on chickens, probably a good thing. Eagles cost decreased, good thing there. Gambeson's cost decreased, whatever, it's just a change. Traction treb, reload time increased, good. Bonus versus buildings increased, maybe okay. Movement speed reduced by 0.03 of a tile per second. Will that change anything? I don't think so. I guess that means they're slower than rams. You can ram them. All in all, they're probably overall better now because they have much more damage against buildings. I don't think 2 seconds of training time will change that. So overall, a unit that probably needed to be nerfed instead gets buffed. And that's going to be a theme for a lot of the changes here, like warrior priests. Why are they cheaper now? Why are they cheaper? Oh, reload time. Okay. Reload time. Sorry, I misread that as training time. Reload time. Okay, there we go. That's good then. Reload time increased. That is a good change. Are they better or worse against buildings now because of that? So someone do the math and change their DPS against buildings. They were very weak against buildings, but very strong against units before. So I guess this helps that in some ways then. Okay, now that I read that correctly, helps that in some ways. Warrior priests cheaper, that's makes no sense to me. There was an incredibly strong unit at picking up relics. They should have been more expensive. Crepos can train petards. Okay, that feels like fun. Flemish militia ever so slightly faster. All right. Georgians, I don't feel like this tech was ever all that effective. But also, I don't think the Georgians really needed a buff. So from that perspective, this is a weird change, making that tech cheaper and more effective. Fortified churches, radius increased? What the heck? What? Fortified church eco was insane already. Now it's even better? This change makes no sense to me at all. Like, not at all. Iron Pagoda, games with the Jurchens, I don't know if I've ever even seen this unit made. Okay, I don't think this is too big of a change. It attacks slightly faster. Fire Lancers attack even faster? What? Fire Lancers do not need to be buffed anywhere. They're one of the strongest units in the game right now. Nah. Why are Fire Lancers getting a buff? Katans, I've never actually seen the Camel Treb really used, so I can't speak to these changes all that much. Feels like it makes the Camel Treb slightly more powerful. I don't think it was that important of a unit, so a slight buff, okay? Pastures, more expensive, but produce more food and take longer to construct, so slightly nerfed, I think, overall. Feels pretty reasonable. I think the wood to food ratio still... Oh, although that's per animal on the pasture, right? So that might be actually a lot more food. I'm guessing this is a slight nerf to pastures. They probably needed more than a slight nerf, but okay. Commanderin Persians did not need a buff. We've seen how strong the Persians are. They did not need Commanderin to be even cheaper, but okay, I guess this makes sense. I don't think it's that big of a change. When you're making trash bows, you're floating wood anyway. So, okay. That's fine with that, but weird to see the Persians getting a buff. This great change, Shu Lumberjacks were OP, nerfing their food collection a bit, step in the right direction. Is that enough? I don't know, but feels pretty good. So this year, this along with the Eagle Warrior change, I look at and say, yes, good change. Elite Conquistador, yes, Elite Conquistadors do fall off compared to their Castle Age counterpart, but I don't think the Spanish needed a Conquistador buff. Of all the units in the game that I think could have used a buff, Conquistador was definitely at the bottom of the list. So this feels like a weird change. Tatars, sure, Keshik's HP increased. In my experience, Keshiks usually were a bad idea for Tatars because you couldn't train them as quickly as you could Hussars, and they filled a similar role as your mainline Cav unit in front of your Cav archers. Maybe this changes that a bit and makes them more viable, especially with the elite upgrade cheaper. I think the castle production lock still kind of, no matter what, you're going to want Hussars. Turks gold miner increase, okay. There's even more OP on closed maps. They took their Janissary range away, but gave them Sipahi Cav archers, Hussars with more pierce armor. Artillery is now cheaper since it doesn't cost stone. Now they mine gold faster. Turks are crazy. And then Jin Swordsmen, this is a good change. They take longer to train. Will this actually make them less viable? I don't know. That feels like a pretty big gap of 8 seconds. To make them take 8 seconds longer, but this at least is a step in the right direction. Keshik is no joke. They shred Paladin per cost now. Okay. They remove chickens from Arabia only for King of the Desert. So the chickens removed from Arabia is only a King of the Desert change. I do like the super far berries and gold from the TC, so some things about this Arabia map I think are pretty nice. Not so much a fan of the like singleton deer when the deer spawn in groups of 1, and it probably still needs to remove the far away deer. I talked about that with Memb, but now that I've seen it in action, I think I actually would agree with removing the far away deer. But just give everyone a group of 4 deer, I think. Make it consistent. Don't do the chickens. I've never really liked the inconsistency of the chickens. Like 50-50 chicken, non-chicken. Oh, yeah, also no siege tower nerf. Oh, no. Yeah, the siege tower, the unit is... no joke, the siege tower is the unit that most needs a nerf. So, mixed bag of this one. A couple good changes, a couple weird changes. I didn't actually see a preview of this patch, so the fortified church is insane. Yeah, glad to see the Yen getting nerfed. Only Elite Conk is getting a buff, not normal one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't feel like it's like too bad of a change. I'm just saying it feels weird that Conks always had this setup where they were probably the strongest Castle Age unit, but then they fall off in Imp, and you reduce the fall off in Imp, and that in some ways buffs the Castle Age unit because now doing Elite Conk is now a more viable option. So staying heavy on Conquistadors, going Elite Conk being an option, makes the Castle Age Conk stronger too. But again, it is just the Elite one, so it's not that big of a change, just something that I don't think was necessary and has some potential downside to it. Okay, now that I have updated my game, it says update queued. Why did you not update? I was looking at the patch notes, assuming you would update while I did that. Well, it's a quick update, though. Alright, update. How good are they now? I have no idea. But that's only the Jurchen ones. It's only the Jurchen ones that attack faster. So at least it's only 1 civ, but even better than they were before. There's none of the things that should be changed. It does a bunch of stuff that no one asked for. A lot of patches do that. All right, so are there any games on right now? Are there any games we can spectate? No one started a game in a while. Looks like Gabby Pela is there. We can cast that. How big of a difference is 20 to 25%? I don't know. Eagle buff is nice. That's returning eagles to what they were before, which feels... That was never a change I liked to begin with, the eagle change. Hopefully that's a positive direction for Eagles going forward. Alright, and here we are. This is not the King of the Desert game, just in case you're wondering. So let me turn the scoreboard off. This is just a game we're gonna cast to kill some time before the next King of the Desert game. Alright, remove the scoreboard. I can't actually view the text now. Wait, I need to do a scoreboard of best of one, ranked, ladder. There. They were well into the game. They were like 20 minutes into the game, so we'll speed cast. I was sad too that Gabby didn't make it through. How big of a difference? How much? Oh, you know, the Chinese. We can look at Fire Lancer stats here, maybe. We'll see Fire Lancers if Gabby makes any. We'll check their stats. Remind me to check the stats. She did lose a game to Chinese Fire Lancer siege towers when she was the Byzantines. Oh, what is that? A wolf rush following the spear. Wolf rush doesn't kill a Vil. She's going forward, looking for a way to break him with scouts. This is Chinese Huns, so Chinese probably the better civ these days, with how much their Dark Age has been buffed. As much as I like Huns. Fire Lancer is also for the Chinese. Ooh, this could be a bad fight for Gabby if she's out of position with the archers. She might lose everything there. Oh wow, now she runs into crossbows, but is able to get away. Sacrifices some scouts to keep her archers turned into crossbows. That'll be a TC in the back, so 3 TCs there for Levi. Gabby only on 1 TC, but going 4 ranges, going full crossbow. With ballistics, picks off that army. But is down by 10 Vils, has to apply pressure to the boom now. And picks off some Vils out there. Gets her second TC up on a gold. Mangonel defense. Why I stream ladder or not? Okay, we're waiting for the next set. The next set hasn't started, Dodo. Next set hasn't started. Alright, hello, Baron. Wait, Mem is already streaming Viper's set? He is? How is that live currently? Okay. Well, if it's live currently, the spectator dashboard is not telling me that it is live then. Hold on. We gotta swap over and find it then. Literally, I don't see a draft and it's not on the dash. Is that with Rex then? Oh, then I'm just being silly because they must be casting it with Rex. That would be a Viper thing to play on Rex. Hold on. Are they casting with Rex? Okay, I need to swap the code. I don't see it anywhere. Let's see, I need to swap patches. My previous live. Update this. Capture agent needs to close to update. Oh, it is Rex. And that would explain it then. Now, let me know how far Memb is into the game. I'll just catch up to it. Alright. Yeah, the time was originally supposed to be 20 GMT, so I thought we were going to wait for that, but apparently not. Until Viper falls asleep. Yeah, Viper's sleep schedule doesn't let him play games live anymore. Alright. So let me find their draft too, I have that. And there are the Rex. grab the draft. And here is the draft. And I'm just getting game 1. The maps are Arabia, so we don't have a draft for that. Game 1 is in 3 segments. Georgians, Persians. Time's at 30 minutes. All right. All right, we'll just then go at like maybe ×2 speed to cast then. Can we see green versus yellow? Hopefully green versus yellow is fine. Here, ×2 speed. Traction tread should be same versus buildings, worse versus units now. All right, that's good then. Taxi fun continues. Taxi fun for the siege towers will continue. All right, so Lamo will be the green Persians to the northwest, Viper the yellow Georgians to the southeast. And this will be, I need to update my overlay then. There's that. And then, hold on, let me make sure I don't accidentally show the Rex and spoil this. If I open Capture Age, justify AOTD 6, round of 64. Hopefully Capture Age updates that. And there we are. Gabby won that game. Looked like she had a pretty good lead. Would have been interesting to see how she punished 3TC Boom. But clearing the army in early Castle Age gave her lots of options for that. Maybe we do X4. He said Mem's at 30 minutes, and this game is split into 3 parts, so we'll see if we can get there. Live games. So there's a tournament patch for KOTD for this round, and the previous live is being used for the round of 64. So this is not updated, but the next round will be on the live patch. So feudal for both players at just about the same time. Persians, Georgians. I wonder if we're going to see double stable scouts again from both of them, like we saw in Hera Miguel. You see it in ranked. No, because they don't put tournament maps in ranked, unfortunately. And it is different than normal Arabia because the resources are farther away. I've actually kind of liked the map so far from what I've seen. I like the golden berries being far. I've never really been a fan of woodlines being so consistent on Arabia. And the hills, I think, still need a lot of work. So I'd probably do things a bit differently, but I do like the distance of the resource spawns. I don't like the fact they're always at pretty much the same position away from the TC. But yeah, it looks like it is just going to be scouts from both players then. Georgian scouts heal over time. Persians have the better early eco. Georgians probably the better later eco. Yeah, it would be cool to see any type of tournament map in the map pool. But unfortunately, 6 years into DE's development cycle, we still don't have that ability. Or even just the ability to play custom maps in a ranked mode that's not just the matchmaking queue. That's something I really miss from the Voogly days, the ability to play custom maps in your ranked games. If you found something like War is Coming Arabia, or ECL Arabia, or any custom script out there you wanted to play, just play it. You don't have to jump through hoops, or do custom unranked games for it. The Viper will be making an archer switch. He is fully walled, so full walls against what could potentially be double stable scouts is nice. Both players fully walled, and it'll be a range there for Lamo. Persians do have the option of camels. Persians, Georgians, the matchup we see all the time on hybrid maps. No, Lamo is not Jordan. Lamo is Lamo. Lamo is his own person. Flank Black Forest, one side open and other closed. What? Flank Black Forest? One side open, one side closed. I'll need a better description of that to figure out what you mean. That sounds interesting. So he's still at the front, pushing with spears and some skirms, trying to push in. Sounds like coastal. Imagine 4v4 BF. it usually goes 2v2 with middle closed. Oh, you mean like keeping the middle more open and like the flanks closed? So like the pockets have to wall, but not the flanks? But one side open. Oh, so like one side is like Michi, and like the other side is Black Forest, but like open Black Forest. Okay, so Lamo's gold is super far forward. That's what you adapt to on this map. He's up to the Castle Age. TC on the way. So someone keep an eye on Mem's stream. Make sure I don't go ahead of him either, as we're trying to catch up. Bowsaw on the way for Viper. Fortified Church going up for Viper 2. And as the scouts come forward, we'll be chased by a spear. Scouts look to poke down the spear. Instead, they get poked. Ooh, cav archers for both, so Persian versus Georgian cav archers. Scales much better for the Georgians who do have bracer. He's there 40 minutes? Alright, we're good then. Can I change green to blue? Change green to blue. Is Church Rush viable with Georgians? I think so, but I think it's definitely better with the Warrior Priests. Yeah, the drops, I know there are two, I have 2 extra games in addition to this one in the Rex. So, Lamo trying to surround a Viper, trying to surround the Cav Archers. Viper is going for the wood line. He took a bit of a hill in that fight. Neither player had ballistics there, but now that ballistics is in for Lamo, if he catches the Cav Archers again, should be able to take a better fight. Viper sending a monk forward, the Cav Archers just passing, not going to pick that off. At the top, Viper attempting to break in with Cav Archers, but Lamo should be able to clean that. Viper going full economy mode. Heavy plow, handcart. No ballistics yet. So, Fortified Churches, full eco mode for the Viper. This is a building that did not need to get buffed. And there is a university for Viper. Georgian CA indeed heal. Yes, indeed they heal. The only thing they will miss is Thumb Ring. The Persians do get Thumb Ring and Castle Age Parthian tactics, so potentially better in the Castle Age outside of the healing. But in the long run, Bracer, I think, will be much better for the Cav Archers for Viper, along with the fact they'll still heal. They do miss the final armor upgrade, but I think that overall I'd rather Bracer for the range. But yeah, Georgian CA, they do heal. That's 8 HP per minute. I believe these captured stats are per minute. And for a unit that has only 70 hit points, that's a good deal of healing. Imagine if those trees were overchopped. Won't go 60 on wood and pump trash bow. Maybe he would in the new patch when trash bows are cheaper. Have archers pick off the monk. Here's... Oh, if he didn't garrison the mule cart, he could have walled with the mule cart. So the Cav Archers... Murder holes for Viper, so Cav Archers don't hide under the fortified churches like that. The Cav Archers run around. I think we're supposed to have a drop sometime soon. Maybe I'll just go to normal speed while the Cav Archers are hoovering. So 20-ville lead for Lamo. And despite Viper's KD, I actually kind of like Lamo's position with the Ville lead here. He did some idling of the eco there. Score a slight lead for Viper. But I think the Lamo's in a good spot. Viper just picking up a relic. Although Viper does have 5 relics. Okay, 5 relics for the Georgians with fortified churches. Feels like you're setting yourself up for success in the long run. Viper now has ballistics for this fight. Okay, yeah, 5 relics then make a huge difference. 5 relics. What a nerd. Calcs for Fortified Church, the effective area was buffed from 352 tiles to 432. They cover 22. Yeah. When you have that big of an area, adding 1 more tile is actually a huge number of tiles increased. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's still a quadratic increase in number of total tiles covered if you increase the radius. Okay, some vills from Lamo getting picked off from Viper. He's raiding with skirms. Best unit in the game. They even tank mangonel shots. He's from Latvia. That is a fun fact. This is a nice name. And then we have Imperial Age on the way from Viper. Imperial Age on the way from Viper. Cav Archers coming forward. And Vill's coming forward. They want to go for a castle drop. Lamo takes a score lead. In part, that's because Viper's up to the Imperial Age and spent resources going up. Lamo needs to wait for the mangonels to come forward to keep the skirms away, and then he can go for the castle. Is it an E increase? What do you mean an E increase? It would not be exponential. Not at all. It's certainly not logarithmic. That would be really small. It should be quadratic because you go from n by n to n plus 1 by n plus 1. Up and there's the drop. There's the drop. I need to do my math though. I need to subtract the differences then to get the differences in tile numbers. Alright, so game 1B we're in. Game 1B. And oh, okay, we loaded in just to see a mangonel shot. Okay, well, that was not a good drop for Viper. Oh my gosh, that mangonel shot. Beautiful. Oh, and there... Wait a minute, this wreck is literally Viper getting mangonel shotted. Let me restart that from the beginning. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Okay, so this is where the game loaded in. And he lost. He's got skirms there. Okay, and here we go. And now he doesn't have skirms. All right, all right. And then we'll speed up. And then the game drops for a second time. All right, perfect. That is exactly what Viper wanted. The most beautiful way to save and restore. Alright, I'll put Lamo. Someone has to put him in the blue. We'll put him in the blue again. Alright, Cav Archers here at the front. Oh, let's go to normal speed now. And, oh, now there's a castle foundation where those skirms were. Oh god, everything happened so fast. So it went from Viper had some skirms, to Viper doesn't have skirms, to Lamo has a castle here. Ah, it was a big change of events in those. Oh yeah, Viper has one military now. Got one monk inside that church. Well, that was a big change of events right there. I read on Reddit that Hera is leaving GL. I read that too. That's the only place I've seen it. Cav Archers denying it. Oh gosh, did he swap out for Doubt in that Save and Restore 2? He's getting a castle denied. Lamo forward with the Cav Archers. He's just about ready to hit Imp. There is Thumb Ring for the Cav Archers. But downside for the Persians now, no Bracer. They won't have any additional range. And of course, as the Georgians, Viper doesn't need to get raided. He just garrisons in the church. And remember, he does still have a total of 5 relics. Viper's going to try to rush up the castle again. But only 70%, and there should be enough Cav Archers there still to deny that once more. So many developments in a short time. So there's a castle, that'll take out that church, but Viper ready to treb it down. Some forward vills had gone to chop some wood, now they'll be on that castle. Viper wants to go Svan Towers, and has some towers up surrounding Lamo's farms. As the Mangonel push continues on the fortified church, that's going to take a while though. Georgians, if they want to repair the church, can do so for a long time. Forward Trebs more worried about going for TCs than about going for the castle. Viper getting his own Trebs out, so perhaps Lamo is just going to sacrifice this castle to try to get more Trebs and open up Viper's base for raids. Viper finally going for this castle. Will get it up, but at great cost. He still is down by 20 Vils. With a score lead, but down 20 Vils, he will go for Elite Manaspa. And if he does get the final armor, they should be quite effective against the Cav Archers, who won't have the attack from Bracer. Ram chasing after Trebs. Viper trying to push back these forward castles. He's doing more towers and now a stable in the north. With the towers, that'll prevent Lamo from being walled up over here. Persian TCs, that'll take a while to go down, but will still go down in the end. And lots of extra golds on this version of the map. Gold to the north, gold in the corner. And Viper will continue expanding with more churches to boost the Vils and protect them as they go to mine the stone. Still only a feudal age scout, no light cav or other upgrades on it. War Elephant from let's go. Lamo knows how to play the game War Elephant, and it's actually winning against all the Manaspas. That's actually an insanely valuable War Elephant. Viper has a monk, he wants a conversion. I don't even know where the monk is. Although the War Elephant slowly but surely has its HP whittled down by nothing other than the Skirmisher. When the War Elephant didn't have its armor, and Skirmishers continue to be the best unit in the game. Is this buffoonery? This is AoE2 DE saving and restoring. That's what this is. Chemistry on the way. Rebels will go for the Manaspas. They will miss though. And the Trebs will go down. Out in the middle of nowhere, they will go down. Cav Archers still fighting against the Manaspas. Skirmish forward, and there are now yellow dots everywhere all the Manaspas are raiding. And there's the GG from Lamo. Forward castle, not enough. Look at the stats. Look at our truncated stats. But 109 kills for Viper. Better eco by the end too with the Georgians. I'd love to see the comparison of eco over time, Persians versus Georgians, but with the fortified churches, he comes out on top in the end. There we are. Alright. And I'll give Viper a win. I'm probably still behind Mem because we started late, but we're going to keep going. And that'll be a win for the Georgians. The very last Civ pick against the Persians. Surprised Georgians are that far down in the Civ picks. Feels Jordan, man. And here we are. Game number 2. And again, we'll put Lamo in the blue. If someone once again lets me know where Mem is, maybe we just speed up the Dark Age for this wreck. So Viper as the yellow Bengalis to the north, Lamo as the blue Portuguese to the south. Maybe both players were thinking they'd go for a Phosphoro FC this match. Harder to do, I think, with the stones being so far away. But let me sip some coffee. Match won't work because these are wrecks. I think it's no secret that Viper would be the favorite here. All games are on KUTD Arabia. Yes. Yes, indeed. Insufficient spec. I was wondering, though, if the... this is my mind thinking, that if it was just a square and you're increasing the length of the side, you're increasing the area quadratically. But if we're also subtracting a quadratic area from the previous square, or from the previous radius, that maybe it's actually just maybe a linear increase across the sides. Because you're just adding 4 times the side length. But I would need to grab a pen and think, rather than do that after casting 4.5 hours. It is linear, so growth itself is quadratic. Alright, that makes sense. People were asking what the growth rate was of the... Or I guess I was bringing up what the growth rate increase is, or that you have a huge effect of increasing the radius of the fortified churches by 1 tile on the total number of tiles that they encompass. And we're asking what the asymptotic behavior is. Yeah, Viper on stone, so he looks like he's gonna do some Rathas. Do we have stone here? No. I wonder if you know that Viper's gonna do this. Is it better to fast castle yourself instead of try to pressure in feudal? And not go organ guns, because I think organ guns would probably lose to Rathas. A building that increases in size. No, we're talking about the area around the fortified church, the area that it affects villagers. The patch increases that from a radius of 8 to 9 tiles. Oh, it's not radius, it's the side of the square. Okay, well, the radius increases by 1.5 tiles. If the square is then... If it goes from an 8x8 square to a 9x9 square centered at the church. Well, oh my gosh, Men-at-Arms from Lamo getting in. Viper did not finish his palisades. Viper not finishing the palisades, and he's being pushed off of stone before having enough stone for the castle. The Men-at-Arms can sit here now. He's trying to wall his vills and get the walls back. Somehow he gets the walls back. Viper with the quick walls manages to get the vills walled in again. 1 Man-at-Arms probably needed to stay there on the mining camp. And now he'll get the stone back. Just Viper things. Blacksmith and market going up now. Will Viper lose his scout? I think he will. And he'll try to take the hill. I'm not engaging on the hill. And we'll still trying to do damage where he can with the Men-at-Arms, forcing Viper to wall and react. There's the market and the blacksmith. And now we look at castle positions. I'm sure Viper would love to have the castle at the front on the gold and the wood line, but a back castle here accomplishes the same thing, gold and wood. And he's up to the castle age now. Do the same thing, might lose 6 vills in the process. Perfect arena civ matchup. Bengali's Portuguese, you're right. Perfect arena civ matchup. Yeah, Viper is definitely doing the Phosphorus strat with the Rathas. And my question is just, how do you counter that? Men-at-Arms in feudal, okay, but then what's your follow-up? You're not going to apply any more damage in feudal because the castle is going to go up. With this map, though, with the golds being so far away, I wonder if you could get to a point where sometimes Phosphor will do the castle directly adjacent to the TC. I wonder if you could force that with Men-at-Arms, maybe some follow-up archers. And then still harass golds if they're far enough away from the castle with the distances on this map. Viper might be tempted to YOLO all of his vills and do the castle right here. That'll protect his existing woodline and the gold and let him take both. Like right in front of the house. And Viper's, that wouldn't even be a YOLO if he's scouting. His scouting plan is then to make sure there's no follow-up with archers that would deny that. And if he sees there isn't, then he just goes for it. Yep, and he's moving out to the front gold, so it will be a castle over here. Or here, but I think over here it protects the wood line. And he's up. Will I be at the Red Bull event? I do plan to buy tickets. I'm not, as far as I know, I'm not casting it. No one's reached out to me. But I will buy tickets tomorrow. You might do like some type of subathon to... I might turn it into like a mini vacation around Europe. And I'll just like raise like a travel subathon goal. And so Ratha is being trained from the castle. You don't see a 6th rug? I think the castle might be blocking it. Men-at-Arms attacking the house, and we will have Castle Age on the way from Lamo. And the Ratha will go to clean up the Men-at-Arms. They did not hire me for costume manager, no. They should have. Put all the other casters through an exercise program so we could pull off male villagers. Here we go. We'll have Castle Age on the way here for Lamo. He's not up yet. He is fully walled, but it is just palisades. That can be not enough to keep Rathas away. Viper adding in the monastery, and he might go to collect relics. If we look at the relics, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe show that more clearly here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 relics on the map. Oh, I like how the farms show up on the mini-map. That's nice. You can see where the TCs are because of the farm outline. And the other TCs here. That's cute. Not on the normal map, just on the Capture Age Eco map. So the Rathas come forward. We'll have Castle Age on the way for Lamo. Palisade a day keeps the Ratha away. I think it's more like a fortified wall a day keeps the Ratha away. As that palisade will go down quickly, and you can't wall behind it because the Rathas go to range mode and kill your villagers. Yeah, maybe you can wall behind it. Not that many Rathas, and they don't have Bodkin. Only fletching. I will get some HP up. Take armor away from Ratha and give it back with pikes. The balance idea I had was that Ratha benefit, or I think Hera had written this, that they benefit from all of the blacksmith upgrades, both cav and archer armor, but they start with 0 armor. So take away all their armor, but make them do both sets of blacksmith upgrades to get it back. So in the long run, that's actually a buff, because they'll have more armor, which makes sense because they're weaker late game. They fall off quite a bit. But it's a nerf early on in the Phosphorus strat, because then they wouldn't have such high +3, +2, or 3 melee 2 pierce armor. They'd be weaker here. But yeah, in principle, you're taking away armor, giving it back, whether it's pikes, through some blacksmith upgrade changes, I think that would be a good idea for the Rathas. I like that idea. Oh look, the Rathas are in. They went through the other palisade too. Yeah, and this is probably not the civ that Lamo wanted to see for Portuguese, because if he tries to mirror with the same thing, and to go stone for organ guns, Rathas should shred the organ guns. I don't think that matchup's close at all. I think the Rathas absolutely dominate the organ guns with how high their HP is. Ranged mode, melee mode, whatever they do, they should destroy the organs. And now Lamo is doing the only unit you can do to fight the Rathas, the skirmisher. And Viper, how does he respond to that? With a Mangonel follow-up. Is it a good idea to dive with melee Ratha versus skirms? It is a good idea, yes. If you can take a good engagement. Maybe you don't want to do it directly under the TC, but if you ever catch the skirms out in the open, yeah, you can do that. Especially if there's nothing else backing up the skirms. Skirms are useful behind walls like this, but less so as the Mangonel comes forward. Mangonel going for the vills and the gold. And they'll have to go back to that workshop now. Miguel taking out the monks. G and GG. Oh, I mean, skirmishers are still here. Do you doubt the skirmishers? Yes. Against the Ratha's mangonels, yes. Not even skirmishers can deal with this. Viper getting a bit of a mangonel revenge from that last game, but 2-0 for Viper. With the Phosphoro build, 19 to 7 KD. Better economy. All around. Faster castle age. Managed to get the quick wall on the stone. If he doesn't get the quick wall on the stone, and the men-at-arms get in and deny him from stone, then maybe something else happens that game, but as it is, oh wait. Do the berries have a little, like, stump bush thing underneath them on this version of the map? Or where would the mill be here? Oh yeah, they do, look at that, that's cute. That must be like a second object bush thing spawned underneath them, so you can see where the berries were. Okay. Yeah, the berries get something underneath them. Should we move it for the Portuguese? You're right. That's where they get their wood. And Dizzy, thank you for the raid. Also, I need to read my notifications. Red Peron, thank you for the follow earlier. Ornlu, thank you for the raid. And B4 Coalition and Turavan, thank you for the follow. Is it a new patch? That's something Trezini probably just added to the map script. And game number 3. Let me update my scoreboard. Let me do like a small ad to reset the counter so we don't get pre-rolls, and then update the scoreboard. Okay, that's 2-0 Viper. I'll answer the question after the ad. And it's a loss for the Portuguese and a win for the... Oh my gosh, I checked off the wrong civ last game. I checked off Bengalis. There we go. Win for the Georgians in the first game, Bengalis in the second game. I don't know. I don't know why Automod. Automod is being crazy these days. Make sure I get my YouTube chat where I can see it too. Alright, game number 3. So chat asking, what is a Phosphoro? A Phosphoro is just an all-in fast castle build. You're not drushing or doing anything in front of it. It's just an all-in fast castle, what Viper did in the previous game. You go up on, say, 23 villagers, you do loom, and you build a castle as soon as you get up. You have no economy, but you do a unique unit like the Ratha that doesn't require an economy. You try to get the castle protecting a gold in a wood line, and then you go forward with the unique unit. What's the temperature in NYC? Just outside of NYC. It was snowing earlier today. Right now it's 34 degrees Fahrenheit. I had grabbed the mail in between sets, and it had turned from a snow to a slush. When do we get Santa nothing? Start with 3 militia and fight Santa to get more military. When Santa dies, then you just fight in a giant 8-player FFA? Sounds like a question for T90. I think we've had Santa as a king for Regicide in the past. Again, we have Lamo luring the boar before the lumber camp. Also, it's boar instead of rhinos. Bim told me they were going to go rhinos, but it is boar. Okay. Personally, I prefer the boar on Arabia, because rhinos and elephants have lots of extra food on them. And I think it really pushes you to go for a super fast uptime. Yeah, Phosphor also does FC Fortified Churches or FC Double Workshop Roman Scorpions. Various things like that. The Ratha one that Viper just did is the most well-known Phosphoro build. That's what I'd say the classic Phosphoro is. Only 2 on wood for Viper, so he might be trying to go up super fast. Vietnamese are a good scout civ. They do have bloodlines and a good eco for the cheaper eco upgrades. Cost no wood and research faster. So it could be a double stable scouts play from him. We have been seeing that quite a bit. He's just going to the wood now. Or maybe he's just adjusting the build to account for boards. Next board coming in for Lamo as the Mouflon gets pushed in. Fast imp into imp skirm. Don't know about that. Yeah, it is pretty cold. It was snowy out. Shouldn't you be practicing? Oh yeah, Rabrace does have some sudden disaster practice to do. Your other practice partner ditched you, oh no. So Barracks here for Viper. And Barracks before clicking up and before the mill. So maybe this will be some type of men-at-arms play. Feels kind of late for a pre-milled rush. Maybe this will be that French rush where he does the militia on the way up. And a Loom on the way for Viper. So 19 pop up with Loom. Nothing super fast or out of the ordinary for him. They'll have the same exact build from Lamo as the Malians. He's moving out to gold. So looks like this will be long distance mining 10 gold. 3 militia, but not looking to do men-at-arms? Or 2 militia into the men-at-arms upgrade? Oh, forgive me, long distance mining 11 gold as the Malians. That's right, he gets 1 extra gold when he drops off 10. And both players with their scouts in the north by that Arabian wolf. 2 on gold for Viper. Alright, so not going to be scouts from him. Not going to be scouts. And from the looks of it, not going to be men-at-arms either. This might just... Is this going to be... There's no way this is double range archers, is it? He's not going to have the wood for 2 ranges. 3 on gold. 3 on gold is a weird build if you're not doing men-at-arms into archers. So 3 militia here, long distance mining the gold, just now doing a mining camp. So late on the mining camp, but maybe that was planned as part of the build when he went for the double lumber camp. On range, well, he has Loom already. Scouts trying to fight on the Mouflon. The 19 pop men-at-arms 2 lumber camps, that feels smooth. Malians can afford it because of their discount they have. Mouflon gonna get in. Viper might need some quick walls on these vills. Here's the men-at-arms upgrade. As the men-at-arms, or the soon-to-be men-at-arms, hoover in by the gold, Viper sees them now. Will he quick wall? Not gonna get a quick wall up in time. That does not feel like Viper. What is he doing? Where's the quick wall? TC, will it? He'll get a volley of arrows in, but the vill does go down. And now he gets some walls up. But 1 vill dead. 1 vill dead, and before the men-at-arms upgrade even comes in. Oh no, don't run into the TC. Don't run into the TC. Nope. Splits away, splits away. He saw the scout so aggressively hoovering. Maybe he should have had a feeling that the men-at-arms were there. And it will be double range archers. Double range archers. That's the only reason you need to put 3 on gold. Double range archers. And that is disrupted by the men-at-arms. And military first, thank you for the follow. Eco and Loom second. Vill getting trapped by men-at-arms here. And against double ranges, I feel like Lamo just needs to go skirms. And Puppy, thank you for the follow. So 2 vills dead. Lamo loses the scout. Can he get back into skirmishers? There's the range and there are the skirms. And no longer on gold. Skirms on the way and he can wall to the edge of the map and be safe. What's the follower symbol? Oh, that's the follow icon in-game. If you look at the unit commands in the bottom left, that's the follow symbol. There's guard, patrol, and follow. It's the icon from the original game, though, so it's probably lower resolution than the DE one. Maybe I should swap it out. So skirm's on the way from Lamo. They head forward. Keep it for the sentimental value. The Devin Williams intro song? We need to see if we re-sign Edwin Diaz, though. If we don't re-sign him, then yeah, we'll have to change it. That's my biggest hope. Like, who cares about Alonso or Schwarber or any other free agent? We just need to get Diaz back so I don't need to update my alert. Am I playing in the Community Cup? I am not. I'm not. So skirm's still hitting the archers. Hit the scout. The scout comes in and hits the skirm. The scout will run away. Devin Williams is our headache now. Hopefully he's our setup man and not our closer. He can't be as bad as Helsley was last year. Men-at-Arms still hoovering around. And they will be trying to get in, but Viper with the quick walls. Quick walling on the barriers, then he'll just delete the palisades. Because why not? And we'll have Wheelbarrow on the way too for Viper. Archers coming around. Skirm's coming forward. And double bit axe on the way. Skirm War now. Skirm War right in the middle. And bit of a hill that Lamo can camp on in front of the berries to protect them. But Viper with two groups. Viper going to be microing two spots. Lamo falling a bit behind and has a lot of idle time on that TC. As the farm's added now, but that's what can happen with the early men-at-arms. You end up getting idle time on the TC. Skirm's now pushing forward along with the man-at-arms. We'll have a market in the back for the Lamo. We'll see if he sells the stone to go up. Viper looks like his eco is... Oh yeah, you can see that. 500 res ahead. It's a bit smoother. And Lamo, I feel like these walls won't go up in time. Maybe if the archers get distracted attacking a lumber camp, they go up. He'll be speed walling now. But then you question if there's enough HP on the walls to keep archers out. And he has to be thankful right now that Viper is not running around. If Viper had been going full speed around, then I don't think these walls go up, but they should be fine now. Even if that has to be a house, yeah, he's fine. Marker goes up. And keep an eye on the stone, that might be sold soon. As skirms come around, archers stacked on each other pretty well. They're going to try to flee. Might flee into a wolf. Yep, best of five, best of five. This is the main event. And there are the skirms finding the archers. Viper trying to escape. Skirms doing a nice job cutting the corner as close as they can to cut them off. And wonderfully microed from Lamo. Just about perfect there. Making sure Viper can't run away. Took the inside when Viper tried to get around the wood line. And perfect from him there. But still not. He's doing wheelbarrow before going up. Okay, I guess that's reasonable. And will mean the Vills can run faster in case they're attacked. As the skirms come forward. Do land event tickets sell out within hours? I don't know. I'm also in the same predicament where I also need to buy the tickets. What I was told is they were worried that they wouldn't sell out because apparently they have 1,000 seats for the finals in the, what is it, the Royal Albert Hall Theater, whatever. But for the finals, apparently there are a lot of tickets and they were worried that it would not sell out. So maybe they priced accordingly due to that. But my plan is to buy tickets tomorrow morning. But how many people will attend? I have no idea. It was a few hundred for the NAC watch party, if I recall. But that was also kind of expensive, but those tickets also included food. So I don't know. I remember previous Red Bulls in Heidelberg, I think they sold out quickly. How much are the tickets? I saw 40 euros, but I think that was only for 2 days and not for the entire weekend. So I'm not sure. Sword Scarls. So, men-at-arms on the way. Malians can skip the Gambesons, but they still will need to do the second armor, even against skirmishers. Skirmishers OP. You gotta have 4 pierce armor to face the 5 attack. Sure, I'm getting pinged anywhere. And their longsword chainmail armor on the way. Did Viper do her phosphor with Bengalis? Yes. And will the longswords work? I hope they will. There's a TC on the outside for Lamo, but Viper already on 1-2 and adding in his 3rd TC just now. Skirms, no elite skirm, but longsword on the way, armor just about in. And the skirms will run. Longswords at the same pace. Squires is needed. Squires, you need so many upgrades for longswords just to fight skirmishers. It's crazy how hard it is to fight skirms with longswords. Royal Albert Hall has 5k capacity? Does it have? I don't know what the capacity is. That's what everyone from the UK tells me this is some famous thing that I should know, but I don't know what it is. So longswords against cav archers. Now elite skirm on the way. Longsword elite skirm. Lamo down by 9 vills too, and Viper has a solid boom behind this. So it looks like Viper's on his way to a 3-0. And oh, Viper's doing some elephants. He saw Lamo doing elephants in that Persians game earlier. Wants his own elephants. So 1 elephant added in. That'll help deal with the skirms, even though it doesn't have any armor. Needs some armor. Same thing. You need armor if you're going to fight skirms. Doesn't matter if you're an elephant or a longsword. Get your armor. I have less capacity than normal. You'd think that an AoE 2 LAN event wouldn't take up as much space as the concerts they would do. Because it's only 2 players on a PC that they really need to be in the broadcast, but... This is April, I'm going to show off my villager costume? Maybe. I've been going to therapy and my shoulder's feeling ever so slightly better, so if I can actually get a couple months solid at the gym, we'll have to take... I don't know, is April too early for a beach trip in the UK? How warm does it get in April? There's ballistics on the way. As the longswords come forward. Not very... That's what... I mean, it should be raining, right? It should be raining like these skirms are about to do to the cav archers with their javelins. Okay, they don't get a kill there. Even with ballistics. Longsword's still trying to fight the skirmishers. They need squires, Lamo. Give us some squires for your longswords. Nilly's not going to let them catch up unless you do squires. 50 degrees American. Okay, that's not bad. At least it's not snowing like it is now. Hopefully not, at least. I remember ECL was in August and I was cold for that, even. Skirms, fighting the cav archers, taking them down. Taking down some cav archers. Pretty cold compared to Jersey. I mean, we have 4 seasons here. It is cold in the winter. I guess it depends on the time of year. So knights go down. Skirms, pick them off. More skirms from the back trying to follow. Monastery is up. And armor on the way for Viper. Armor for the elephants. Elephants for Viper. And oh yeah, Viper's up by 20 vils because, as I said, he is still 3 TC booming behind this. And pushing forward with the elephants. There is an opening here for the elephants to go through. He will bypass the first TC and go straight for the second TC. Elephants are in the eco, and that is forcing double monasteries from Lamo, but he's only building one of them since the Vil had to garrison. Second armor on the way. And these longswords finally have squires. But maybe one of the problems with longswords is that they can't fight skirmishers. I don't know, maybe longswords versus skirmishers could get the... I don't even know what you do, because it's a minimum of 1 damage per attack, and just the 1 damage adds up from skirms. Somehow skirms need to do less, like a half damage to longswords. Calling the GG. It looks like a 3-0 sweep for Viper. So, no surprise to see 3-0 sweeps in the first round. At least we did see a couple of competitive sets today. That U-pudding set was really good. Viper selling his stone. And Ming King 1, thank you for the follow. We have 400 viewers now on Twitch and like almost 500 Twitch plus YouTube combined. And that's crazy. And there's a GG from Lamo. And that's 3-0 Viper wins. So congrats to Viper for winning his first round. And Men-at-Arms, good opening from Lamo. Couldn't follow up in time to deal with Viper in the Feudal Age, and as they got to Castle, Viper pulled ahead. The big thing that I saw in the Feudal Age was the idle time that Lamo had. And that's the difficulty of going Men-at-Arms, managing the idle time on your TC, especially if you go up on 19 pop. You're not going to have a good eco behind that, and I think Lamo definitely felt that, as he got deeper into Feudal and couldn't keep up with Viper economically despite the Vil kills. Sword infantry. I mean, Middle Ages is mostly... I mean, throughout history, right? Like, the spears were how people ran armies, right? Aside from the Roman Legion. From ancient phalanxes. Alright. So we'll give Viper the win here. And I think I'm going to keep streaming a bit. I'll cast some ranked games. So we'll give him a win. What do we have there? That was Vietnamese over Malians. So GG's, congrats Viper. Pila is greater than Phalanx. No, that's true. The legions had their strength because of the spears they threw. If you want to count a javelin as a spear. Skirm's OP, right? Yeah, so I will be casting more KOTD. I won't be around in the morning tomorrow. I'll try to cast the afternoon sets, though. Like I said, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but I might catch... Let's see, Uzi versus Yo at 18 GMT. So we'll find some ranked games to cast. I'll see if there's any high-level games going on. We can cast T90, he's playing a game. He's 22 minutes into it, but we'll cast him nevertheless. Oh, they posted more Rex? Wait, what? There were 5 sets today, though. Were there more than just those 5 sets? Oh, I didn't even realize that. What did they post? Oh, okay. Okay, we'll keep casting then. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that. Hold on. We'll go undo this. I'm going to keep casting KOTD then. I gotta swap my patch back. What do you want to see? Sato Nakwe or Lucho Babaroom? There are 2 sets. Is Mem casting one and then someone else will cast another? If he's casting one, I'll cast the other. I'll cast both of them then. I'll cast both of them. And Atomic Sausage, thank you very much for the sub. We'll cast both. We'll cast both. Don't worry. I want to see Lucho. Okay, let me set my game back to the patch then. I had enough coffee to keep myself running now. I was feeling really sleepy earlier, but now I'm good. It takes me some warming up sometimes. Okay, oh gosh, I misclicked chat. I went to the Thalasoxley branch. We're gonna go cast water maps. No, previous live. There we go. And we will keep casting then. I want to see if T90 keeps playing. So Sato versus Nawe. And I'll grab the draft. I close captured so my game actually updates. There we go. Discord. Draft. And grab the Rex. Put them here. Delete the Viper Rex. This is why we have chat. Chat keeps me updated about what's going on far better than I know what's going on. Changing. It is unfortunately restricted to the previous live, and we don't have all of them. We don't have all the patches. It's only the previous one. So it's kind of restricted for us too. I would love if replays didn't break every patch. I agree. And we put a lot of effort into Willow Kingdoms back in the day to make sure you could always downgrade, and it is definitely a shame to see that they don't have a similar functionality for DE. There are ways you can force it to downgrade on Steam, but that's kind of complicated. Alright, so who's ready for another set? We'll have Sato, I see, I think this is the right draft, on the left, Nawe on the right. And just so we get the ads out of the way during the games, just gonna do a quick ad. And then once that's done, we'll start. Alright, and for completeness, I'll get the next set too. I'll get Lucho versus Babaroom. Set that in. Oh, is there another banner I need? Oh, wait, let me grab that. So I might have missed a banner then. What are we waiting for now? We are waiting, so I need to add one more thing to my overlay. Weapon file is probably a media source. Sorry about that. And there we are. Hosted by that. I can like fit that over there. I think that works. Sponsored by World's Edge. I'll need to get a background for that. I'll just leave that there for now. Alright, and thank you, Blue, for the follow. So I'll keep that being displayed between the games. And game number 1, Sato versus Nawe. And here we go, here we go. Alright, so we shall have Nawe as the yellow Koreans to the west, and Sato as the blue Japanese to the northeast. And good morning, Donut. Hello, hello. And also, hello, wake me up. Update, and now queues are broken. Oh gosh, I hope ranked queues aren't broken. Let's go. Yeah, it wasn't scheduled, but we're doing it. They just uploaded recs. I guess these were played maybe earlier. So since no one else, I guess, is casting these at the same time, Arbase, can you confirm that? Is Mem casting any of these? I don't want to get ahead of anyone else, but... oh yeah, he's offline. We're just going for it. I'm just gonna go for it. I'm the only one. Oh boy. So... and once again, I'm streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube, so wherever you prefer watching. We have some laming! We have some laming going on! Let's go! I haven't seen laming, I've just seen deer pushing. Oh, yes, some classic AoE 2 Arabia action, the boar lame. Nawe stealing it, let's go! Oh, yes. I'll miss this! Koreans, Japanese. Koreans should have great skirmishers. They're gonna have fire lancers. Now we have a boar steal scout dancing around that tree. And another boar over here by the lumber camp. Looks like the boar steal will go unpunished. Let's go. Shooting it. Oh, so much easier to lame now that you can just kill the boar with the TC. And the accidentally killing the thing you lame no longer a fear. Oh, that was perfect. I love to be a good lame. Who doesn't love a good lame? No pressure, but we're all relying on me. I ever do kick? I mean, I really don't like the gambling nature of the people behind kick, but I honestly don't really feel like there's too big of a reason not to just like stream there and use it as a way to direct people to Twitch and YouTube. It would never be like a primary streaming source. It would be more like a discovery platform to funnel people to other like either to the YouTube or to the Twitch. I don't know how effective it would be as that, because it has a much smaller user base anyway, so I don't know if I ever would actually get much of a benefit from doing it. Oh, look at that gazelle. That's like Doubts being the one pushing that. Hello, Turs. You don't get what's up with these two sets? I don't either, Danny. They just posted them. I didn't realize Viper was going to be Rex, and I missed the beginning of it. That's one of my issues with tournament calendar stuff. When it's split up between Wikipedia and Discord servers, sometimes it's hard to figure out where everything is. And there aren't necessarily clear schedules, because there's no clear place to post a schedule. I have 2 roles for casting. Yeah, to be honest, Danny, I didn't know it was a thing until Arbase told me. So we're just going. For the quarter, half, and final matches? We don't have times for them yet, because players need to schedule, but it's probably on Wikipedia. However many weeks the events goes, it'll be in the future. Wikipedia doesn't update. You're supposed to dream of it? I think so. I rely on chat telling me. So scout forward, and this is the downside of the lame. The scout has less HP now from having stolen the boar. And so it won't be able to contribute to the fight against the militia and against the scout. Faster feudal age also for Sato after the lame. Let's see, 20 vills versus 19. As much as you are stealing the boar, you're not pushing deer. And in the past, when it was 22 pop, that didn't really affect your up timing. But now when players go 18, 19 pop up, that does affect how quickly you go up without the deer. How many weeks from now? If someone can check Wikipedia and tell me how many weeks it is. My guess is it will probably be over the weekend before Christmas. I'm guessing it will be like 16 or 30, 64, 32, 16, and then 8-4, and the finals all on the final week. One boar is 2 deer, just about, yeah. Finals the 21st? Okay, finals the 21st. And so the semifinals and quarters will probably be the week of that. And then the other rounds before that. So men-at-arms and double bit axe on the way for Sato. Going to be pressuring the house with the men-at-arms. So it's essentially, stealing a boar is, I think the way to think of it is, +2 deer worth of food for you, -2 deer worth of food for your opponent, and then loss of HP on your scout. Oh, there's content creator and caster? Do I have both of those? Okay, the men-at-arms breaking through. Men-at-arms for Sato breaking through. There's one vill down. There's a second vill down. They did wall the rest of the vills in safely on the lumber camp. But this is FC. FC for Nawe. And Nawe says, okay, you can attack my lumber camp with your vills. I mean, with your men-at-arms. That's fine. I'll just send my vills forward. You're not going to have anything to stop me. A lack of boar means a follow-up becomes more expensive for Sato, and desperately repairing that house with 3 villagers against the faster attacking Japanese men-at-arms is Nawe, trying to keep those men-at-arms out. The stone is sold, so no stone walling on the lumber camp. And it's important to keep this house standing, because if Nawe were to wall behind this, then the men-at-arms would have a hill bonus attacking downhill, so that house has to stay up. So, Vill's repairing. What is Nawe's eco? Who needs an eco? Who needs an eco? We saw Viper do the Phosphoro build earlier. How much wood has been spent on that house? Quite a lot. Now he's going to go for the stone wall. Oh, he long distance mined stone in the middle. Okay, he's in the middle of the map. There we go. Barracks going up. And Nawe will be going for the Fire Lancers. So hello Phosphor indeed, laming into stone walling, adding in a house behind the stone walls. And Nawe will be up to the castle age. 1 barracks and Fire Lancers. What else is he gonna do? He doesn't have wood for a second barracks. And no one of consequence. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Is there a hole in this wood line? Oh, there is a hole in the wood line. He overchopped by the house. Where'd the men-at-arms go? The men-at-arms gonna go try to find what's going on over here, but the Fire Lancer comes out of the barracks. Men-at-arms will force the Fire Lancer back. And the Vill goes down. And fletching on the way for Sato in the barracks. Viper does Phosphor. Well, he did win his game with it, indeed. So, tower going up, another tower here for Sato. And Doggy God 52, thank you for the follow. And this will be a tower rush on the farms. Only real thing the tower can hit. Sato is pretty well walled in the back. Trying to defend against the Fire Lancers with archers. I guess they do have a really long reload time, but then should be able to kill the archers. Okay, that tower hits nothing. That tower hits nothing. Oh, they went for the Vill. Maybe could have hit the archer. Oh, Sato has to camp with archers by the TC now. And Nawe running their Fire Lancers to their deaths under the TC. Lost control of his micro there. And now this guard tower might not go up. And in fact, it won't go up. The archers will deny that. 86.59%, and the vills all go down. Meanwhile, he must have been trying to stonewall against the men-at-arms over here. But that slows down everything. All of the pressure completely stopped. I think the answer is the men-at-arms from Sato were trying to break into the stone at the same time as some quick walls came up. And now the archers will kill the fire lancers that were coming forward. And Sato, 39 to 25 vills. Yeah, he still needs to go up to the castle age, but he feels like he's in a good spot. And look at that, the men-at-arms get through the hole on the wood line where the overchop happened earlier. And there's the GG. Sato takes that 1-0, despite being lamed early on. There we go, there's that hole finally coming back to bite Nawe. Finally coming back. There we go. And 13-1 KD, 13-1 KD. 15k more res collected. Slightly better eco and early feudal. Maybe due to that boar. But then straight up to the next stage and not able to do anything with it with the fire lancers. Alright. Hole is bigger than lame. I mean, losing a couple vills to the men-at-arms certainly hurt. And thank you, Shims, for the follow. Thank you very much. And let's see, what is this overlay? We got update. We'll have a win for Sato. And then that was Japanese winning for him with the men-at-arms against the Koreans. He also has Jurchen, so he could try that again. Has anyone done Star Wars? I have done a Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds stream once. Maybe one day we can do that again. Alright. That is easy ban right there. Alright, so game number 2. Oh, capture age. So here we have Sato as the blue Romans to the west and Nawe as the yellow Italians to the north. Okay, Romans, Italians, same civ, it's a mirror matchup. And looking at the map, gold super far forward for Nawe. And this is a 2 woodline map by the looks of it. Or if it's a 3 woodline map, his 3rd woodline is super far away. Or it didn't spawn. Or spawned together. I think Sato has 3 woodlines. Forward gold for him too. But if he does wall from here to the edge of the map, he'll have a back gold. I think it's a much better map for him. The other 2 golds are far away and exposed also for Nawe. And hello, Marion. Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds is a carbon copy. It's weird. It's interesting. I'd say the eco is almost identical to AoE 2, but the military is very different. That's a game that really could use a graphics update, though. There's some really interesting units for it from the early 2000s Star Wars prequels, but the 2D sprites did not age anywhere nearly as well as AoE 2's did. I'm talking about the original AoE 2, not even the remade graphics. So, Muflon push, I guess since we're the only one casting, can speed up the Dark Age a bit. From Sato, he will attempt to push them in. Then by the TC. Are these wrecks? Yep, we have 2 sets of wrecks we're going to cast, including this one and the next one. And we'll see if Nawe can put up a better fight here. Romans might want to open Men-at-Arms the same way Sato did in the previous game. I was very interested to see that Hera Miguel set, where both players opened scouts every game, and even went double stable scouts, versus some other strategies where we saw drushes every game from U-Pudding, and now potentially Men-at-Arms every game from Sato. Then you had Viper doing the Phosphoro, so we've had a very good diversity of strats so far on this version of Arabia. And as I pointed out earlier, the big difference between this map is the players do Loom, and get ready to click up. The big difference between this one and the latter Arabia is the gap between the berries and the main gold and the TC is increased, and especially the stone. Stone is super far away from the TCs. But berries and main gold, farther from the TC so drushes can get in, and early on apply some pressure and stop vills that normally would be safe on a mill, or even only have to run 1 or 2 tiles to be within range of the TC and protected. Out here, it's much harder to run your vills back. More important that you wall them and keep them safe. And looks like it will be again Men-at-Arms from Sato. Romans will get that double armor from the blacksmith when they research the upgrades. Barracks and a bit of walling here from Nawe. Awkward gold to be walling this close to the TC and not in front of the gold. Kind of giving up that hill position in front of it too. Did Sato invent the what? The mush? I don't know what that is, but Sato is, I guess, the originator of the French drush. Stone Forest, so Phosphoro Castle drop not meta? Well, Viper did a Phosphoro earlier, so maybe it will still be the meta, at least with the Bengalis. But, yeah, potato wall around the base for Sato. And next, we'll probably see walls from this tree over towards the TC. Depends if he wants the stone in the walls, though. I think coming out here and down to the edge might be a bit more than what he's trying to do, as he gets a range forward. And the question for him is, how does he then defend that main gold when it's so far open at the front? Now, is this blue noob walling like that? I don't know, Sato. Well, I mean, he has scouted everything. I'll be attacked at the front, but get the range up. He could wall to the edge of the map, and then wall down there. That's a lot of walling, though. Over here, the militia forward. And Nawe walled so compactly around the gold that will be safe for the moment. Looks like it's only 2 militia, so no Men-at-Arms upgrade, no need to mine any gold. The scout gets in, chased by the spear, and poked away. And walling to the edge here like this. Okay, this is where I'd say, yeah, this would have been the better wall. And then you'd have this whole wood line safe. And hello, Smiley. Now, long distance mining some gold. Let's see if he actually wants the mining camp or just a couple of tiles of gold. Poked down the scout. At the same time, in on the berries, and this is what I was talking about, the berries much farther away from the TC. Harder to wall and keep the Vill safe, and that will be a dead Vill. That'll be a dead Vill. The militia walled in now, but at least the Vill went down, and we'll have a few archers popping out now for Nawe. Other Vills will destroy, or will kill the militia. It's a trap. Yeah, Sato just waiting for Nawe to bring his military down there. He'll see this is walled and be like, oh, I need to run around the back and check if this is walled. Then all of a sudden, a Vill's going to run forward. Stone walls back here. And 60 crossbows will be trapped. And then here come a couple of mangonels, and bam, they'll be taken out. That's his plan. He's just thinking ahead of time. He's thinking long term. He has walled down here, so this gold is safe. However, he walls the left side of the base. He has managed to keep a gold and the main stone safe. So in the long run, he's still okay. And you might need to take that gold sooner rather than later if these archers come in on the gold. But maybe his skirms will be back in time to defend. Fletching in for Nawe. And Nawe can hit the berries. Again, farther forward than they'd normally be. A couple of scouts added in for Nawe. So at least has some way of dealing with the skirms if he can kill the spear. Positive thinking. Yeah, always gotta be positive. Yep, here we are, Nawe. Well, what did I say? Archer's gonna come around and see that's walled, and they're gonna come around to the back. Sato, I mean, look at this. He's gonna be trapped by the skirms. Can maybe flee around the pond. Sato not gonna force the issue though. Doesn't have fletching yet. Doesn't have armor on the skirms. So maybe he's still a bit tricky to fight the archers if the archers have the hill and the skirms don't have armor. It almost worked out that way. That's quite a few spears. And not that many scouts added in, so I think the skirm numbers here from Sato still are going to dominate this fight. And so it's just all about keeping the spears out of archer range. And if the scouts get a couple hits on the skirms, that's okay. It's not as bad as spears hitting scouts or archers hitting spears. And the scouts never can take a good full engagement on the skirms as long as the spears are nearby. And Eco Sato much farther ahead. There's that Roman Eco boost coming into play. Skirm is going for the archers. Our archers getting taken out.
Tibi Servio.
Buff demos, please. You need some more demos in this pond to hit the archers. Okay. Here they go. Back into that same area. Skirms could trap them now. Here's Castle Age on the way. Sato's going to decide to go forward, though. Archers, exactly as I said, they're going to wander back here. And this could be a trap if the skirms followed them. Instead, Sato going to come forward. And now the skirms are going to take this hill, which could be a problem for the gold. Skirms on the hill and no easy way to dislodge them. A couple of archers forward, too. There are the archers in the back on the wood line. Sato can move over. Had rebuilt the lumber camp already. Skirms forward, fighting the Vills. And there is Castle Age on the way for Sato. As well as Castle Age on the way for Nawe. He'll be a minute faster than Sato. Sato trying to break in. And it will be a blacksmith wall. Double ranges, actually, for Nawe. Double range skirms. Maybe he transitions that to Italian cav archers. Gotta check their tech tree. No heavy cav archer, but in the Castle Age, they'll be fully upgraded. Italians can go cav archers. Maybe not what you think of when you first look at the Italians, but definitely a possibility for... Oh, there's a hole! There is a hole, there's an overchop. And the skirms are in. The skirms are in. Nawe trying to wall them out, and does successfully. Can run the Vills now. Not going to lose a Vill there. So impressive quick walls as long as he takes the Vills back. Yes, the downside of the skirmisher. Not able to kill Vills fast enough in feudal. And what are we going to see now? Imagine Elite Skirm as he's housed right now. Here's Bodkin. And still skirms on double ranges. There's some kind of deja vu. And archers still at the front, but enough skirms at home that Sato still can defend from that. And of course he does still have access to that gold in the back, which he has scouted. And now the army gonna come back. And there is elite skirm from Nawe, but Nawe doesn't have crossbow. That's gonna mean these archers get picked off out of position. Spears make short work of the scouts. There's elite skirm Bodkin on the way for Sato. And these archers will go down, no problem. And skirm's coming over, TC over here. Skirm still not hitting the vills. This is also one thing I notice a lot when casting games. That there are oftentimes I feel opportunities, as long as you're keeping track of where the enemy army is, to expand your walls beyond your initial walls. Like, right now Sato is walled here. And even if this is his initial wall, maybe during that feudal to castle transition, could have had time to take a vill, maybe a few skirms along with it, and wall up around here, extend the walls, and be much safer than what he has here. Or even now still could do that. Maybe think about building houses out there. Ballistics and Town Watch on the way for Nawe. Imagine if the TC were totally safe. It still could be. Still could be. He has his skirms out here, so there's no real threat to any vill or the villager out and wall. That vill chopping the back of the wood line. I got excited there that the vill might have been going to wall, but no. Now, defensive workshop on the hill in front of the gold for Nawe. Nawe does not have any other golds right now and still has this one abandoned. Can't make anything from the workshop right now. Doesn't have the gold for it. Has to sell wood and get maybe a scorpion out. Don't think a mangonel's affordable without any vills on gold. And some elite skirms defending the feudal army. Can't really fight them. Hate when the caster is right. Yeah, there he goes. Now Sato walling that up. There we go. Exactly as I thought. There he goes. Now the TC's totally safe. And there'll be 3 TCs, this one down here on the gold.
Impera. Impero salve. Tibi Servio.
Salve. Presto. Impero. Salve.
That's the one thing. I feel like it's probably a lot easier to notice that when you're casting than when you're playing. But I notice that all the time. When I see there are kind of these lulls where maybe the armies are camping in the middle, where no one's really moving forward. Where I feel like players could move out and extend their walls a bit. And now we have a big skirm fight here. Finally the skirm army getting trapped from Nawe. And here come the skirms from Sato, picking off quite a few of them. And Nawe will try to get back. No ballistics, so some of them will escape. But it won't be many. The amount of bumping. Oh, that's the downside. I'm genuinely wondering if this is a bugged map and yellow was supposed to have one more wood line that didn't spawn. Or if this is the 3rd wood line and it's just super far away. Sato clearly has 3 wood lines on his map. But Nawe clearly has 2. And this feels like it's one of the global wood lines. So I don't know, like maybe this patch of dirt was supposed to be a wood line somehow that didn't spawn. How many tiles away from a wood line? It doesn't matter how many tiles away. Straggler trees, you might put an avoid forest zone on them so they spawn away. It matters if it's a terrain tree or an object tree. If it's... Now Sato getting pushed at the front. Skirm's running straight on through, along with a couple of mangonels. Don't mangonel your own skirms, Nawe. Okay, the Sato must have deleted a house at some point to let army out, and then Nawe ran in. What just happened there? There's no anything there. It's skirms just getting in. Okay, this made the game interesting. I thought Sato had a huge lead, and he still does. Maybe this is just all part of the plan to trap the skirms with his own skirms. There he goes. Yeah, it's all part of the plan, all part of the plan. He's quick walling, he's fine, he's fine. Absolutely fine, all part of the plan. Losing a few vills, no big deal. Everything is just a trap to get rid of the Skirm army. Yeah, some knights are there for defense. It's fine. It's fine. Mangonel's forward, but now that's just a trap because the knights will be there to deal with them. And there's nothing to defend those Mangonels now. And the only thing nearby would be skirms or feudal archers, just now becoming crossbows. Maybe the knights get, or the Mangonels get back to the crossbows in time. Okay, forward monastery there for Nawe. Sato probably kills the Vil. Yeah, we'll get the Vil, go for the Mangonels. Crossbows in the back. One knight for the Vil, the other knights for the Mangonels. There'll be 2 Mangonels down. The skirms from the rear can even hit the Vil. Can even hit the Vil and stop the monastery. There we go. And another Vil forward, but she'll go down too. Or not. And the monastery will go up if the Vil builds it. Or not. Where are you going? Skirm's coming forward. Crossbow's still defending the gold. No one's noticed. She's just passing. Oh, finally a knight finds her. Okay, that's a misplaced gather point there. And Mangonel here trying to get the skirms, but the knights are again forward. Lots of repairs on the Mangonel, but it does go down. And the skirms can force the fight on the crossbows. Can't really path away there in this tight area. More knights on the way in. And there's the GG from Nawe, and Sato goes up 2-0. So Sato, Nawe rather, struggling with this back wood line. Sato able to force him away from that front one. As you said, a lot of bumping there. And huge eco lead for Sato, who did get himself walled, get the TCs up. And have a good castle age transition that punished Nawe. There you go, 57 to 45 KD, better eco, and GG. Don't people get tired of Arabia? Arabia, the bread and butter of AoE 2. We've seen so many different strategies here, and honestly, it's been refreshing compared to Thalassocracy. Just one day of this already feels like there's much more variety. I've missed Arabia. So that was a win for Romans against Italians. Scouts into skirms. We've seen scouts into double stable scouts, scouts into archers, FC, Phosphoro, Rathas. Laming with the scout. We've seen men-at-arms, we've seen fast Persian insta-drush. We've seen now feudal age, French rush, militia style. Arabia feels cozy. Arabia feels very cozy. When is the next arena tournament? I'll have to do that for the next... I'll have to do like the next... maybe I can... Masters of Arena, the next Nilly tournament suggestion timing. I think we need one. And E1000 DOA, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you for the support. Alright, and game number 3 now. Ooh, now this is a Civ matchup. This is a good Civ matchup. And Monocle, thank you for the follow. We're going to have Sato playing as the Blue Huns. I'll keep the indicator off. And Nawe playing as the Yellow Georgians. Immediately Sato goes to take that goat under the TC. And what could be more classic than Arabia and Huns? John Slow, various people have hosted Masters of Arena over the years. John Slow was the last one. And yeah, he is still active. We just hosted Sudden Disaster over the summer. But I'd love to have another Masters of Arena with proper 1,800 HP walls so we don't see trushes. We see good old arena strats. So Georgians for Nawe, both civs with a scout bonus. Huns will have their stables working faster, so they'll produce the scouts more quickly. And also they won't need houses, so they'll have a smooth economy for it. Won't ever get housed. Georgians will start with the mule cart. Will have better fights on hills. They receive less damage compared to normal when on a higher elevation. And also, most importantly, they heal. Their scouts will heal. So great scouts opening for them if they can keep the scouts alive. Could see scouts into CA from both civs. Looks like 2 of Sato's woodlines spawn together in the back. And Tempo, thank you very much for the sub. Oh, and we have a lame, another lame. Sato getting some revenge from the first game, laming a boar. Oh, an Ephraim. How do I feel about sriracha sauce? I would definitely use that sauce to spice up the water maps and the hulks we saw in Thalassocracy. Any type of topping on that would make it more fun. So Sato getting some revenge for the lame, and Nawe realizes it, types XD in the chat, and he's like, yup, I deserve that after I lamed in game 1. But at least he has a nice pair of gazelles to push in if he wants to recover from it. The boar lame spicing things up too. Can someone translate for me? I don't know what that means. But we're taken right by the TC. And Vil heading out to the berries. Oh, Sato doesn't know either. Okay, Sato doesn't know either. So maybe my question will be answered. Okay, okay. Football team. All right. Soccer team, I believe that means. On Mo and Osprey, so many subs today. You like the Huns. I like the Huns too. Huns laming on Arabia. This is as classic as we can get. Build order, 3 on wood, going out to the berries now. This feels like the Age of Empires, I know. Makes me feel young again. I'm glad that the clarification is an epiphany for some of you in the chat. Gazelle still being pushed in from Nawe. As some villas go over to the goats. And that gazelle will get pushed in. And should be taken. There we go. So pushing in the gazelles to make up for the Borlor. 19 pop, still able to click up. Georgians still have a smooth Dark Age economy. And now Sato will have to be playing with a bit less HP on his scout. So trading the lame for the scout HP. Still probably a good trade. Honestly, it would be much better to lame as the Georgians with your scout that would heal. Because it doesn't heal until feudal. But still would recover that lame HP. I guess we can just go speed this up a bit. No movement to gold, so barracks and in all likelihood a stable after that. Barracks here from Nawe, and we might see another scout's mirror. Would be interesting if we see double stable scout commitment like we saw all the time in that Hera Miguel set. Does it support the accessibility color schemes? Not that I know of, but I've never tried. So yeah, there is a stable from Sato. And stable also from Nawe. So stable from both of them. As the gazelles get pushed in, and we'll have loom on the way for Nawe. And there's double bit axe finished for Sato. I wonder if I actually can change colors in Capture Age. I might simply be able to change colors. I know in DE itself there's a file you can edit. I don't know if Capture Age maybe uses that same file or just reads the colors from DE. Or if it has its own configuration, potentially. Is there a flying carpet? Not in AoE 1 or AoE 2. Lion chasing a spear. Most cognitively demanding game to work out your brain? AoE 2 might be that, and it might also be the opposite of that. If you want some cognitive demand, you could try to make sense of the pathfinding. Oh, you can change colors. You can swap between colors by clicking them. I don't know if you can actually swap. I thought you were talking about the in-game. There's like an in-game option for colorblind colors that you can select. I don't think Capture Age does that though. graduated and work is brain dead. You could always play chess. That's a good one for working your brain. He always looks orange to himself. You used to be able to change that in the original game. There was a tool, so you could change the team colors. I guess what Andy would want is the blue player to be modded to have the orange color always. And that you could do, I think, just by editing the blue color. And I guess swapping orange or red around. Using team colors, yeah. Too mentally drained from just watching. So the scouts will attack the lumber camp. But not going to get in. Sato is walled. Spears coming over. And it will just be one of those scouts wars where everyone walls. And no real damage gets through. 0-0 eco KD. Now it's about efficiency of the build and deciding how many spears to add. And Sato, deciding whether or not to engage with his scouts, will lose his spear and have to run away. Lots of walling from Nawe, and maybe he can go to the edge of the map behind the TC, but if he does that, he leaves all 3 of his golds exposed. All 3 golds basically on the line. How's KOTD Arabia this season? The resources are pretty far from the TC, a very consistent distance, but farther from the TC than they are in Latter Arabia. I think that's probably the most notable difference from KOTD and Latter Arabia. That weak villa on the outlying farm needs to be careful with the scouts hovering around from Nawe. Range transition from Sato, so not going to be double stable scouts. I think double scouts from Georgians is a very intriguing possibility. Hovering. Also, hello, chicken saturation. And scouts still hoovering as more scouts come over. Camels are the best ships. They're the ships of the desert. Okay, and forward vills from Sato along with the archers. So spears, scouts, archers, and forward vills. And we might be seeing a tower on the woodline from Sato. Scouts still running around. No bloodlines, no blacksmith upgrades from either player. And he'll be going very aggressively with that tower, also hitting a farm. Defensive tower on the gold from Nawe, who will have to move to this woodline then if he can't defend these vills. Or even maybe to this woodline. That's not too far away, but he kind of wall behind it already. And bloodlines for Sato. Is this live? It is not live. These are wrecks, and we have another set after this. I don't know what Mem's doing, but there are more sets in the round of 64 than I think any one person could feasibly cover in a week. So they release some of them as wrecks. Forging on the way now for Sato does already have bloodlines. Forging and bloodlines both on the way for Nawe. Going to engage in the fight. Nawe would really like to wait for his upgrades before fighting this. I don't think he can take a fight with all the spears there anyway. Will that tower be walled in? Sato wants to fight even with the tower there. Couple of spears for Nawe, but not too many. Archers going down to the tower. They are flimsy to the tower. Full scouts and a bunch of spears now for Sato. Sato could think about running in. Bill's gonna go for another tower, as it looks like he did buy some stone. Or no, he didn't buy some stone. Must have just been mining it then. Or, oh yeah, he was mining it when he was forward. There we go. I was like, he's 0 on stone. Where's the mining camp? He was forward. But deleted walls will force the tower vills back. And now it's a question of how well can the scouts pathfind to pick off vills. And the answer is they have to get away as the spears come over. Now walling up behind the tower again is Nawe. Sato's still doing damage with the scouts in the back. Trying to keep Nawe busy. Force these scouts to be in a position where they can't counterattack. Maybe they could go destroy the tower, though. Spear's still out here. Fletching on the way for Sato as the scouts come in. Nightlife, thank you very much for the raid, Nightlife. As Nawe at the same time is looking to raid Sato's gold. Sato has a couple of spears here in the fight. Some of them trying to path. Can't quite get there. And Nawe will be forced to run around, try to go for the archers, but not wanting to take a straight up fight there. Sato in the back, going to pick off as many spears as he can with his scouts. Still no armor, but they do have bloodlines and forging. He's going to run to the edge of the map and take another fight. The low HP spear, down it'll go. And Nawe will have to keep microing his scouts. Going to lose some of them here. And at the same time, still some scouts hoovering for Nawe. But now a 4-vil advantage for Sato and a good resource advantage for Sato too. Who has overall been a bit more efficient with the eco management with the scouts play. And has a market on the way up. We'll be doing a market. With KD at 23 to 13. Great KD for Sato. You can try to push that Vil away, but less so with the spear there. Now it's another tower forward, breaking the ability to re-wall here. And more scouts can go in and try to push in through the stable. Ooh, no, Nawe losing a couple of Vils to the tower. That Vil does run at the last moment. Some scouts here from Nawe still running around. But the spear gets a nice poke in there. A couple of nice pokes. And Sato will defend with his own scouts. Spears, then some archers come forward. And market on the way for Nawe. And the market, trying to click up. Oop, I shouldn't have pressed that. Anyway, Sato buying stone and food. Nawe buying food. Both players wanting to go up. Well, Sato, or maybe he just wants to pump out more scouts. Might just be for more scouts. Or more towers. This is a full feudal age game here, as another tower is going to go up for Sato on this hill. And fight here underneath the tower, but even with some garrison, not enough arrows being shot to deny this tower and help out in the fight at the same time. Gate is open, some Vils come forward to fight near the base of the tower. Nawe's going to come forward as he does armor. Armor for the spears. I haven't played with scout armor yet. Spears come around. The big Vil fight now. Hey, let's go Vil fight. And Nawe says GL next as he sees he's not going to win that Vil fight. 3 military to 22 at this point. All of his scouts are dead. And he's being pressured on the other side by the tower as this wood line hit. GG, and he is about to be knocked off of gold permanently. Would have been the last gold that's even somewhat walled for him. Let's look at that KD there. That's 49 to 32 KD for Sato. 1k more res collected for Sato as well. And similar uptiming with Sato there. Unstoppable. GG. That's 3-0 win for Sato. Huns over Georgians. Alright, and we got one more set we're going to cast today. And Lucio versus Babaroom will be next. And for the draft, update that. Alright, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll get into the final set of the day, Lucio versus Babaroom. All right, thank you, Chicken Saturation, for the sub. Thank you very much. And let's get into this Lucio Babaroom game 1. And here we are. Lucio will be the blue Chinese to the northwest, and Babaroom the yellow Romans to the southeast. Oh, the chicken emotes in the chat. Look at that. Well, thank you very much for the sub. We're almost 700 viewers between Twitch and YouTube, so thank you all. Chinese for Lucio. He'll be luring in a boar very, very early, something we've been seeing a lot in this tournament, the super early boar lures. Not going to let yourself be lamed by leaving a forward boar out there if you can avoid it. And you'll be able to click up to feudal faster if you're taking the hunt. Looking at the map, Backstone, not the worst gold either for Babaroom. Is it allowed to modify the EXE in ranked? I think it'll just go out of sync if you do that. Asbim Nutcast. These are Rex. The round of 64 has tons of games, and some of them will be Rex. I don't know what his schedule is, but I'm sure he needs to keep himself fresh for all the games. Probably can't cast too late into the night every day. So a bit of a scout fight here as that Mouflon's being pushed in for Lucho. However, I'm just trying to be annoying and stop it. We'll see what he can do there. I want to make drag scrolling using the mouse forward button. Yeah, it is very annoying that the game doesn't have a proper drag scrolling. And it is honestly insane that it doesn't. Sometimes there's like a tampering detected message that pops up in game, but I don't know the extent of their anti-cheat. Whether they might just hash the exe and see if it has the same result before starting a game. I mean, you can drag scroll and capture age, like I'm doing now, but there's no proper drag scroll in AoE 2. There are a couple of different options for it, but all of them are subpar in the actual game. All of them are rather poor. You don't get why conks were buffed in the new patch? I don't either. There's a lot of buffs in the new patch I don't understand. Feudal Age on the way for Lucho. It'll be 2 vils slower than Babaroom. Yeah, so 17 vils to 21 vils. Actually a pretty big difference. The Chinese will have a crazy eco if they don't get punished for going up this late. What new patch? The new patch that just released today. We looked at the patch notes earlier. But new patch just released today. Elite Conquistadors are getting buffed, along with Jurchen Fire Lancers. So some strange changes in it, honestly. So Lucho coming forward with the scout. We'll see the barracks, but by the looks of it, this might just be a stable. Yeah, stable there for Babaroom. Next round, I believe, is played on the new patch. And the current round is staying on the previous patch. I believe it will be using the new patch going forward. I don't like that Lucho built the first 2 farms facing forward. I usually like them on the back of the TC. But maybe he's just trying to optimize spacing around the straggler trees. And here's a stable at the front. And we'll have double bit axe on the way for Lucho. Ooh, he walled so tightly around the lumber camp, one of his vills went idle. That's the downside of early walls. Sometimes you idle villagers from them.
Salve.
A couple of spears coming forward as the scouts keep hoovering around. Horse collar on the way. And we'll just be another scouts matchup. Vil gets pushed away. New patch is live. This is on the old patch, but there is a new patch live. Kind of surprised there was a patch at this time. Wasn't expecting one, but it is there. Spear wants to hit these scouts. Scouts keep coming around. And they're in the back of the base, but now that some more trees have been chopped, this is all well walled up for Lucho. And add more houses. Use the new patch tomorrow? Nope, it's still the round of 64 tomorrow. Still uses the old patch. I mean, the cheat codes in the original game were just for if you turn them on in multiplayer. You could always turn them off in multiplayer. They're still there. Round of 32 on the new patch, I believe so. Yeah, Lucho, one of those players who really grinds the ladder, Elo.
准备就绪，
Spears for Bob Room, winning the initial poke fight.
Tibi Servio.
He will lose one. And Scouts getting in on the berries as they are overforaged, but not enough of a gap to do damage with the other Scouts still there. Maybe now that the spear is here, but it's very low on HP, and I think it'll keep the other Scouts away. Scouts coming forward. And Bob Rube will have to run away as Lucho now at a good Scouts advantage. Bob Rube needs to bring his reinforcements up together, and he's making a range transition. Now the Blacksmith. Range already up for an Archer with a tower forward for Lucho. Look at Lucho's golds. Look how awful they are, all of them forward. Oh, the secondary gold's super far forward for Bob Room. At least he has a safer main gold if he goes to that wood line. And walling to the wood line, then to the edge. Might be the way to go. There he is, fletching on the way for Bob Room.
Tibi Servio.
什么？何种命令？
Still trying to build some palisades. Scout's not really able to take a fight against the archers with the tower. Tower plus TC combo gives the archers a lot of room where they can run away and hide. And not be vulnerable. Okay, that... almost an overchop there. 9 wood left, but he recognized it and placed a palisade. Everyone but Shu and Wu got a buff. I guess in some ways. Khitan Pastures are maybe slightly nerfed. Scouts about to take a fight here. Bob Room needs to make sure he's in the right location. He has the numbers. Does he have the HP? He does if they commit. He's kind of downhill though. Lucho with the better micro, I think. They should undo Aztec changes. I would agree with you there. Archers there for Lucho, pick off the spears, and Lucho's up to the castle age. Lucho will be the first one up. Some scouts trying to get through.
什么？
The archers can run around. Have scouts or castle age and gold mining on the way. And then bloodlines on the way also for Lucho. What I think about the Georgian church buff? A horrible idea. Georgian churches are already amazingly strong. I think they need to be nerfed, not buffed. Obsidian arrow. You want obsidian arrows back? I still have nightmares about obsidian arrows. The things Tato did to me with obsidian arrows when we played on the HD edition. Never want to go through that nightmare again. Obsidian arrows when you had a Saracen ally. Ugh.
什么？
That was horrifying.
Salve.
There's Lucho up to the castle age. Bodkin coming in, Arbalest coming in. The idea from Obsidian Arrows was the Maya player always went plumed archers in AOC. That was the name of the game back then, Sling the Maya.
何种命令？
So they're like, oh, we'll make the Maya Arbs useful, and make them attack buildings more, and all of a sudden, then you realize Arbs are discounted, And they are the most insanely strong bonus you could give to them in Imp. Yeah, the Warrior Priest was another thing. I didn't think that needed a buff. That felt really strong already. Look at double buff. Hill going down, Lucho pushing in. No overchop, but the palisade won't hold up that long against crossbows. Those will try to build a house. Nice micro from Bobroom to get the house foundation with some HP on it, but Phil dies. They're just trying to build the house. Let's go over and we'll have armor on the way. So stable and workshop. Double stable knights. We've seen this before today. Double stable knights. Something that I feel like had fallen out of favor recently. But we'll have ballistics for Lucho, along with double stable knights and armor from Bobroom. And he's going to try... Nope, he's not going to try to clean that up with knights. He's just going to call the GG. Lucho pushing in to dominate there. Alright, there's Lucho taking a lead. Wait. Chinese over Romans. In game 2, ooh, Lucho might do something fancy in this game. It'll be Jurchens versus Armenians. They want even more people to cheese with the church rushes. Well, we might see a church rush here. So the Bobroom changed his color. Are we okay to leave him in green? Some players change their color every so often. What about real sports? Wow. Oh, wait, elephants on this map. Okay, different... Wait, I'd seen boars every single game. Is this an earlier version of the map? This must be an earlier version of the map that still had elephants and not boars. There are different versions of the maps, and this is maybe a different one than the finalized one. The next civs added to the game. I hope they don't add civs for the moment. I think they need a lot more infrastructure improvement. So elephant chasing the scout. Another lame. We're going to have another lame. Lucho going for the lame this time. The elephant, 400 food instead of the 340 of the boar. Much more valuable, the lame. Once. Twice. There we go. Elephant under the TC. Under the TC. Safe and sound. And one more elephant down to the south. Along with a few more singleton gazelles to be pushed in. Isn't it just random like normal Arabia? Nope, not all of them are today. There are more round of 64 games throughout the week. If you mean all the games I'm casting today are from the round of 64, yes, but the round of 64 continues the next few days. I don't believe it's random R-base. I think it's fixed to be always boar. And my guess is since these are Rex, they were probably played before the map was updated with that change. Because every game I saw today was boars. And I don't think it'd be a random chance at that point. This is not live now. These are Rex. These are Rex we're casting. There were a couple of sets that weren't casted earlier today, so we're finishing them off. Should do have an all Arabia map draft with all the different versions of it out there. This one I think is pretty good for the golden berry locations, I have to say. I like the fact that they're farther away consistently. Gazelle pushed in. Singleton gazelles. I'm not really a fan of those, but they can be pushed in. This is played 2 games ago. Yep. Well, the round of 64 was supposed to start today. Maybe there were some players with time issues who couldn't start it. Who had to start before. I have a nice cadence, so thank you, Donut.
喂，
Loom just about finished for Lucho, and he will click up right after that on 18 villagers. Babaroom going to go up a bit more slowly. Ooh, could this be a fast castle for him? Or is this just a result of the elephant being lamed and not having as much food as he wanted? Could be either, but now I'm seeing more vills, so whether or not this was the plan, he is going to fast castle now at this point. With all that food and all those extra vills he has queued. Still pushing in some deer. And, well, Lucho will have to punish him for this and recognize how fast he's up. Lucho didn't find those 2 goats, and neither did Bobber. Ooh, unfortunate scouting, a tile away from both goats. And Loom on the way for Babaroom. And barracks here at home for Lucho. We'll see if he attempts feudal pressure, or maybe the scout just keeps moving around. Think having elephants is better for the lame E? Well, you lost 60 food more than you would with a boar. You also get 60 more food than usual to get up to feudal. Maybe, I guess you're not hurt as much. But at the same time, having 3 elephants has to feel really, really good if you're the lamer. So sheep collected there. And Lucho, he's not going to play any games tonight. He's laming. He's going all out. He is taking those sheep, those goats back to his home base. And now the gazelle getting pushed in. And taken right by the TC. There is feudal age on the way. And he will be up, but much more slowly. And I would expect a fast castle from him as he has 3 vills on gold. And is pretty much walled everywhere else. Could wall to the edge of the map there. Maybe wall in a small area by the mule cart. They lame deer with the vill. Does that decay for the opponents when they go together? The Jurchin's animals decay based on the last villager that collected from them. So if you kill them as the Jurchins, then they don't start decaying until a villager from another civ comes over and collects from them. And range on its way up. Spear comes over. And some more villas back out to the wood line. There's a Kotra only tournament occasionally, not recently. I definitely have seen them before. Oof, I've been casting 6.5 hours and I can feel it now. I certainly can feel it. Spears and a scout coming over. And you can try to get to the wood line, but you're not going to do much damage with this army. It's like the king's reinforcements he sends you in Joan of Arc 5. And we'll try to take a hill, but the scouts are very weak. And the scouts will run around. Make sure I'm drinking water. I am drinking water, yes. Once more, I'm almost going to need a 3rd cup of coffee. This is the last set, though.
什么？
Archers can... Well, archers will pick that spear. Archers will pick that spear. Joan of Arc 5, the Siege of Paris. And it'll be a blacksmith as some skirms are out. Skirms from Babaroom to defend against the archers from the back, but scouts are there too. Hill goes down as the scouts come forward. Archers try to pick off the spear. Been begging for that for years.
种命令。
And the skirm's still trying to give chase. It's all about trying to get the scouts to run into the spears at this point. Lucho's micro so far has been impeccable in terms of dodging everything and not taking any pokes from the spears. There, I'll refill some water for these games at least.
准备就绪。
I always keep a large pitcher of water nearby just for these situations. More water, yes. So, spears and skirms still defending. The scouts trying to find a way to hit the skirms. But so far, at least, Bob Room able to use the town center to protect the skirms from the scouts. The archers are from Lucho. The micro has been great to whittle down the HP of the skirms, too. There we go, picking off a spear. And where now are all the spears? Low on HP. How impactful is it? I think it's pretty good for feudal scouts. I don't think it's as good as, say, the Magyar discount on scouts or the Georgian healing on scouts. As long as the skirms are by the TC, yeah, the archers can move in on the wood line. How deep can it get? I don't know. Match that doesn't work because these are not live. So 2-0 lead for Lucho. And look at that uptiming difference. The laming. I wonder how much laming we'll see in the tournament going forward. Because so far in the first round, it had mostly been players pushing deer. But if you start getting high-level games, maybe we get to see laming again. Yeah, I definitely would favor Lucho. And there's a win for the Jurchens. A loss for the Armenians. I was hoping to see churches, but alas. And here is game number 3. And speaking of Magyar scouts, we will have Lucho as the blue Magyars to the west, and Babaroom as the red Ethiopians to the east. So probably Scout Civ versus Archer Civ matchup. And with this open map, we have been seeing lots and lots of scouts and even double stable scouts in our sets so far. The amount of scouts player probably deals is probably much lower than, say, archers. Man, I don't know. I feel like in the scout versus scout fights, we can get a big group of scouts and then try to attack, then it will matter. Maybe less so trying to pick off vills. Oftentimes you're getting one hit and then running with spears to avoid a follow-up poke anyway. So, right, as Rex, we can speed the Dark Age up a bit. That's a nice Borolore, and probably not going to be lamed this time. Scout forward, though, for Babaroom. As another Ibex gets pushed in. Doesn't change how you play the unit, but just makes it better at what it does. Sure, that's fair. But I think a lot of bonuses are like that. They make the unit slightly better. Oh, he's still a sheep. He might have stolen a sheep being so far forward that quickly. Does have 7 sheep left. Oh, the boar will be pushed in. 1 sheep, not the end of the world, though. So, double boar for Lucho, trying to aim up, or aim to get to the feudal age pretty quickly. No mill yet for Babaroom. We'll see if he goes for a barracks before the mill, and uses that as his second building to click up. And yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. He'll look for some type of French rush or minute arms rush then on his way up to feudal. Mill for Lucho, so he might play this into scouts. Scouts also, I think, are a solid opening if you don't want to reveal any strategies that you've cooked up for later rounds. Scouts, everyone knows how to play scouts in Age of Empires, so you're not going to have any surprises there. Loom for both of them at the same population, no idle TC time. And it'll be 2 lumber camps for Lucho, up on 19 pop, with Loom. And here, it's that 18 villagers, 19 pop, and militia being added. Militia being added for Babaroom. Scout forward there for Lucho. He will see that there is a villager on the mining camp, and the militia now will start to walk forward for Babaroom. As the scout back here for Lucho gets around the back, we'll find a wood line. And some militia go forward. Ooh, the Arabian Wolf going to bite one of the militia, as there is feudal for Lucho and feudal for Babaroom. Hello, Jack in all shades and epic sea dragon. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. This on the new patch? No, it is not Hagbardar. It is on the old patch. The round of 64 will be on the old patch. So, Scout trying to hit the Vil. Ooh, was maybe thinking of preventing the quick wall, but the quick wall goes up anyway. And Babaroom going to start coming around the side. Have to get in towards the wood line. This will be a panic wall towards the TC. Enough HP on the gate, though. And Men-at-Arms getting back in on the berries, That is a dead Vil. Okay, there we go. Men-at-Arms paying off for Babaroom. That gate goes down. The spear gets a poke. And it is just scouts here for Lucho. Just scouts. Okay. Maybe we got something now. Yes, there was a new patch. Yes, with some weird changes to it. And walling all the way to the edge is Lucho. Walling by the lumber camp, there we go. Gets the palisade up. Archers for Babaroom. The scouts will come forward, find the men-at-arms. Will they want to take a fight here? With 4 and the spear. The spear nearby means you're poking the scout, and he will take it against the men-at-arms and should come out on top. And there'll be a few scouts still coming over. There's actually a wonder now in the game. Oh, really? Stonehenge is in the game, too. That was just added. Ah. The super dry air of the heat in the winter is getting to my eyes. Need them to water a bit. And oh, Archer's coming forward. This is the best game Babaroom has played so far. He's getting in on the berries. He's up by 2 Vils, forcing a bit of idle time, but all in all, has done more with his Vil kills, 2 kills, than aggression. Although his gold is not fully walled, as I'm praising him, the scouts get in, and there now it's tied 2-2 on the Eco KD. I was insane how good it was that he was ahead in Vil count, but not there. Come live here, we had 90% humidity. With 45 degrees freezing. Or 45 Fahrenheit felt like freezing. Sounds cold. Okay, scouts from Lucho going to hop in on the Vils on the berries. At the same time, there are some quick walls to prevent the berry attack from getting to the wood line on the other side. That'll funnel that to the TC. Another scout goes down at the front. They'll try to pick a spear, but not be successful as another scout goes down, but they'll grab a Vil. That's a 4-2 KD. So even though Lucho had to defend the wood line, we did not lose Vils while doing so. And Spear is trying to trap Lucho's scouts, getting a nice poke. And Gate going up there for Babaroom, trying to protect the Vills on the berries. The scouts will get a triple hit on the Vill. The Vill goes down. That Magyar forging bonus coming in clutch there for picking off the Vill extra speedily with the spears chasing. Is Fletching on the way from Babaroom. Fletching on the way as he does have 8 archers. And there are some of them forward. Okay, there are some of them forward. Trying to hit reinforcements, but not in bulk enough to stop the archers or the scouts. Maybe just delay them, force them to run around. Oh, he's just going to call the GG then. Alright, so 3-0, easy 3-0 Lucho. Babaroom, he's down 4 Vills. Oh gosh, was there more Vill kills here? Alright, Lucho feels like his micro was more than Babaroom could handle there. Just overwhelming him. GG. So fast games, but you know, what's going to happen in the round of 64? Even players as strong as Babaroom is, will run into players like Lucho who are on another level. So 11 to 6 KD. You go even better for Babaroom, but couldn't match the damage that Lucho was doing with the scouts. I was able to start breaking through here, but then the quick walls came up, and he couldn't do anything to break behind it. Alright, so I think that now is all the King of the Desert we have for today. How much faster firing? Honestly, I don't think... I'm sure there's a point where you have, like, a machine gun archer that's better than Fletching, but the range from Fletching is so much better. That you almost always take Fletching more than faster firing. GG's, streamed for 6.5 hours, so I'm exhausted. Like, I could feel I was tired at the start, then I woke up as we streamed, and then by the end I'm now exhausted. So thank you all for watching. We're gonna raid someone on Twitch. I'll end the stream on YouTube. I'll see you all. See, I might not be around that much tomorrow, but I'll definitely be around Thursday and Friday for casting as much as I can. Faster firing versus having +1, that's going to depend on the armor of the thing that you're attacking. If you have +1 and that might double your attack, from if you're having 1 attack versus armor to then 2 attack with the +1, and that's going to differ versus firing rate quite a bit. Anyway, ending the stream on YouTube, and then we'll raid someone on Twitch, so see you later.